It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom-led pilgrims of Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and ends. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin's Wharf, Fenway Park, Omar Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Good morning. Boom.
Good morning, everybody.
Tom's back.
Here we are. Feeling good today.
You looking good, dude. Looking
Yeah.
good.
I slept pretty good last night. Like I slept and I feel like I slept. It's great.
You went to another, you went to like a level 4 or 5, 6, 7, whatever it is, you know.
I was there, man. I was there.
Good.
I got a little therapy. You know what it was? I'm convinced, Mike. I was over that undisclosed location and it changes you, man. The hot tub, I think it was like 108.
Yeah.
Hot. But it pulled everything out of me.
All
And
the
then
potions.
everything. And then you just come home and get into them covers that are just so soft. Giddy up, let's go. Night.
Yeah, I've gone at lunchtime out back and gone to my hot
Yeah.
tub and back on.
So then you come back, it's like, oh,
Yeah.
it's just a different mindset, I guess. I don't know, but
No, it changes.
100% needed. Oh.
Water's being in water is a great thing.
I don't know why they don't say,
Spiritual.
listen, you get hurt, dump you in the friggin' thing 3 times a day. In.
Well, you should swim more.
Okay,
Less
I'll give you
weight
the
on your
swim.
body. You know what I mean? Less weight on your body. If you can, it doesn't break down your body as much. But anyways.
Just it was such a relief to sit there and just like, okay, this is feeling all right. All right, yeah. So, best 2 minutes you could ever imagine.
Well, that's debatable.
Yep. I don't know about that. I guess it depends on your definition. I do time shifts and stuff like that, so it's all good.
Oh,
never comes. It's just right back to the 003. We're good.
You ever go like you gotta do the hot cold thing?
Nah, I haven't got to that point yet. Oh, what? Maybe.
Indoor ones, right? Where you go indoor to a sauna, not a jacuzzi, sauna. You come out, you run into a cold bath, come out of the cold bath, go right back into the sauna.
Yep.
And it's all time regulated. And then
so here's the deal. Where I was yesterday, she set so that you can go in from 108 to an ice cube bath to a sauna. She has a real legit sauna in her house, the glass door, and
I saw it.
Yeah. So you turn the sauna up, you turn the hot tub up, and you get the cold. So you go 1, 2, 3, 1. I mean, it's
just walk right out there.
Oh, there's Tim. Still, hey Tim, how's it camping down there? Is it good? Is it been good? Because I think we've had good weather. We haven't had too much rain.
Where's Normandy?
I don't know, but I missed that smell at campfire. That campfire smell.
Oh yeah.
You only get it at campgrounds. There's only one spot you can get it. It's that smell that we're camping.
I don't know what you're talking about because I know the smell. Yeah.
Yep.
I used to go to one down the Cape called Camp Farley, and when I was growing up, I loved it.
Okay.
It's on the Mashpee Wakeby pond.
Mashpee Wakeby, fish there.
Yeah, that's right. Fish.
There's a lot of bass tournaments there.
Oh yes, there is.
Yep.
Yes,
I used to do that. I was part of the Federation of Massachusetts, Mass Bass Federation.
Nice.
I was conservation director for a little bit. You know that? I was in charge of the Mass Bass Federation and stuff. It's good. Lots of great people again, all over the country. What
So what do you
else?
think about today's witness?
I'm thinking he's
Yeah.
going to be great for us. I think he's very engaging. I like how he talks. Have you heard him
Right.
before?
I have not. No, I'm looking
Oh,
forward to
Mike, you're gonna love this guy. You're gonna like him. He's concise. He doesn't convolute anything.
Right.
He's straight. And just
Right.
that alone, Mike, you'll like this.
So here's my question. Baba Alessi is so smart and like in the expert witness category. Like, it's not his first time he's ever crossed an engineer. It's not his first time he's ever crossed a doctor or
Right.
a blood sampler, OUI guy, anything like that. How many times has Hank Brennan crossed someone like this? Like, let's think about ARCA. Let's
Never.
think about, right? How's
Right.
he ever like? How's he even going to compare? That's what I'm looking forward to. And he gets nervous when he starts talking fast, and he gets
His
it's
tone. His tone.
right, right, and he's just like, you can see him getting frustrated because he's not getting the answer he wants. He's trying to ask it the right way,
Correct.
where Bob would just ask it so slow, and he's so polite with Welcher yesterday and the other days. And there's only so much a man can take when Welch is just trying to bullshit his way through a cross yesterday.
He's trying, and he was
Oh,
trying really hard, wasn't he? It is
yeah,
blatant.
he's trying to get his money's worth so he gets called back. I'm telling you, it was all about the dollars. It was all about the dollars.
Has it not been from day one? We've been saying this from day one.
Oh, after fucking what's his face, Man Shannon, for the same group, got caught in all the lies and all the bull. He's basically trying to save his company. Is what I took away from that.
At this point, he's got to rename that thing or do something because it's not. No one's hiring that. No one.
Well,
he
sold it in 2022.
And then
so he's still
what
part of it, but he's still part of the company. But he sold it for 2022. I'm sure he made a boatload, but he's still executive vice president.
Right.
But he's trying to. He probably wants to keep it going. He probably gets a cut every month. You know what I mean?
How can he not? I mean, that's Wow.
And someone just posted on Twitter today a hearing in Massachusetts where Welcher had a Daubert hearing again, and they tried to say his methodology was wrong. So I mean, I don't know why they didn't bring it up. Maybe the ruling didn't go in favor of the Commonwealth. I mean, whoever it was, the insurance company or whatever it was. But he's been in Massachusetts before with the same methodology in a Massachusetts court.
And they didn't like it.
I don't know. I didn't get through reading it, but someone posted it and they circled it. I didn't see the end result of it, but he went into a Daubert, So I mean, it's not like, so people are questioning. Other attorneys are questioning his methodology, how he got to what he's saying happened. Like we
As they should.
Yeah, we talked about yesterday before he even was talking about the level of rides, sport, comfort, off-road, how it can raise the truck, lower the truck. Some trucks do it automatically. They call it auto ride. As soon as you turn the car on, it automatically jumps up and levels up. And auto ride as it's driving. GMC Suburbans will have it. But it's just so many different types. If you have that car off, the Lexus off, it's going to sit in a flat position. Karen was driving a car. Who knows what she had it in?
Exactly, right?
It was snowing out. She might have winter mode on or whatever they might have called it in Lexus. There's different ways to do it. I mean, if you want to talk about inches, that's exactly what that does.
Yes.
Within an inch or two, right? So this guy, he's not dealing in straight facts. I mean, seriously.
Well, he's not telling the true, accurate story. What he's saying is partially true, but there's variables that make up that true statement, right?
Yep. Just like the ring camera angle yesterday, when he got to the ring camera, that Kerry Robert called Michael Morrissey's office to ask if they could change it. There's a bunch of text messages between Kerry Roberts and Michael Morris's office, screenshots that
there's quite a few, isn't there now?
And she on the stand asked Michael Morris's office if she was okay to change the ring camera. Now, if you change the ring camera, how do you know it's exactly the way it was on 129.22? How do you know? How do you know that the new ring camera you just used for schematics for that presentation is the same angle as the one that was up there at 129.22? You didn't take any measurements of 129.22. You just changed the camera. How do you know that angle is the right way? And we talked about the fence post being, that whole thing where the fence post could be where it's supposed to be. We're talking inches, right? Of that.
They matter. Oh,
yes.
they absolutely do matter, right?
Especially when you're just cracking a taillight.
It has to line up.
And all it takes is an inch. And that guy, when he says he didn't have a 3D print and it wasn't Photoshop, he lied right through his teeth.
Oh God, yes.
He fucking lied.
But wait a minute. Did he really? Or did he just send it? Was that just an email? Yep. Send it to Fanning. Taken care of. And you know what else, Mike? The video that we saw at Canton Police Department.
Of Higgins?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you realize that the snow that was there? How much snow was on the ground at Canton Police Department?
Probably a half an inch maybe, if that.
Well, 34 Fairview is not that far away.
Well, so it was at 1:30 in the morning, right? So it was snowing. So it was probably a half inch.
Why don't they show the snowfall from the whole night to show how much snow supposedly fell? Because they're all about the meteorologists, right?
Yeah.
It snowed that night. We know that. The cameras recorded the snowfall event.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Where is it?
I don't. Did they ask for it? Can they get Tom? It was 3 years before we got that fucking video. They
found it.
They withheld exculpatory evidence. Can't be needed, without doubt. That's why fucking douchebag Rafferty's not coming back.
Well,
I got the paper yesterday. They're going nationwide for a search for chief.
Thank God. Thank God. Thank you, Canton. Thank whoever made that decision. Thank you very, very, very much.
It's one of the new select women. Not Sarrington, but the other one. But I forget her name. But she's heavily involved. Body cameras.
Yep.
Mental health training. They're gonna be ordering new evidence collection materials.
Really?
Yes, dude. Like seriously, they're gonna be a real police department soon.
Will they open the shooting range to all concealed carry permit people that would like to come and rent in time for the range and maybe donate to the youth sports or something? They can't. I don't know. Like Chris Boyden, thank you. We love you. Keep doing whatever you need for support. If you get in touch with us, we'll do our best to help you out. We got it. That's all we can do, right?
Mandatory training for Canton officers for mental health.
Good. There's nothing wrong with that. How does that hurt anybody?
Well, to go and visit somebody that's having a mental health crisis,
sure,
instead of fucking locking them up,
dude. Just the training. They're not coming out with their guns unlocked. They're not.
Tasering you, because that's what they've been taught. They want to come out and just lock you up.
Listen, a lot has to be said about non-lethal. The beanbag rounds.
Yeah,
you don't want to get hit. It's like getting punched in the free. It gets like getting punched between the legs, guy. Them beanbag rounds.
Don't talk about the young girl that was killed at Fenway.
That was different. That was a pellet. That was a
beanbag.
No. It was a pepper ball.
Okay.
Ever get hit with a paintball?
Yes.
There you go. Yes. That's what they're shooting paintball guns, but they're shooting pepper balls. The same paintball gun, same velocity. Pop.
Right.
But that took her eye out.
Yeah. Killed her.
Done.
But I mean, I guess I take my.
And you know what happened? Time out.
What?
The cop. You think about this. The cop raised the weapon, aimed, not at the friggin' belly button, not at the kneecaps. Headshot. He aimed. Pop. And it wasn't the first round. So he was dialing into her. Would you agree?
Oh, yeah. Well, it was a crowd of people after the 04
crowd in Boston because they won the World Series.
03.
No, it was going to the World Series.
Yes, the 04. They beat the Yankees. They beat the Yankees. It was a big college crowd there. Yep. And they were leaving, and it was rowdy. And
kids are kids. It was drunk.
Oh, hey, Aiden's the first alternate today.
Oh, good for him.
Will actually be in the courtroom by 10.
Well, yeah, because no one from the Commonwealth will show up to even. No, they won't even.
I honestly believe that they purposely put those reporters there for the prosecution to to write a narrative of negative FKR, right? And now they're
Yes,
gonna let.
absolutely.
Okay, okay. I'm just weird like that. Thanks, Glock.
What's up? What's up? I didn't see it. Lock for me. Same snow and CPD lot. Same. Look
Yeah.
at that.
Yeah.
Look at that. Nothing but
Oh, yeah.
facts. Where is the video showing the snowfall accumulation? But you know what? I'm pretty sure you can add snowfall with a click of a button on any Photoshop program you got.
So let me ask you about that back bumper. Did you see that yesterday when Leslie was questioning Welcher about the back bumper shot Photoshop? Where you okay? It was weird. Like he said, well, if you look for all the speckles, that's where it's photoshopped in the photo, and they really zoomed in on the pixels, and you can see it was photos. The back bumper
Why
where
do
the
you
glass was
Photoshop anything, Mike?
right.
No,
Like
I
if
just
you have the
found this.
ability, if you have the ability to use 3D instead of 2D, why wouldn't you use that? Yeah, Snellgrove was the last thing. I've met those people.
Victoria Snellgrove. I have too. I've been in this lady's house. Been in that girl's bedroom, fixing her computer, a laptop.
Was it okay? Was it what kind of car was it?
No, this is
What kind of beanbag?
This is what happened.
Emerson College, yeah. That's right.
Red Sox won the first series that the Yankees had not.
Yeah.
That's her.
Yeah.
Sea of people, Mike, near the Green Monster by left field, right?
You should have seen the front page of the Herald. They had her on the ground with a Red Sox cap on with blood coming. It was the craziest fucking Herald picture I ever saw in my life, dude. Oh, God.
Here we go, Mike. Inadequate planning, inadequate training.
Yeah.
Breakdown of command discipline on Lansdowne Street. Yeah, she got dropped right there on Lansdowne Street.
It was crazy, dude. I remember going into work and seeing the front page of the Herald. Like I was like, "Holy shit!"
Wait till I tell you guys the rest of the story. You don't
it
want to
was
hear
a pepper
about
ball. You're right.
Pepper ball to the eyeball.
The shooter was involved in a fatal event. Was an untrained when, in fact, he was an instructor. Holy fuck! I know how much money they got, dude.
Leave the legs.
Dude, I know how much money they settled for.
Well, we're going to talk about that.
Under 10. I'll be honest with you. It was under 10. Just under 10. A little under 10. Yeah.
So
she was in the prime of her life.
Mike.
The prime of her life.
Mike. This is going to disgust you guys.
I look like Steven Spielberg. I think I'm looking.
Would you say, listen, would you say that was a murder, or would you say that was an accident?
I would say
answer. Think before you answer, because
involuntary.
It's the same person. So that police officer murdered her, or did that police officer do an accident?
Okay, I see what you're saying. I don't think it was intentionally shot to kill. So I would go involuntary.
That's a tough one. The accuracy was pretty good after the 5th round. He was working his way from her chest up.
I'll tell you, you got to prove it without a reasonable doubt, man. So I wonder what happened to that cop. That's what I want to know. I'm sure he's retired now. Manslaughter.
Nothing. How about not even a friggin' edit in his file?
What?
How about this?
That's
How about somebody coming down, knocking on the door? Right? Walking in.
Yeah.
This person says that you murdered her, and the person sitting next to him is saying that was an accident. So you have two arguments here. Same person. You did it. That's not up for discussion, but it was an accident or it was on purpose. One or the other, right? They're arguing because they don't want, neither one of them wants responsibility.
Right.
Poor girl's now dead, right? Somebody walks in and says, whatever your problem is, make it go away right now. And he put a check. Here you go. What number do we put there to shut you up and to shut you up?
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't to make the family right. Wasn't how do we fix this big problem. was how do we get you two to shut up?
Hey, Tom, it goes to another level of people with power that say, we need to write a check for. They don't get emotionally involved with it. The officer
Because they don't know the person. They don't want to know the person. They don't even. I don't want to say they don't care. Of course they care, but they have no dog in the fight.
Right. This
guy on the stand yesterday had the dog in the fight.
Yeah. His company.
Everything. That's right. His own paycheck. That's corruption. We witnessed corruption right there. The guy's gonna be told, made / inferred to say whatever he wants to say. Make the data fit, and that's what we looked at.
Right.
Mike, look at this guy. Look at this guy.
If the defense changed anything, you don't think Hanky Spanky Brennan would be up there fucking
stroking out? Forget it.
Moaning.
Forget it.
You're damn fucking right he would.
Did you see this?
Yes. I
Gotta
think I
share it.
Yeah.
Gotta share this.
Tail light. Here's a picture of Miss Reed's vehicle on the right-hand side. So now I said, okay, that was me walking into the car. Let's have the car drive into me. I did this at very low speeds. And you'll see, and we'll throw this from 2 different angles. Tail light. Here's a picture.
Hey, have you seen the new microdots?
New microdots.
Came out like 2 days ago. Yeah. Came out 2 days ago.
I was gonna save that for
lunch. Yeah.
Break maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't think we start till 9:30 with the juror, but I think there's court at 9 with an argument with the lawyers, maybe some type of dog art or border. I'm not sure.
Law and Crime's got the fan up.
Yeah, I know it's gonna start at 9, but I don't know what's gonna. It's not gonna be a jury in there yet. You know what I mean?
Again, right? And you know what else pisses me off?
What, buddy?
I got a text from Aussie.
Yeah.
I missed it. I didn't see it until after she was done. But one of the things I forgot, she has this vent stream. You can go and just bitch about stuff.
Yes, I've seen her. I've seen her post the vent. If you want to come on a vent,
not about other people, but just about issues. And God damn it, there's one thing I forgot to say, and I feel really bad. You realize, and everyone forgets this, right? Everyone says Sandra. She's pregnant.
That's right.
She had a baby.
Who did?
She was having a baby.
Oh,
yeah, she was planning on having that baby. She would that was a hard yes. I'm keeping the baby.
Full stop. Yes, absolutely.
That's why they murdered her.
Yeah, because of the money she was going to ask from Farwell.
Double homicide. That is a double homicide. People just say, Sandra, it's a tragedy. Yeah.
Fucking right it is.
Her baby. She was going to have the baby. So that baby wasn't all in senses born. But there was 100% intention of bringing that child into this world by her. And that's her choice. And they murdered her for that. Where is all these freaking women's rights groups out there, right? Because this is what they're screaming about. A woman has a right to choose. They killed her for it. I guess she doesn't.
It's pretty
it's sick.
Yeah.
And this is the culture. The world that they live in, these people. This is the culture of that police department. They all knew he murdered that girl and her baby, and they all still let it happen. Not one person walked up to him, dude, you're under arrest for suspicion of murder. Not one person went and bitched about how he got away with double homicide. Dude, he was still getting paid. I bet you somehow, some way, that freaking slime ball was on the clock when that happened. Personal time, whatever. But that's not being spoken about. Shh, we won't talk about it. Let's talk about Auntie Bev, though. Let's talk about how this judge is doing her damnedest within the confines of the law to legally stick it to us.
What in Massachusetts, I don't know what
we pay for getting abused like that guy. We're paying these people to F us.
How far along in Massachusetts? and I consider it the first heartbeat, honestly.
Right,
but
right,
how
right.
lo-
That law,
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know when they
She was,
consider it
yeah,
a child.
it's a lot.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah. When-
I know.
I
She was
agree
there
with
3
you.
months. Yeah, she's at
Whenever it,
one heartbeat, it's a child.
that's where it starts. If we don't start it, no one's talking about
Right.
anything else.
Right.
But Mike,
right.
they don't. Where are the women's rights groups that she was murdered because of
I
her
know.
choice?
They should be out there helping
That
her.
was
Yeah.
it.
When she ever texted Powell, I'm gonna want a couple $1,000 a month for child support, and my baby's going to this school, preschool, or childcare while I'm at work. He was gonna pay. I think it was $7,000. We figured out a month, plus his own family. There's no way he was gonna get
That
millions.
dude, Mike. How do you go and do a double homicide and then give birth to your own child?
Psychopath.
Wow!
Fucking psychopath.
Happy birthday! Hey, I'll never forget your birthday. That's and the dude, Mike. Everybody that knew him, they're guilty. They're guilty as much as he is. Not one of them stepped up and said anything.
His brother, put people
Hey.
inside the police force.
You're telling me that he told Fanning,
Yeah.
nah, girl's crazy. Did it herself. Okay, how's everything else? Oh, she had a baby, I heard. Yeah, yeah. Hey, listen, I'll catch up with you at the next fundraiser. Okay, yeah, bye. You're telling me that Farwell didn't chase that lead down and ask any one of her friends, that bitch crazy or what? Is she tripping? What's going on with her? Every one of them would have said, no, she's planning this. She had this. She wanted this. Baby shower stuff. I mean, dude.
Remember the dispatcher that got the phone call about this person called the Stoughton police dispatch, said that Farwell was involved with a young underage girl.
Underage, by the way.
Yeah, and the dispatch, instead of giving it to the chief as like a lead or a complaint, she went and gave it to Matt Farwell, or he gave it to Matt Farwell, the dispatcher for Stoughton PD. Yeah, it didn't go where to a lieutenant, for a complaint of some kind of statutory rape, a call.
Right.
This person gave it to Farwell, and she was dead in 2 weeks. Just so you know. That case still baffles me, dude. And the only reason why it's not on the front page with Howie, it should be every fucking day.
Yeah.
She doesn't have the resources.
Not
doesn't have
yet.
the money. She's
Not
not fucking educated. She's, doesn't have a family down here. But
we need to know. We need to get in touch. If anyone knows, we need to know the name that she was planning on naming the child.
Oh my God.
I'm sure she had some names picked out. I'm sure she had favorites. All girls do. They think that's
it's in the text messages, dude. You know it's in the text messages.
Mm-hmm. So,
and the other thing is that she wanted Farwell's name on the birth certificate. She was fighting her. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So she already had the first name.
She knew.
I don't see how
the fuck they let him walk around for 3.5 years is beyond me. Imagine that, being Garino and Meatball and all those guys.
With each other. Hey, they go to the same friggin' fundraisers.
Getting PD involved. We got you, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah.
It's fucking sick.
That's the culture, the whole culture. And these people just hired this guy for almost $500,000.
Yeah.
And a special prosecutor on top of that.
I'm not gonna lie.
We can keep going here.
I hope Farwell gets the death penalty. I'm not kidding.
It's funny. I saw a thing about Whitey.
Yeah.
Right, Whitey. He got it. He didn't even make it 1 day in federal house of correction. Not 1 day.
I get the shit kicked out of him.
You know how? You know how?
What?
Those padlocks you used to get for your bike.
Yeah.
There are 3 padlocks in a sock.
Oh yeah.
And they pounded him right in the head. And they tried to cut his tongue out. And they tried to cut his
being a rat. Yeah, being a rat. Yeah. They get you, man. They'll get you.
He didn't even sleep 1 night. He was done. That's Whitey. And guess where Farwell is? Same prison. It's in West Virginia, I think.
Oh, I don't know where he is. I think he's closer. I heard Providence, but because he's going to be going back and forth to locally.
The
So
feds
you
like
could-
moving people around. He's living down there, I'm pretty sure.
And there's people that are doing life in federal prison that want to be famous. So killing Whitey, there's 3 guys that did it. They were younger guys. They're famous in prison. Well, that's a dude that fucking took out Whitey.
Don't mess with them.
It's a whole different level there, bro.
Yep. Whitey didn't even make one day. He got murdered the same day he was brought in. He got brought in during the day. That night he was done.
No shit. I didn't know that.
Yep. Didn't even make it a whole day. Not even 24 hours.
Wow. I know in Danville, Connecticut, there's a federal.
Yep. Yeah. So this now is, I guess that's the arena that they're playing in. So if the people that are in this culture, that's their punishment. Now you know why they're all lying. Now you know why they're all covering up, because there's no way they can justify what they did.
Yeah, I agree with you.
What's Fanning say to? What's Fanning say to Morrissey? What are those communications like? Yeah, I spoke to him.
Tom, I think we're at the tip of the iceberg on this one. Still, I really do. His next court date's July 1st.
I will be there.
I
will be there.
Federal? You gonna go to the federal courthouse? Are you familiar with it?
I love the federal courthouse.
You can actually get inside.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's not going to be a fucking buffer zone. There's not going to be.
No.
They don't like when you protest out there. So just be a gentleman.
You know what they don't like?
What?
I'm going to tell you what they don't like. And I'll tell you, all the Karen Reed people are not this way. They don't like when Joe Q Public is walking down the street and they need to get in and they need to navigate around.
Right.
It should be unimpeded. He should be able to walk right in, straight in. Right. No, that's what they don't like. So if you move the demonstrations just away from the doors, solves that problem all around. Everyone wins. You get your message out, people can ease of access. That was the big thing with when I listened to Mark Mendoza speak. Getting access was the big thing.
It makes sense to me. That in theory, that makes sense. Access to a building, a public building, you can't impede it. Makes total sense.
And the Karen Reed people don't do that.
I know. But to say you can't wear that shirt or that color, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. So let's talk about the new buffer zone.
Oh my God, it's more convoluted now than it was before.
Yeah. So
I'm more confused today.
I'll give you a brief summation. It's the same size zone, but you can wear different things inside like if you were across the street, right?
Okay.
You couldn't wear an FKR or anything like that. You can do that now.
Okay.
And you can hold the sign now up there, and the police are going to be told to step down, manage the crowds, don't arrest anybody, but for free speech. Now, if you fight somebody and you tap, that's a whole different, But I still don't trust them.
No, do you think I do?
No.
You stand here, okay? Oh, you're done.
But Tom, here's the next thing. Hey, a week later, someone's standing in your same spot that you were at filming. Nothing happened.
Nothing happened. What's that tell you? That maybe it was retribution for the original lawsuit I filed July, was it the 1st? June? Yeah.
May 1st?
May 1st. It's already been almost a month. Yeah, a month ago I filed it when he said you're not allowed back in here. Remember that? Steps to the courthouse, yelling at me, get away. Sued him. So I think maybe that might have been retribution. Who knows? But I don't think you're allowed to attack the people that are suing you under your premise of law.
Let your lawyers handle it.
Yeah, they're on that.
You know what I'm saying? You don't.
Yeah. No, I got. Did you hear about?
You don't want a Karen Reed tape playing like this is what Tom said on his live show.
No, but listen, this is what I heard. Okay. So I don't know.
Is the fan still going? Hold on. You keep going. I'll look.
So Larry's representing Bow. but I think he's like Pro Hawk VJ
Yeah.
through Tim Bradle.
Who cares?
So that's Tim Bradle. That is Larry Foreman. And that was Mark Randazza. All three of them people against this guy that comes into court. His shirt's not even tucked in. He's kind of like, his glasses are dirty and hanging. It's just not different. We're in a whole different, we're in professional and we're in like amateur league. Two different. In the Dedham court, the Dedham representative that went to court, she's no questions. No, we're all right. Just don't ask me anything else. So.
Yeah, so the fan's still going on Channel 25.
Okay, in long crimes.
It's gonna call first witness today, but I know they're gonna start with the witnesses at 9:30, but court's open at 9. So just keep an eye on it, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Shelby, whatever. Peppa. Good morning, Shelby. Are you gonna read this? What are you doing?
I'm looking at a couple other things. Not a pub. Yeah, this is on Fox 25 and Dedham.
But this is up to interpretation by the state police, which I don't want to have a 20-page decision.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
20. It's
big.
Jason Grant, Allison, Lisa, Samantha. Yep. And they're absolutely right, without a doubt. He stood across holding an American flag, and it was a Bible verse that said, the Corinthians, now the Lord is a spirit, where the spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. Grant was
so the buffer zone is not a people-free zone, okay?
Yeah. And this is what I love they add this. At some point, Grant wasn't permitted to stand across the courthouse with those signs. Yeah.
All right. Law enforcement officers are enjoined from enforcing ways that are inconsistent with the decision ruling that reads closed. Yeah. So they broke the law. They broke the buffer. Yeah. So with to clarify, like speculation, all that bullshit is what there came down to. So
and there's Jason, Allison, Lisa, and Samantha here, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then we added on to them because me and Michael from
Bow and Michael, right?
Well,
he did a short video on the buffer zone. He's pretty upset that he's still Michael.
Well, how can you not be? Absolutely. I mean, yeah. And the sad part is he's a guest here, Mike. He's a guest here in Massachusetts.
He's a fucking
better
lawyer.
than that.
He's
I know.
a journalist.
But he's a great guy. He doesn't even need to be treated like that.
Right. They had Olivia Lambeau on last night.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad they're getting into the good people. All right. Confronted by Sergeant Hartman outside the court, told without proper media credentials, he would need to be outside the buffer zone or he would be arrested. While Mr. Droz was filming within the buffer zone in the unloading area for the O'Keefe family, the defense team and the prosecution, Sergeant Hartman told to leave immediately. Do not comply. He was physically grabbed and dragged out of the buffer zone, injuring Mr. Droz's left arm. Erica Walsh was in the buffer zone.
Because of her hat, dude, not the sweatshirt now. They changed it up on her.
You're not going anywhere, they said.
Yeah.
So what's FKR mean? It means whatever you want it to mean.
Yeah. Free Kermit the Frog. I don't know.
Exactly. I mean, it's again.
Oh, wait. Mr. Kearney. Why they bring Mr. Kearney is also known as Turbo, an online brother. Yeah, they had to bring his fucking name into it. He had nothing.
Oh, yeah.
See, that's why I'm afraid of Turtle Boy, because all it has to be is, hey, like when fucking
they're lumping it together. They're just lumping it together.
Bad Bob yells out, "Hey, trooper, he's bothering me." That's a reason for them to come up and say, "Disturbing the peace," and Turtle Boy's going a fucking way.
And Jason's sign. If you see Jason's sign, and if you've ever been to church, if you see Jason's sign, instant, you know what that is. It's got nothing for protesting. It's got nothing for supporting. It's love.
You can't mix religion and state politics. Two different entities. It's
basis of the whole thing is love, not arguments. It's just love. And they freaking can't hold that sign. That's being a dick. And they say Grant, he went across the street. He was permitted to quietly protest. He wasn't not quietly protesting at the beginning. My God.
Still not. Guys, this is the thing. We're settling. We're settling for something that's not right.
Yeah,
Still,
you're right.
in my opinion, we're just kind of like, okay.
Listen, the thorn in our side is only halfway in. It shouldn't be in us at all.
I guess it's a good way to put it, man.
Yeah. And I was news gathering. I was here gathering information for you guys. Mr. Bryant was news gathering inside the buffer zone when he was approached by 2 troopers who could not remember he was not protesting.
One trooper was talking to you.
I know. Neither Mr. Bryant or Mr. Rose did anything with the intent to influence or judge, juror, or witness the court. Yeah.
So did they drop the charges on Walsh?
Criminal trespass.
Did they drop the charges on her? Does anybody know?
If they drop the buffer zone, she can't be charged for something that happened in a buffer zone that doesn't exist. But I don't know. It's a temporary charge. I'm not positive of how they're gonna.
I guess my question is, are we still going forward?
Yes.
Let's go back a little bit. I was just saying, since it's so granted, so whatever.
It's right here. This is the conclusion. For reasons above the.
Yep. Temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction is denied, and in part granted.
In part.
Oh, this is bullshit, dude. Prior to law enforcement officers must be able to clearly articulate without speculation on how the individual violated the buffer zone orders.
But
wow,
Mike, this is past. Think about this. Prior enforcement. So what they did with Erica, Jason, me, Michael, that's some prior enforcement, okay?
Right. Yeah.
Law enforcement officers must be able to clearly articulate without speculation how any individual violated, not will or could or are, who did the buffer zone orders consistent with decision. So that's what does this say? What does this say right here? Does this say they have to go back now and look at each case and find out or articulate why they did what they did? Is that what that means?
Court's on.
All right.
25. Yep. Sorry, guys. Court's on. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry.
On it. Why isn't it working? Live Nation's crashed. Come on now. Hold on.
Yep.
Just a fan, guys. Just a fan.
No, the court's open. They're in there.
Okay.
Yep. They're at sidebar.
Of course. That one?
That's one. Yep.
Who's writing it down today?
I got it.
I'll take 7. 9.
Oh, you're gonna send me a link.
Okay. Let me get this up on the live. Where's my live button? Here we go. Stream, stop, present, share, live.
All right, at 8:42.
Bang. There's that.
Thanks, guys, for letting us know.
Yep. You guys are the best. This is what we do for you guys.
Tom and I will grant them.
We're gonna get Nan up here.
She says she's doing some court stuff, but
yeah,
she's around, so.
Listen, this is her at her leisure. She's doing us a favor. We'll take whatever, whenever whatever she can give us, we'll absolutely take with pleasure.
Where's Turtle Boy? Fuck, he's not in there.
Tell John DePietro.
You know who's starting to really piss me off though? Is the guy fucking Pee Wee Herman next to the stand there, the white kid that's just really white, rolling his eyes. He's a ADA with Hank. It's not
Back
till
over
10,
here?
but yeah, back with that green, see the lady in the green suit? Right
Yep.
next to, closest to us is the guy
Right
there.
there?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's an ADA. He signs up on all the motions.
Peg looks nice today.
Okay. You say so. This Baghdad Bob. Where's Lou?
He must have a new girlfriend.
Where's Lou? Louie. There's Paul, red on. Is that Erin? Is Erin there with him? And there's Chinny Chin Chin next to her.
Right
Yep,
there.
that's Chinny Chin. Yep, Chinny Chin Chin.
She needs a hair. That sweatshirt she's wearing.
Ooh,
This one to the right. That sweatshirt?
those have pads in it, dude. Jesus Christ.
No, I think
Who's the
she's.
one
I
to
think that's normal. Like that's linebacker stuff.
Who's the one to the left of her? Who's that girl?
Oh, looking like something's gonna explode or something. Look at her eyes.
I know.
Boom. No gray sweatshirt.
Oh,
Okay.
there's 8. There's Nathan. Oh, who's that?
It's funny. They don't even know the outcome of this freaking trial, and they're suing Karen Reed for the wrongful death of Mr. Officer O'Keefe. Isn't that crazy, dude? That's even more fucking bizarre than everything.
Should be suing the state.
Hands
Who knows?
down. You know, it's funny. I heard someone say last night, and I don't know who it said. It's really disgusting that the state has spent this much money to prosecute somebody on so little of anything. They can't even get to reasonable doubt. Forget about beyond a shadow,
No.
right? Forget about that part.
With the utmost certainty.
I mean, legit. They spent how much money, and we can't even get to reasonable doubt, Mike.
Well, you're already over $1 million.
Oh,
right?
come on, more money,
You're
more
already-
money, way more.
Yeah,
money.
Oh, that Liza.
What's
But good.
Go ahead. Go.
No, it's then you get all the outside court stuff, the police, details.
Yep.
The court offices are working more. Just everybody's working a lot more. It's gonna be. I bet it's gonna be 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. Who knows?
They've
Here
spent.
we go.
We'll start with the required finding argument.
We got today too. We get Alan Jackson today too, dude.
Nice. Hope Liza gets up today too.
Oh, Bob with that blue suit on. Bob AJ with that fucking. He's got the $4,000 suit, dude.
Ready, Mr. Jackson.
Oh God.
So what? So are we listening to a Daba? Is that what are we listening to?
Dabot.
You turn it up.
For required finding for
All right, that's them.
under Massachusetts Rule of Criminal
Mute.
Procedure 25A. I think that's before the court. My comments will be relatively brief, but it's important, and the points that I'm going to make in the next couple of seconds or next couple of minutes are equally important. It comes down to the following: the Commonwealth has simply not proven, even in a light most favorable to them, that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at 34 Fairview in Canton, Massachusetts. There was no collision proven to have occurred. There was no eyewitness presented. There was no video evidence, no audio evidence, no evidence in the form of physical evidence at the scene by searches that were done by officers on the morning of January 29th, 2022. The Commonwealth, through suspect experts based on circumstantial technical data, only sought to prove a backing event, and that's important. They sought to prove that at 34 Fairview, the SUV went backward. They did not prove, and every single one of their experts was asked this question, they did not prove that there was actually a collision associated with that backing event. The Commonwealth experts said at best that the car went in reverse, and it was suspect whether it went in reverse at 34 Fairview or some other place, time, or date. The Commonwealth also put on an expert who said that she found no injuries, none, mind you, indicative of a vehicle strike on John O'Keefe's body. And she, Dr. Irini Scordibello, was arguably their most important witness. The Commonwealth cannot and did not say or prove a collision at a particular time, a collision at a particular place, a collision with a particular person, or that a collision even occurred on January 29th, 2022 at or around or at or after 12:30 in the morning. Their own expert, I think it was yesterday, if not the day before yesterday, was asked on examination by Mr. Alessi, can you tell us the particulars of the collision, pardon me, as you suggested in your testimony? And his answer was, there's simply not enough evidence. He was asked specifically, why didn't you try to recreate the circumstances, the force impact? That's what you do, sir. You're a biomechanic expert. Recreate it for us. And he said, there's not enough evidence. There is evidence, however, that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert were sparring at 34 Fairview. There is evidence, however, that that was just minutes, not hours, not days, minutes before John O'Keefe ultimately met his fate at 34 Fairview. There is evidence that Brian Higgins was love-struck, that he was jealous, that he was aggressively coaxing John O'Keefe out of the waterfall, that he was passively aggressively coaxing Miss Reed to engage with him rather than John O'Keefe. Again, there's not a single eyewitness to a collision. There was not even a single eyewitness to a backing event at 34 Fairview. The court will recall Jennifer McCabe testified that she basically watched the SUV the entirety of the time it was in front of the location at 34 Fairview with Miss Reed in the driver's seat. She saw it pull up once, she saw it pull up twice, she saw it pull up a third time, and then she saw it was gone. And at no time did she ever see the car go in reverse. She certainly didn't see the SUV go in reverse at a high speed, and she darn sure didn't see the car go in reverse at a high speed and strike a pedestrian. Her focus was defined enough to see thin tire tracks in a dusting of snow, thin enough, I think the phrase was, to track a cat. That's how detailed she was in her observations, yet she did not see John O'Keefe hit by an SUV. She did not see John O'Keefe's body in the snow, in the yard, laying prostrate, a 216-pound, 6'1" man in the snow, directly in front of the SUV she was tracking the entire time. There are two other witnesses, Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxson. They both noted that John O'Keefe, not that they didn't see him, Your Honor, that John O'Keefe was not in the vehicle when they were behind him. The dome light was on. They could see inside the interior of the vehicle. Miss Reed was sitting there with her hands at 10 and 2, and the passenger seat, notably and markedly, was empty. He was not outside the vehicle. He wasn't standing. He wasn't sitting. He wasn't lying down. There's only one place he could be: inside the curtilage of the home, inside the house, or inside the garage. Not one witness that was inside the house, not one passerby, not one neighbor, not one plow driver ever saw John O'Keefe's body laying prostrate in the snow that morning. Not one. Not until Karen Reed found Mr. O'Keefe at about 6:03. And again, the Commonwealth's chief medical expert, Dr. Scortibello, their medical examiner, who's the only person that the court heard from or will ever hear from who actually investigated John O'Keefe's physical body, the only person to have physical access to John O'Keefe, testified he did not have any injuries consistent with being struck by a vehicle. But she did indicate that the injuries, as did the firefighters, the first responders, indicate that he had injuries consistent with a physical altercation. And certainly, as to counts 1 and 3, no evidence has been presented or proffered whatsoever by the Commonwealth that Karen Reed intended to run over and harm John O'Keefe in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Hearken to the video at C.F. McCarthy's. Hearken to the video at the waterfall. Every witness confirmed what our eyes could see. That night, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed were loving, caring, affectionate. There's absolutely no evidence that Karen Reed had an intent to harm John O'Keefe, or that she that after the fact, that she intended to leave him for dead, because there was no fact to be after. There was no collision in the first place. The Commonwealth's case, certainly on counts 1 and 3, taken separate from count 2, because of the mens rea associated with counts 1 and 3, fails miserably. The Commonwealth, at the end of the day, has presented their best case. They've done their best. Some would say they've done their worst. And their case has failed. No reasonable jury, hearkening back to the standard under Rule 25, no reasonable jury could find Karen Reed guilty of count 1, count 2, or count 3. But taking count 1 and 3 aside, those are separate counts because of the mens rea required and the high burden that's required, even taken in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. What evidence have they proven that Karen Reed intended to kill or harm John O'Keefe, or that she intended to leave him for dead in the snow? The answer is none, 0. No reasonable jury could find Karen Reed guilty. This case never should have been brought in the first place. There are reasons that I won't go into here. The court knows those reasons, or knows our position on those reasons. This was a vindictive prosecution, and I believe that the court is duty-bound pursuant to the precepts of Rule 25A, as well as the principles of justice, to dismiss all 3 counts, and certainly taking count 1 and count 3 aside, the court is duty-bound to dismiss those 2 counts. Thank you.
Good job. Good job, AJ. Oh, Hank. Look at him.
In a
Look at
light
him.
most favorable to the Commonwealth, the first issue the court should look to is intoxication. The reasonable fact finder would find that the defendant was in fact intoxicated. Based on the serum conversion, and based on Karen Reed's statements herself, you've heard many, many admissions by the defendant about her level of intoxication, which far surpassed the statutory mandate that she consumed alcohol in a way that would affect her ability to operate safely. Those are just 2 of the cornerstone pieces of intoxication, which are clear, light most favorable to the Commonwealth, a reasonable fact finder could find beyond a reasonable doubt. The evidence of collision is abundant. I do not want to go through an entire closing argument or rhetoric, but suffice to say there are taillight fragments from the defendant's own Lexus, from her shattered right taillight, that are found in Mr. O'Keefe's clothes. Mr. O'Keefe is left at the very spot where she expects to find him, according to her statements, where her car does a backing maneuver at least 24 miles per hour. He is left with injuries on his arm consistent with the damage to her Lexus right rear taillight. The scientific data is substantial. Telestream data, Apple Healthcare data, battery temperature data. And again, Ms. Reed's statements herself about clipping, hitting. The evidence of a collision in this case is overwhelming. It is a public way. Lieutenant Gallagher told us about Fairview as being a public way. And so as to the operating under the influence of alcohol manslaughter, the conduct of driving in that forward and backing maneuver after being intoxicated meets clearly the standard for OUI manslaughter. Regarding second-degree murder, as highlighted in my opening statement, the defendant engaged in intentional conduct that was her maneuver of driving forward, stopping, and then driving back to Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022. Under the conditions that night, after being intoxicated, that conduct was intentional, and any reasonable person could find that her conduct that night created a plain and strong likelihood of death. There is no predicate of intending to kill or even intending to hit. There is clearly a plain and strong likelihood of death driving a 6,000-pound SUV forward and then back. In addition to state of mind, again, the defendant tells us herself. Through firefighter Becker, they're arguing, they're upset. We see the text messages, evidence of attempted breakup, and we hear the words of Karen Reed when she leaves numerous voicemails that night, and you can hear her voice. There are statements, I do not want to go through a summary of all of them, but statements from the defendant herself where she acknowledges an injury to Mr. O'Keefe. She's the last one with him, where to find him, and her hypothesis about hitting and clipping him. As to leaving the scene, again, the defendant tells us that when she leaves, he doesn't look mortally wounded. She leaves him, makes dozens and dozens of calls, but never goes back to help him and leaves him to die. And we heard from Dr. Wolf about the life-saving procedures that could have been initiated. The chance of survival was never given to John O'Keefe. All of those facts suffice under Lattimore, a light most favorable to the government, that a reasonable fact finder would find beyond a reasonable doubt, or could find beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element of each and every one of these charges.
All right, thank you. So the motion is denied as to all three indictments. On the other topic that we were discussing at sidebar, I don't need to hear argument on that right now, Ms. Giannetti. I'd prefer to get started. I would like you and Mr. Brennan to talk to see about proposal. So are we ready to bring the jury in? I did not ask you at sidebar. Are you ready for this witness, Mr. Brennan? Mr.
I'm ready.
Okay, so,
Thank you.
all right, so we'll bring the jury in. That will take 5 minutes, Paul? All right, so we'll take the recess.
All right, please.
Denied. You mute. Yep.
It sounds nice, but no, thank you. Come again.
Nope, that didn't even take a minute, dude. She just nope.
Nope.
She already thought about it. She knew it was coming. So
Great comments. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Not even nothing.
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 Just a
go ahead.
bitchy remark. Just nope. No. Like the defense didn't know it was coming. I think it's like you have to go through this and try and actually ask. Because if you don't ask, you don't get. You know.
Well,
That's
his
how I
argument
look
was
at it.
right. He that was the right argument to make. I don't know what else he could have said.
Are you talking about AJ?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
Well, we didn't expect anything but the absolute
No.
worst outcome possible. Anything better than that, Mike? We're kind of lucky. And again,
Yeah.
people call her dumb and stupid. She's not. She's actually pretty
No.
slick. She's real slick. She's doing it by the law.
Yeah.
And we're just going through the motions. And it's going to get to a trial, and she's going to go tell the jury, I know this is so difficult. You know, that type of stuff. Yep. Hey, Shannon.
Any more?
I sent a message I'm trying to get a response here. Shut that off. I got a question for the chat. You guys, would you guys be interested in like a Saturday stream later in the day? It's up to you guys. After hours, maybe something like that.
Yeah.
You know, try and open us up to some new eyes, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not like we don't have a lot to talk about. And you know, there's a lot of great channels making some really good content. And you know, they're all valid points. So if we were able to maybe like, I don't know, I'm just spitballing here, guys. Like Barry, I'd love to have Barry on here, Mike. Barry Lewis.
Sure.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Bring you guys up and let you guys talk some, you know? It's kind of what, yeah, you watch me and Mike play golf and stuff. But if we can maybe just get this into some more eyes, we get some more good information, and we do it after hours, we get more people. Because I mean, there's people listening right now that are at work. They got us in their ear and stuff. I'd like to hear from them people. So we do it like after hours or maybe a little bit later, you know? And we don't want to step on anyone else's channels, we'll say. So that's all something too. We try and give you guys, you know, we don't want to overload you guys. At the same time, we don't want to have you guys make a decision like that. We wouldn't do that. You know, if you guys want to come and hang and chill and
after our sex club.
get involved into the chat, that's just amazing. Oh, Megan, we can do that. Yeah. Yep. Peppers. And I mean, and life goes on, you know, it really does. I know. Counseling show. A lot of people are going to need it. I mean, Mike, think about how much this is taking out of people's lives.
Fucking shitload.
Right, just checking out there with you guys.
A lot of yeses, yeah.
I know.
You know, like, you know, if there's like another stream going on at 6 or 7, we can just go on at 4. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what's the beauty, Mike. We're so flexible like that. Like we're not rigid.
No.
So, but like I was saying, like I'd love to hear from you guys. Like Barry, absolutely, please, my God, yes. You know, Pepper, get Pepper on here. That lady is brilliant. Donkey, let's go, buddy. You know the number, right? So yeah, you're behind. Oh, dude, maybe we can help you with the truck. You need help?
$4:00. Yeah. We can start at 4:20.
Yeah. And do you have a link to that, Kirks? CPUTOM@gmail. I remember seeing something like that. They did a study on it. Yeah, and then you know me and Mike were talking about the buffer zone thing, right? That's a whole story in itself. Then we could talk about the fake charges they threw at Aiden, just like they did to Karen. Oh, Shannon, thank you so much. So, what come out of that tragedy, right? How is the Boston Police Department better since that accident? Right?
Nothing.
So maybe I can talk to the liaison to the Boston Police Department, the public relations, what do you call it there, liaison, and maybe I can ask these questions. Oh, is Danielle? If you're the Danielle if you're the same, I don't know. You're the same Danielle that does the clips of our streams.
No,
different Danielle.
no.
I love both of you Danielles. The one that clips the streams, she's good. I'm very, very I see that and I smile. Like I know that. I know that channel.
She's a funny fuck.
She's awesome.
Yeah. Definitely.
Uh-huh. Let's see. Let's bring this one up. You ready, Mike?
Yeah, buddy.
Good morning.
How are you?
Dynamite and you. Uh-oh.
Be there. Good morning.
Jen Root. We've had Jen Root before. She's great too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you see Nan?
I can, yes. Yeah. I mean, we didn't expect that motion to be granted, but it had to be filed. So
Wasn't that good though?
it was a great argument.
And she just, nope, wasn't happening.
So she already had it in her head that she wasn't going to go anyways. Just she wanted to go through the process of letting lawyers speak, get it on record, deny
Yeah.
it. Here we go.
Let's go.
Perfect timing, girl.
Thank you.
Good morning again, council.
Nan has entered the building.
Good morning, James. Happy Friday.
I have my
So
Jackson
I do have to
t-shirt
ask
on.
you, there's 3 questions.
Nice.
Are you all able to follow my instructions?
do
Oh
this.
yeah, we do this all day. I love it.
If anyone since we left yesterday. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to
Thanks,
follow
Renee,
the
for the
instructions
$20.
and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
Yes.
As you know, yesterday the Commonwealth rested, and as you know, the defendant has absolutely no burden of proof in this case, does not have to put on a case, but I hear that you are. So your first witness, please, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here we go. Prime time.
Court's permission, we would ask that Matthew DeSoto join us.
Okay.
And it's Jackson doing it. And this is
Yes.
scientific stuff. So let's see.
Yeah.
Real scientific. Not make stuff fit scientific. Oh, I
That's
hope,
right.
I pray the jurors get this guy.
I'm interested to see how Brennan's going to be able to cross these people with the expert witnesses, where he's so diversified through, criminal law. Not really his strong point is, an engineering degree or what have you. Like Bob Aless is a doctor or an engineer. He has all that shit down. It'll be interesting what Brennan can do with this guy. All right. First of all, is he eye candy, Dan? Is he good looking enough to pass the eye? Because people are going to want to know.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
She's trying to put her glasses.
Thank you, Mr. DeSogra. Could you please
That's-
state
He's
your
not
full
bad.
name and spell your last name for the judge, please?
That's a go.
Matthew DeSogra, last name Disogra.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I am a licensed professional engineer. I practice in the field of accident reconstruction. And within that field, I specialize in analysis, interpretation, and accessing all types of vehicle data.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed by Delta V Forensic Engineering, which is an engineering firm that specializes in accident reconstruction, all parts of accident reconstruction.
Tell us a little bit more about Delta V. What is it? What kind of company is it? But other than that specialty, what else does it do?
So accident reconstruction is a broad field. There are a lot of subspecialties within that. So accident reconstruction is everything from the initial investigation phases of a crash all the way through testimony, like here today. Some of the specialties within that could be things like biomechanics, could be human factors, and my specialty is data, vehicle data, and event data recorders.
Staying on that topic, what is your current title or position with Delta V?
I am the Director of Engineering for our EDR services line.
What does EDR services mean?
So event data recorders. So EDR is a general term we can use to talk about all types of data from all types of vehicles.
And how would you describe your role as the Director of Engineering for EDR services for Delta V?
I wear a couple of different hats. First and foremost, I'm still a practicing engineer. I still conduct investigations. I still perform analyses, and I testify. On top of that, in the director role, I oversee a group. It's not just me doing this kind of work. I have 3 other engineers that work with me, all specializing in EDRs. So I oversee that group and focus on kind of the day-to-day operations as well as the direction we're going. with things like autonomous vehicles coming, the role of data is growing. So we're kind of looking to the future in a lot of those ways.
As a consulting engineer, you've indicated what your specialization is. Do you specialize in motor vehicle accident reconstruction as well as vehicle system analyses?
I began my career at Delta V doing traditional accident reconstruction in the broadest sense. And as I have progressed, I have sort of narrowed myself down and now specialize in that. But I still consider myself an expert in accident reconstruction because ultimately,
No, please finish.
Ultimately, anytime we're doing EDR or data analysis, it is in support of an accident reconstruction.
You talked about event data recorders. Do you also engage in the specialty of advanced data recovery methods? In other words, methods of pulling the data. It's one thing to have it sitting in a car. It's another thing to pull it out and make it useful, correct?
That's right. There are a lot of different ways data can be accessed, all the way from just plugging into a port on a working vehicle, all the way through when a vehicle is catastrophically damaged and even the modules themselves are damaged, accessing the data at the chip level. So no matter what condition a vehicle or the remnants of a vehicle are in, generally we can still get the data from that.
Do you have any specific knowledge about Toyota data?
I do.
Describe that for us.
Beyond Toyota being a common vehicle in general, so we run into that data quite frequently. Just this year, we published a paper specifically studying some of the behaviors of the additional data recorder that's in Toyota vehicles.
Does Toyota make another sub-brand, for lack of a better phrase?
Lexus, I believe you're.
So Lexus is a Toyota brand, broadly.
Correct.
Okay. What is infotainment? It's kind of a combination of a couple of words, information and entertainment. What is infotainment data as it relates to vehicles, modern vehicles?
So that's it. It's a generic term, which more or less means the thing that's in the middle of the dashboard with the screen on it. A lot of manufacturers implement that a little bit differently, so they all look different, but it's a general term we use in the industry to describe that system.
And what about, I'm going to change gears a little bit, what about your experience with regard to GPS as it relates to vehicles on the road, on the common roadways of the country?
GPS is a pretty fundamental part of vehicle data as a whole at this point, and we run into it in a lot of different places. We see GPS data from infotainment systems, so we're analyzing that data. Most of that's GPS based. I do a lot of heavy truck work, and almost every heavy truck has some kind of GPS system in it for the fleets to track them, so we're analyzing that as part of data. And then the last area would be when we conduct testing, any kind of research, we're generally going to put our own GPS systems on vehicles so we can study that data. So analyzing GPS is a regular part of my job.
GPS, global, I'm going by memory, global positioning satellites?
Global positioning system.
System, got it. GPS is a mechanism to figure out where on Earth a certain item might be, whether it's this pin or an 18-wheel tractor trailer, correct?
That's correct.
Is there any difference inherently in the GPS mechanism that's installed in an infotainment center in a Toyota Lexus, versus a heavy truck or a heavy vehicle that's on the road?
The core technology behind how it works is fundamentally the same.
What is instrumented testing as it relates to Toyotas and VCH testing and things of that nature? Can you explain that for the jurors?
Sure. What instrumented testing means is, let's say we want to study, let's say how accurate some data is that comes out of one of these vehicles. So we need an independent source of that information. So what we'll do is we'll equip a vehicle with one of these GPS data acquisition systems. Basically, we can drive the vehicle around and we know exactly where it is, how fast it's going, all these parameters. We can do some maneuvers with the vehicle, then we can download the data that the vehicle stored, and now we can compare the two and say, okay, well, if we have really high confidence in our system, how accurate is the vehicle system? Because the reality is there's always some small errors in these vehicle systems. And in a lot of cases, what's important is quantifying that error.
So you're obviously familiar with GPS systems in many different platforms.
That's correct.
Okay. How many cases have you been a part of in terms of investigating and or analyzing infotainment center or infotainment system data?
Infotainment specifically, probably around 30.
And are you also familiar with engaging in some sort of analysis that's referred to as clock alignment?
Yes.
What is clock alignment?
Clock alignment would mean that anytime we have a timestamp in any set of data, a singular clock value, there's a good likelihood that that's not 100% accurate. So clock alignment would mean finding an independent source of time to compare that to, preferably one that's more reliable, and then making the necessary adjustments so that time can be considered real time.
How many cases have you been involved in that deal with clock alignment specifically?
Thousands, over 1,000. That's a regular part of data analysis. Any data set that has a timestamp, it's normal. It's part of the analysis. It's really the first step is let's get that clock aligned. So it's something I'm doing regularly.
And how long have you worked for Delta V?
It'll be my 13-year anniversary next month, actually.
Okay. These things that you just described that we've talked about for the last few minutes, these are all duties that you perform within the rubric of your employment as the director of engineering at Delta V, correct?
Correct.
Now let's shift gears real quick and talk about your education, training, and background that qualifies you to perform these duties that you just talked about. Go ahead. The road is open and it's yours.
Certainly. So I began my academic career. I got an undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. I then went on and got a master's degree also in mechanical engineering from the same school.
Wow.
And then when I came out of school, I immediately started working for Delta V, Forensic Engineering. In order to get a professional engineer license, I then needed to acquire 4 additional years of work directly under the supervision of another licensed engineer. So then I completed that phase of work. And then in order to maintain my license, I have to complete continuing education every year in the field that I practice.
So you got both a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct, Bachelor of Science.
Did you mention the year that you got your Bachelor of Science?
2011.
And you have a Master's
Correct.
in engineering.
That is correct.
And when did you secure that degree?
2013.
You just mentioned engaging in continuing education. What is continuing education in terms of the engineering field or the reconstruction field in your world?
So in the state that I'm licensed, in North Carolina, they define that really as any activity you're participating in that's keeping you abreast with the field, keeping you up to date with what's going on. So taking formal classes counts for continuing education, but also some of the other work that I do, like publishing research in peer-reviewed journals, also counts as continuing education.
Do you regularly attend symposiums or symposia, I guess is the right
Yes.
word? Have you attended symposia related to EDR research and training?
Yes.
How about advanced applications of heavy vehicle EDR data?
Correct. Yeah, I attend. There's a couple of regular conferences in our industry specifically tailored to EDRs as a whole for passenger vehicles and heavy trucks. I'm a regular attendee of those. I'm also a regular speaker at most of those. And I'm usually presenting some of the new research that we have for that year.
So not only do you attend, you actually teach.
Correct.
Wow.
Christ.
Have you attended data? Have you attended events that deal with data, event data recording systems, and event data recording system extraction?
Yes.
What about vehicle crash reconstruction?
Yes.
What about electronic control module imaging?
Yes.
What about electronic control model analysis?
Yes.
Applying automotive EDR data to traffic reconstruction?
Yes.
These are samples of the type of continuing education that you routinely engage in, correct?
All that's accurate.
You talked about additional licenses and professional registrations. You're a licensed professional engineer, correct?
That's correct.
In North Carolina?
Correct.
You're also a certified IPC specialist?
Yes.
What is an IPC specialist?
IPC is an organization that offers certifications in basically soldering. I could say it in more technical ways, but it boils down to soldering. So as it relates to what I do, when we are recovering data from damaged EDRs at the chip level, that involves some really precise soldering work. And so IPC offers courses in how to do that at basically the highest level, and then they offer certifications for that.
Are you a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers?
I am active member.
When you say an active member, is that a nationally recognized society for academic engineers?
Yes.
The teaching roles that you've held within organizations, have you been an instructor concerning accessing and interpreting heavy vehicle data event recorders?
I am. I am currently an instructor of that course, which is offered through the Society of Automotive Engineers.
As a matter of fact, next week, are you going someplace to teach?
I am. I will be in Wisconsin next week teaching that very course.
Are you a member of any subcommittees within that organization, within the organization of the Society for Automotive Engineers?
I am. I am a voting member in the J2728 subcommittee, which is a subcommittee for event data recorders on trucks and buses.
Are you also
Wow.
a member of the National Association of Professional Reconstruction Specialists?
I am.
Does that require a certain level of education?
It does, and it requires, as far as I know, when I joined, sort of proof that you are active within the field of accident reconstruction.
That was my next question. It requires you to stay current on accident reconstruction issues, correct?
Correct.
Have you also authored peer-reviewed articles on within your field and
Yes.
subfield? Is it fair to say that you've authored or co-authored a number of peer-reviewed papers in the field of accident reconstruction specifically, as well as EDR data retrieval?
That's correct.
Have any of your peer-reviewed articles that you've either authored or co-authored specifically focused on Toyota vehicles?
Yes.
Can you name one of those?
Specifically, this year, published a paper where we studied the effects of collision-induced power loss on the way data is recorded in Toyota systems. And that would include Lexus systems. Fundamentally, they're the same components, it's just a different brand on top.
In January 2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recording Testing?
Mr. Jackson, you're going to have to repeat that.
Of course. Sorry. In January 2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recorder Testing?
Yes, I was the lead author on that paper.
When you're dealing with retrieving data from a vehicle, an EDR, an event data recorder, Toyota paper, whatever it might be, and that's a term of art, Toyota paper, correct?
Sure.
Does it matter if the vehicle is a heavy vehicle, a small vehicle, a passenger vehicle, a moped, or a skateboard if they happen to have an infotainment center on it?
There are differences, of course, between the data that comes out of passenger vehicles and the data that comes out of heavy trucks, but there are also a lot of fundamental similarities to those. Like, for example, they all record vehicle speed. They all have accelerator pedals. They all have brake pedals. So a lot of the core data we're analyzing is very similar.
In January 2020, did you co-author a publication entitled Chip and Board Level Digital Forensics of Cummins Heavy Vehicle Data Event Recorders?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was the fundamental, without getting into the granular details, the fundamental aspect of that paper?
So, in that research, we introduced a new technique for getting data out of damaged modules. So, you know, they're either burned, they've been submerged in the water, they're crushed physically from impact. We demonstrated a new method to be able to get data less invasively, but still at the chip level. And we also demonstrated that we could translate that data from the chips outside of the software that was provided. So you could use the software and get the data that way.
Right.
And we demonstrated we could basically do it ourselves if we wanted to.
Hack.
Mr. DeSogra, have you been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of accident reconstruction, EDR data retrieval? And recovery?
Yes,
How many times?
once
When was that?
in New York.
You were deemed qualified as an expert in that court in this field that you're talking about today.
Specifically with, as it relates to data, yes.
I want to talk a little bit about what you were asked to do in this case. We asked to undertake a review of certain work performed by a person by the name of Shannon Burgess with Aperture?
Oh,
Yes.
Are you familiar
Notice
with
the eye
Aperture?
roll.
Yes.
Before you were asked to undertake
This
that
guy.
There's an
review,
embarrassment to the
were you familiar
community.
with Aperture?
he's thinking already, how do I answer
Were you
this?
familiar specifically with Shannon Burgess?
Yes.
Were you
Oh,
asked to
shit.
engage in any original analysis in this case?
All of my analysis is fundamentally based on all of the data and the numbers provided in the Aperture reports. So
Oh,
more or less the answer to your
shit.
question is no.
This is
So
important.
you were asked specifically to give the court and the jurors clarity on data that Shannon Burgess had analyzed and provided a report about, correct?
Correct.
And that dealt with data obtained from Miss Reed's SUV, Karen Reed's SUV, correct?
Correct.
Did you in fact review Shannon Burgess's report summarizing his findings and conclusions regarding clock drift? That report was dated in January of 2025.
Yes.
And what did you do in that regard?
I
Threw up.
shredded.
I analyzed the methods that Mr. Burgess proposed for aligning the clocks in that report.
Oh, shit.
Were you also asked at some point to review Judson Welcher's report and PowerPoint presentation regarding the timing of the text stream event known as 1162-2, 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you determine whether Dr. Welcher had based his report on Shannon Burgess's analysis?
Yes.
Before
Also
we get into that,
important.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about text stream events, so we're all talking sort of with the same vocabulary, if we could. When I say text stream event, have you ever heard that called a trigger event?
Yes.
Are those sort of synonymous?
The event, in order to be generated, has to be triggered by something. So, yes.
You became aware in your analysis, I'm assuming, that Dr. Welcher reported a trigger event at a particular time or span of time, correct?
Correct.
What span of time was that? I should say, what time was that?
For which event? Just so
For
I'm
the
clear.
1162-2 event, sorry.
Do you mind if I reference the slide? Because I don't have the number
With
committed.
the court's
to
permission.
Go ahead.
Do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do, Your Honor.
This guy's awesome. I love this guy.
They want everything to stem from Burgess.
Yeah.
If she's ever convicted, this ensures that that would be reversed.
So
Okay.
the
That makes sense.
original analysis places event 1162-2 ending at 12:31:43 a.m.
Now, Dr. Welcher, this is what I want to talk about for just a quick second. Dr. Welcher indicated that the trigger event began at 12:31:38, correct?
I believe so.
That would suggest that a trigger event lasts 5 seconds, 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Sustained is to form.
Nothing wrong with that question.
Let me ask you this.
I know.
Does a trigger event or does a text stream event last 5 seconds or 10 seconds?
The trigger is a singular point in time.
That's
Thank
my
you.
question.
Yep.
So if we're thinking about a trigger event, it's like that clap, snap,
Jack,
right? It's a
uh,
point in time, not a series of, not a
Drifts.
time span, correct?
It's a singular point, correct?
Okay. Does
Yep.
a trigger event or a text stream event cause a recording to bookend the trigger event itself?
Yes.
Explain that for the jurors so that we're very clear about that.
Sure. So when an event is triggered, what we end up with is some data from before the event was triggered and some data from after the event was triggered. The way it does that is it's kind of always recording, and as soon as it sees a trigger, it says, aha, and it goes and it grabs the previous 5 seconds. That number can vary, it can be more or less than 5, but for the specific trigger we're talking about, it grabs the previous 5 seconds of data, and then it keeps recording for an additional 5 seconds, and that completes its recording phase.
Right. So if Dr. Welcher indicated that the text stream event, the trigger, was at 12:31:38. Would it be accurate if he said that trigger ended at 12:31:43?
Sustained as to form.
Nothing wrong with that.
Is there any, if a trigger event is one point in time, one snap in time, would it be accurate to say that the trigger event itself lasted 5 seconds and ended 5 seconds later?
It wouldn't be accurate to say the trigger lasted that long.
That's my question.
The event lasts that long, but the trigger is only one point within the event.
The recording lasts that long.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
So in other words, it captures, or does it, let me ask you this, does it capture 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after? But the trigger event is the singular point right in the middle.
That's correct.
Okay.
Brian, morning.
Thank you, Brian.
If
This guy's
you
a
were to
good skin.
calculate the
Huh?
window
Good skin.
between the trigger event or the text stream event and a lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, you analyzed both, correct? Or you reviewed both, correct?
Correct.
Oh shit.
Would you
Oh shit.
calculate from the point of the trigger, would you calculate from 12:31:38, that point in time, and I'm using the tip of my pen to represent the point, at 12:31:38, or would you calculate it from 12:31:43?
Customarily, when we're doing any analysis, we're referencing everything off of the trigger. That's the normal way. Everything in the aperture reports was referenced off of the end of the event. So
Of the recording event,
of the recording event.
not
So-
the trigger.
Correct. And I didn't correct that. I just went with that convention for all of the analysis I did.
But you noted it, correct?
Correct.
And you noted that that would be 5 seconds inaccurate? I'll withdraw it. I'll ask it a different way. What would be the effect of timing if you were to start at the trigger event, 12:31:38, versus timing the event if you were to start at 12:31:43?
There'd be approximately 5-second difference in every subsequent calculation.
And if, in fact, there was a lock event, which you reviewed, at 12:32:09, how long would the actual window be from the trigger event to 12:32:09?
It would be larger by 5 seconds, approximately.
So it would actually be 31 seconds, correct? Did I do my math right?
You did.
Let's get back, if we can, to the offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's, the time offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's report. When you applied the potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess to the text stream event at 1162-2, what opinions or conclusions did you come to with regard to that analysis or that question?
Sustained, ask it to.
Oh my God.
Did you apply
Right.
the potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess in his January 2025 report to the text stream event 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you also apply Dr. Welcher's analysis based on that same Shannon Burgess analysis to reach an opinion or a conclusion?
Yes.
And what was your opinion or conclusion with regard to that event and the timing
Objection?
following that event?
Based on all of the data in those two original reports, regardless of what adjustment is made or which 2 points are used to try to correct the clock, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of the event, using their convention of referencing off the end of the event, not the trigger, that it always occurs after.
And that was based on Shannon Burgess's January 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
What was that based on? Which report? We're dealing with two different reports, May and January. I want to make sure we differentiate. Which report are you just now talking about?
I'm talking about the January report.
Now, did Mr. Burgess, were you supplied with a supplemental report by Mr. Burgess?
Yes, I was.
When was that?
2 weeks
Slightly
ago?
after he issued it, but I don't know the exact date.
Say that again?
It was issued on, his report was dated May 8th, and I think I was provided it a couple days after that.
Wow.
I don't remember the exact date.
So,
Wow.
do you know when this trial started?
No, I don't know the exact date.
I know
April
you're not watching the
22nd.
trial, but it was in the middle of this trial, correct?
Jesus.
I'll ask a different question. With regard to the original report, the January 2025 report, was there any circumstance in which Mr. Burgess and Mr. Welcher could conclude that the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, that lock event, occurred before the trigger event? Objection.
Sustained.
She's suddenly
What?
policing leading questions.
Yeah. Funny how that works.
What is your opinion about whether or not there was any analysis done by Mr. Burgess or Mr. Welcher that put the lock event occurring before the trigger?
What? How does he get this question?
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yeah, I can explain.
Yeah, please do, Dan, because I'm confused. Why can't he ask that question that way?
So, by the way, good morning to your chat. I kind of joined as you guys were starting, but so what's going on here first is that Bev is now policing leading questions, which is ridiculous in light of what she did and let Hank get away with. But what's happening now is, as she's policing leading questions, and AJ is understandably going to struggle a little bit, as any attorney would, with that, which is why we should think ahead and say, okay, how are we going to ask questions of Higgins and or Proctor, etc.
Right.
This expert, who is fantastic and very qualified, this expert knows, he has to know because the defense team would have prepped him. He knows what AJ and the defense team want to elicit from him, what they need to get out of him.
Right.
The best way to cure this current obstacle or roadblock on leading questions is to just ask this very open-ended question to DeSogra. Say, I've been asking you questions. I don't know if he's a doctor, Mr. DeSogra. I've been asking you these questions. Can you explain what your opinion is on when the trigger, when the lock event happens in relation to the trigger, and just let him give a narrative answer.
Okay.
We'll see if an open-ended question solves the problem.
Okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Back to my question. Was there any circumstance, based on your review, that if the text stream event occurred at 12:31:38,
Okay.
that there was any circumstance that the lock event occurred before that trigger event?
There was not.
You got it in.
I was actually kind of leading, but that's good.
What word is leading there, Nan? What two,
Did you
two,
create
three
a
words?
PowerPoint?
Is there anything
for
that kind of
clarity
Opinion.
in March of 2025?
Yes,
Did you provide that to us?
I did.
get back to me?
What
Yeah.
was the purpose of creating the PowerPoint?
More than 1 or 2 words, right?
The purpose of the PowerPoint was really to take a bunch of different data elements that were kind of placed throughout Mr. Burgess's report and Dr. Welcher's report in PowerPoint, and compile them into a single source, a single table, essentially, to show as clearly as possible what the conclusions would be if we look at the data as a whole.
When
Nice.
you created that PowerPoint presentation, did you create it with the intention of providing it to the defense, which would then be provided to the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not that was disclosed to the Commonwealth as part of the normal discovery process?
No.
So the answer is.
Come on, Hank.
Following your
hypocrite.
Is that right? Isn't it?
presentation
All of them.
of the
Wrong.
PowerPoint to us,
He's got good skin.
at some point, did you
So do you, Mike.
Oh, come on.
receive from Mr. Burgess
Stop.
an amended report,
Stop it.
an amended PowerPoint?
I received an amended PowerPoint by Mr. Burgess, not from him, though, from you.
Fair enough, fair enough. Did that report, or did that PowerPoint, however you want to put it, markedly, was it any different than his January 2025 report?
Yes. Yes.
Did you note any conclusions? Did you note the conclusions that he came to in January 2025? Going back to the original report?
Yes.
Did you note conclusions and opinions that he came to in May of 2025?
Yes.
Were those two things different?
Sustained.
Were the conclusions, not his opinions, were his
Yeah.
conclusions different?
Sustained.
Was there any
Come on,
difference in
Bev.
the two reports?
There was.
Tell me the differences.
In the first report, Mr. Burgess did some of the calculations that are necessary to correct or adjust the times based on certain approaches, but never went through the final step of applying those calculations to the times and coming up with a final time.
Ouch!
In the supplemental report,
Damn.
he then essentially took that analysis to the end. He approached it in a new way, a different way than he had previously laid out in the first report, but then he also took it all the way to the end by applying those calculations to the times.
What were the main differences? Explain for the court and for the jurors, what were the main differences that he changed in the May 2025 report?
Contrasting it with the original
Correct.
report, in the
Right.
original report, he laid out some methodologies for correcting the clock using phone calls that were shared between the vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And in the supplemental report, he moved away from the phone call analysis and moved to attempting to align the clocks using a shared maneuver between the vehicle and the phone.
What was the shared
Oh.
maneuver?
It was a 3-point turn.
Okay.
Was that the same analysis that he had in January 2025?
He did not have that analysis in the January
Oh.
2025 report.
Thank you.
Jesus.
Based on
Wow.
the new information in the May 2025 report, what was the effect, as you see it, regarding the possible scenarios?
So I did the exact same process I did using the supplemental report as I did on the first report. And when I ran all those numbers and those calculations, it turned out there are now some scenarios in which the phone lock occurs after the end of the event. There's some scenarios where the phone lock occurs simultaneously, like literally at the same second. And there are some scenarios where it occurs before. So now there's a range.
So, Mr. Burgess's report, his new report, his amended report, widened that gap to allow him to opine that there were scenarios that occurred after the phone lock event, correct?
The objection sustained.
Come on, Bev.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of clarifying Mr. Burgess's analysis?
Sustained.
What?
Did you seek to clarify Mr. Burgess's analysis?
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Jesus, Hank.
Man,
Let him
you gotta
play
help
the
me out
figure.
here.
This is so evident that she is biased. I'm on full corrupt mode with her, but
Okay. All right.
the bias juxtaposed that she is exhibiting now versus even what she was doing yesterday, the way Hank was it yesterday? No, the cross was yesterday. Whenever Hank was leading, what's his name, Welcher, and any other Commonwealth witness on direct, it's unbelievable Bev, these questions that are being asked are not leading questions of Mr. DeSogra. And in scientific and data-driven lines of inquiry, especially where the jury is just not going to naturally grasp the subject matter, it's actually really understood and very accepted in the legal community in all jurisdictions that the attorney calling the expert witness gets a little bit more latitude in how he asks questions, because otherwise the jury will be sitting there for a week
Trying to get one question out. Right.
Right. So it's kind of like a case by case, question by question basis. But even in this most recent instance, AJ, who's been doing this for a long time and is really great at, especially maybe not as great as Alessi, but in the scientific and data driven lines of questioning, he just tried like 4 different times to ask a question, all of which were not leading, but he tried to correct or cure the defect, and Hank's going to object every time. And he's doing that because Bev is in his back pocket, and he's doing it to throw AJ off of his natural flow.
Icing the kicker. He's icing the kicker, Mikey. We talked about that. Remember?
Yep.
So they are still doing that.
Yep.
Wow.
And that does get to you when you are questioning
Yeah.
witness
Yes.
and you're interrupted.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of your
She looks
analysis?
fucking hangry today.
What was the reason and what was the purpose for your PowerPoint presentation?
I needed to include in my analysis the approach and the conclusions from the supplemental report by Mr. Burgess.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes,
Mike, I would say Bev looks banged up.
yes.
Yeah, she
Banged
doesn't
up
look
Bev.
good today. I think she's gonna really pay attention today instead of just letting Hank do his thing, and she's not gonna really get involved with
Through
the
it, let me know
objections.
once you
and
familiarize
stand.
yourself with it.
Yep.
I gotta know what the word, like what word pattern can be used, can't be used, but it seems like it changes day to day with her.
It
really
does.
does.
What is that document?
This is a printout of the PowerPoint presentation that I prepared.
Is it true and accurate?
Yes,
And it's complete?
it appears to be.
Your Honor, I would move for its admission, please.
I have no objection.
Okay.
Thanks, Hank. Fucking cuck. Sorry.
I love it. Come on. Look who you're sitting with, Mikey.
I forgot. You are just as dirty as I am when it comes to words.
If not more.
I saw your post this morning. I wrote back in. Someone woke up spicy this
Display
morning.
the PowerPoint presentation.
Every morning.
Huh?
Mr. DeSogra, can you still see with the lights off sufficient to see what's on the screen and what's in front of you?
Yes.
Okay.
This guy's
Do you
very good at
recognize
this,
what's
Dan.
on the screen?
Yes.
What is that?
That
Very
is
likable.
the title page of the PowerPoint that I prepared.
And what is the how would you describe the PowerPoint?
So this PowerPoint is largely identical to the first PowerPoint I prepared in that it seeks to take all of the different approaches between the initial Burgess report, the supplemental Burgess report, and Dr. Welcher's report, lay out all of those approaches in one kind of coherent fashion so we can look at what conclusions we
Thank
can
you.
draw from all of that data.
With the court's permission, can we go to slide 2?
Yes. Mr. Jackson, you can just use this PowerPoint. It's in evidence. You don't have to ask slide to slide.
Thank you, Your Honor. Taking a look at this next slide, what is this? What are we looking at?
This is a slide from Dr. Welcher's presentation that I was provided. Specifically, this is his slide number 33.
And what does it show?
This is where he introduces the first, acknowledgement that there's a difference between the time that Aperture calculated for the end of event 1162-2 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone.
Is there anything in this slide that you disagree with in Mr. Welcher's presentation that you disagree with? It's up on the...
I added the 2 green boxes and the text, the word after. That's not Dr. Welcher's. And I added that because it's stated here that the event occurred within 26 seconds. But if we do the math, and he actually does the math, it's he really means after. He means the phone lock event occurred 26 seconds after the end of the vehicle event as calculated.
Oh, we
Move
know what he
strike.
really meant.
She just moved
The
the
phone
strike.
interaction happens how many seconds after the text stream is
She allowed
ended?
it.
Based on this slide, 26 seconds.
Thank you. And the text stream event that we're talking about is what number?
1162-2.
And this slide, other than the green, is this slide or the portion of the slide that we're looking at, other than what you've described, is this directly from Mr. Welcher's own analysis or his PowerPoint?
Right. I added the green box around within, the dashed green box around the whole paragraph, the line, and the words after. Those are my additions.
Let's go to the next slide. Can you tell us what this is?
This is more or less a repeat of what's on the first slide, but just shown with a little more focus. The first slide is a little busy. So what
Did you, I'm sorry, Mr. DeSogra, did you create this or is this from Dr. Welcher's report?
I created everything on this slide apart from in the top right. That came from Dr. Welcher's slide 33.
Although you created the slide, where's the data coming from for this slide?
All of the data on this slide and all of my subsequent slides comes from the Aperture reports collectively, either Dr. Welcher's report or slides or Mr. Burgess's first and second reports.
What did their analysis reveal in terms of the time, the exact time of the lock event for Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
So in their analysis, in Aperture's analysis, they report the Lexus event 1162.2 ends at 12:31:43, and they also report there's a phone lock at 12:32:09. So if we just simply take the difference in those two times, we get 26 seconds.
If you were to add the 5 seconds back to 12:31:38, which is the actual trigger event, what would you come up with?
31 seconds.
Which of the two, in your expert opinion, which of those two numbers is more accurate as it relates to the trigger event?
If we wanted to conduct the analysis relative to the trigger, it would be better to use the actual trigger time. However, as long as we're consistent through the analysis, it's not entirely wrong to use the end. It would be wrong if I suddenly switched up and started talking about this relative to the trigger event, but they present it as the end of the event, so I conduct the rest of my analysis using that convention.
Is another word for the end of the event the end of the recording?
End of the recording, yeah. When I say event, what I mean by that is the data event, the data recording event.
But the trigger event itself, 12:31:38.
Correct.
Did you put a name on this gap, if you will, this time frame?
Yes, I did. For the sake of the rest of the analysis that I'm going to do, I thought it would be helpful to just refer to this difference in time as John's interaction window.
And that refers directly to the interaction with the phone, the human interaction of locking the phone.
The 12:32:09 lock.
Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. What does this slide show us?
So this, here what I'm doing is I'm kind of laying out the bounds of what I mean in John's interaction window, which should make, we have a lot of numbers to go through here, and so this should give us a very easy metric for kind of determining whether we have an event before or after. So what I mean by that is when we calculate John's interaction window, if that number comes out and is positive, that means the phone interaction occurs after the end of the vehicle event. And if we calculate John's interaction window and that number becomes a negative value, then that means the phone interaction occurs before. So now we have just a convention we can use really quickly to say, is it positive or is it negative? And we can maybe spare ourselves some of the math with 1,000 numbers.
So positive means what? One more time.
Positive, John's interaction window positive means the phone lock occurs after the end of vehicle event 1162-2.
Got it. Let's go to the next slide, please. What does this slide show us?
So what I'm saying here, I'm kind of laying the foundation for why we're going to even do this. Why do we need to start doing math on these clocks? So fundamentally, the phone, Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and the vehicle, Ms. Reed's vehicle, they're separate clocks. And it's very unlikely that they're going to be aligned perfectly in time. Right? If I compared my watch to your watch, it would probably be off. And that's the same case for any two independent clock sources.
Right.
So Aperture, in their collective reports, propose a number of different ways in which that can be corrected. So I'm going to go through all of those ways that Aperture has proposed and show if we align the clocks based on how they laid out, does John's interaction window stay positive or does it ever become negative? Where does it end up when we run all those analyses? Or another way to put it is, does the phone interaction always occur after the end of the vehicle event?
And what did you determine?
Based on the initial reports,
Yes.
the phone interaction always occurs after the end of the vehicle event.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, after.
Did
After.
all
But
of
that-
the information that's on this slide come from the same source or multiple sources, meaning Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher?
In the PowerPoint as a whole, all the information comes from the Aperture reports collectively,
Okay.
from Dr. Welcher and Mr. Burgess.
Did Mr. Burgess make any adjustments from his original
His
report
May
to
report.
his subsequent report in May of 2025?
Yes.
Oh,
Let's go
no.
to slide 6, please.
Adjustments. That's a
Tell me
euphemism.
about this.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
So
used
this is
lightly.
the first adjustment we're going to talk about.
This guy's
And this one
good.
comes from Mr. Burgess's original report. And to summarize this adjustment, this is a key on timing adjustment. And we're going to show that the key on, the actual turning of the vehicle on, occurs about 3 seconds before that time gets registered in the infotainment. So the time we see is basically stale by 3 seconds.
You lost me. You
Wow.
lost me to
We're
Sogra.
all familiar with how computers turn on. When you say key on, do you mean a physical key or could it be the push button to turn the car on?
In this case, it's a button. I refer to key on because generally that event is considered the key on in vehicle parlance, regardless of whether there's a physical key or it's a push button.
So those 3 seconds mean what? What's the difference between pushing that button and 3 seconds later that you just described?
It means that when we're trying to use the timestamps that were recovered from the infotainment system that show when the vehicle was keyed on or turned on, that the vehicle was actually or likely turned on 3 seconds before that.
Do you know where the 3-second conclusion came from in Mr. Burgess's report?
That came from the testing that Aperture conducted with the exemplar Lexus that they purchased.
Oh, shit.
Was there anything in the report that indicated testing, this type of exact testing on Miss Reed's actual Lexus?
No.
What?
Do you have an
Done.
opinion as to whether or not all Lexuses, at least of this make and model and year, would have the exact same 3-second delay? Or could that be different?
Different.
It could be different in their testing. In their testing, they only tested one exemplar vehicle. So I think there was a solid foundation that the exemplar that was used exhibited this 3-second delay. It was a very close match in terms of part numbers and software versions to Ms. Reed's Lexus. But without any kind of testing of, let's say, a second vehicle, a second exemplar, we wouldn't know. We wouldn't have any basis to say
Bingo.
it must be 3. We could test a second vehicle and it could be 5. So we say, well, there's a delay, but it varies vehicle to vehicle. They could have tested a second vehicle and found it's also 3. And then you start to build some confidence that maybe it is 3 across every vehicle. But with only testing one and not testing the subject vehicle, it is difficult to say with absolute certainty it would be 3 seconds.
What is your opinion about best practices with regard to trying to create this gap for purposes of coming to an opinion or an analysis?
So because we don't know whether or not this specifically would apply to Ms. Reed's vehicle, the best way to conduct that analysis would be to do the entire thing with the key switch adjustment at 3 seconds. Because if we're going to use a value, 3 is the most reasonable one because that's the one shown in testing. But we should also do the entire analysis without it in case we feel that that's the most appropriate. So in fact, that's what I do and will show is I ran the analysis both ways, with and without, to be as conservative as possible.
Did your review of Mr. Burgess's report indicate that he ran the analysis both ways?
He did not.
Let's go to slide 7.
What?
How?
Fuck.
What are we looking at here?
This is
Garbage.
an excerpt from Mr. Burgess's original report, his page 28 and his page, there's a screenshot also from his page 30 at the bottom. And this is where he states in that report that when they were doing the testing with the exemplar, they observed across 4 different key-on cycles this 3-second difference. So what I mean by that is they had a video camera in the car that had a timer on it. And so in the video, you can see the button pressed. So in their testing, for example, they pressed the button at 21:48:05, and that's sort of nailed down. When they went back and downloaded the data from the infotainment, the key on was logged in the infotainment as 21:48:08. So there's the 3 seconds. That's where they're getting that from. And that's what he states highlighted in red there. It's a little
There's no
hard to
constant to
read.
bounce it
but
off
It
of.
basically says the average across 4
That's
runs
right.
was 3 seconds.
The 3-second delay, was that actually in his report?
This is the only point in the report it's mentioned.
And I guess what I'm asking, it was an inartful question. The portion to the left, is that his report or your report?
That is his report. Everything on the left-hand side of this slide comes from Mr. Burgess's report.
So the 3-second delay was noted in his report.
It was noted.
Did he apply the 3 seconds in his analysis?
He did not.
Did he indicate in his report why
Wow.
he ignored that 3-second delay?
He did not.
Sustained as to that question.
Was that even objected to?
Answer.
Did he
They never
indicate in his
objected.
report the reason that he did not apply the 3-second correction?
He did not.
When you
Wow.
do apply the 3-second correction, what do you come up with as it relates to the 26 seconds from the end of the recording?
So the positive 26-second window, if we only apply the 3-second key on, grows to positive 29 seconds.
If you applied the same 3 seconds to the trigger event time, now what does the gap?
That gap would grow to a positive 34 seconds.
Between the trigger event and what?
The phone lock.
Damn.
They grabbed his phone right away. They got him for his
In your
phone.
opinion, was it
Yeah.
best
Yeah, fine.
practice to not account for that 3-second delay between the on switch and the data coming on?
Sustained as.
He was waiting for it.
What, in your opinion, would be the best practice in terms
Look
of
at
those
him.
3 seconds that was noted in the exemplar vehicle?
The best practice would be to run the analysis with that adjustment included and without that adjustment included. Because like I stated, without testing of an additional vehicle, we really don't know if the 3 seconds is just a specific behavior of that exemplar or if it's representative of all Lexuses of this type.
Let's go to slide 8, please.
Makes it sound really easy for me.
Tell us what we're looking at in
Right.
this slide.
Dumbed it
So
down.
now we're
really
going to get
nice for me.
into the next adjustments. That first adjustment we just talked about was really a vehicle-to-vehicle adjustment. We haven't talked about the phone yet. We're going to get into the phone now and talk about aligning
Wow.
that. But we had to get through the internal adjustment that has to get done first. Now we're going to look on the the subsequent slides here at all of the different ways the aperture reports compared the vehicle to Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Is there any additional adjustment that you believe should be made?
The aperture reports lay out two methodologies for adjusting. There is a methodology based on phone calls, and there's a methodology based on the 3-point turn.
And where did you get that information from?
From the aperture reports.
In Mr. Burgess's original report on differentiating, the January report, which did he use to determine his determination of the clock skew?
In his initial January report, he never actually takes the calculation to the end by applying the differences in times to the calculated time for 1162-2, but he does do the math, which I'll show, for the differences on these phone calls.
In terms of Dr. Welcher's report, did he identify a GPS point of 154 at all?
Yes.
How did he describe that GPS data point?
He describes in his initial PowerPoint slides as point 154 aligning with the end of vehicle event 1162-1, talking about a different event now. This is the 3-point turn event. So he uses that as an anchor point.
And that anchor point you said was the end of the text stream event, or the end of the recording of that text stream event.
Correct. The aperture reports consistently reference everything from the end of the events.
Let's go to slide 9, please. What are we looking at here?
On the left is an excerpt of page 33 from Mr. Burgess's initial report. And what he shows here is he has identified 7 call logs that exist both in the infotainment from Ms. Reed's Lexus and in Mr. O'Keefe's phone. He puts them in a table form. Then he actually goes on and calculates the difference between those two times. So that's what I meant by he sort of does the math. He makes my job a little easier, and the numbers are already there. He just never applies these to any of the times. So that's where I step in and say, if I take that third column that he lays out, those are in seconds. If I apply those seconds, that adjustment to 12:31:43, where do we end up with
17.
John's interaction window in those times?
What did you conclude in terms of finishing the work?
Sure, I did all of them.
Finishing.
And so I highlight on this particular slide, I just highlighted the very first one he has in here. In that case, he identified that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 2 seconds slow relative to the infotainment system. So if we apply only that adjustment, then John's interaction window becomes positive 28 seconds.
Did Mr. Burgess apply all of the potential offsets?
He didn't apply any of the offsets. He calculated all of them, but he didn't apply any of them.
Did you ultimately apply all of the offsets?
What the fuck?
Yes, I did.
And what did you determine?
Regardless of which offset you apply, John's interaction window remains positive. The number changes, but it remains positive.
Let's take a look at
What
those
the
one at a
fuck?
time if we can. Let's have the next slide.
Are you fucking kidding me right now?
So on this slide, I just took the other end of the spectrum. There's a large range in values in this table. He doesn't actually, Mr. Burgess doesn't show the sign conventions on here, but
What do
actually.
you mean sign conventions?
Sign conventions, he doesn't show when he calculates the difference, whether it's positive or negative. All the numbers in the table don't have a sign, don't have a plus or minus in front of them, but there's an implication. Some of them are plus, some of them are minus. So the first one that we just looked at showed we had 2 seconds slow. There's another value in here that's on the other end of that. It shows that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is 21 seconds fast now relative to the infotainment. So that's the largest value in the table we could take that would bring John's interaction window down now. And so if we apply just that adjustment, John's interaction window becomes a +5.
Take a look at slide 11, if we could, please. What are we looking at here?
So I've shifted now from the phone calls, and now we're going to talk about the 3-point turn alignment. In the 3-point turn alignment is first presented in Dr. Welcher's slide from his presentation here. And in this, he doesn't say it explicitly, but he provides some math on the screen, which is a little hard to read. But he puts some math on the screen that shows he's aligning this 0.154 from Mr. O'Keefe's phone to the end of event 1162-1. This is the prior event. This is a 3-point turn. And so he aligns, he says this is basically how you align it, and he doesn't do the math. Again, he lays out that he says a 19.2 second difference. I actually just adjusted that to 20, which is the most conservative way to interpret that. I don't think we have the accuracy here to talk about tenths of a second. Nevertheless, I just rounded that up to 20. And when we apply that 20 seconds to our event 1162-2, then John's interaction window becomes +6. That's just applying this. We're not combining anything. We're just applying the difference shown in this slide.
And that positive interaction window, is that calculated based on information directly from Dr. Welcher's report?
Yes.
Let's go to slide 12. What are we looking at here? What is this table?
This is a table I made. We've talked about a lot of different approaches to how these clocks can be aligned and a lot of different variables. So I tried to summarize them in one table, put them all together.
Wow. Look
Because
at
some
this.
of them we can combine. We can
Wow.
combine the key on with either a phone call or a 3-point turn, but we can't combine, for example, a 3-point turn and a phone call. That's not valid. So I put all the possible combinations, all of them, with, without key switch, phone calls, and 0.154 on one table, and I calculated John's interaction window for all valid combinations from the aperture reports. And when we do that, the result is that regardless of what adjustment we make, all of the numbers are positive, meaning regardless of what adjustment we make, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of event 1162-2.
Oh,
Did Mr.
shit.
Burgess, in your review
Wow.
of his report
That's huge
in
beef.
January of 2025, did he ever undertake all possible offset calculations?
No,
In his May 2025 report, did he undertake all possible offset calculations?
no.
What is your
Mike,
opinion in terms of best practices?
the truest
regarding
data in this is Karen Reed's
calculations of this
SUV.
sort?
They wanted to take John's phone and manipulate
there's
the SUV data by using John's
sufficient
phone.
data,
It doesn't
there's
line up that way
testing or
because
research or
the
literature
data is the truest
that
data
in a specific case
inside that
supports
SUV. That is
there
the
a
truest
best
data of these
path or
events.
best method,
Okay.
then we should use that.
The phone's
In
not going
this
to make it
case, I
trigger,
don't
right?
think there
Because
there
it's going to be
is
off.
a
It's just going to be locked, right?
best
Yes,
practice. There isn't any
it's
literature
not
I'm
the
aware
truest
of
data.
that would
All those
Right.
events that happen with
specify
Karen's vehicle
exactly
is
the
what
best path
happened.
to align all of
Exactly.
those.
I understand.
So in the
Yeah.
absence of
So
any
they're-
external data to support
they're way
one
off.
path, the most valid approach is look at all of them as a whole and then draw the conclusion from the totality of that data, rather than cherry picking a single point.
Can you
good.
testify to a reasonable degree
Yeah.
of scientific certainty whether all potential offsets that were described in Aperture's original report, January of 2025, result in a positive interaction window?
Yes,
And what is that opinion?
regardless of what adjustment or combination of adjustments we make from the original reports, John's interaction window remains positive.
Does the positive interaction window mean the lock event occurred after or before the text stream event?
It means the lock event occurs after the
Thank
end
you.
of the text stream event, 1162-2.
Impossible. Oh, possible for John to do it eventually.
You've
Right.
already indicated that you received a second report, May of 2025, correct?
That's correct.
In that report, is there the same clock skew alignment or a different clock skew alignment that Mr. Burgess now undertakes?
Mr. Burgess undertakes a different alignment in that report.
Let's go to slide 13.
I love how this guy's doing it from
Describe what
memory.
we're looking at in this slide.
So what I have here on the left is a screenshot of page 42 from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. And so now he's done two things new here. He's identified a new method for aligning the data based on the 3-point turn. So now he's kind of following where Dr. Welcher started, but he's approaching it a little differently. And secondly, he is now calculating the actual time. He's doing the difference calculation and he's applying that to the time. So now he's taking the calculation all the way through, which is a little different from the prior reports. And so when he does that, he makes my job really easy because I didn't have to do really any math now. He comes up that there is a range now. So prior to this point, the original report by Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher reports all used discrete points in time, right? They sought to find an event that occurs at a singular second and another event at a singular second and a line based on that. This is a little bit of a departure from that approach. Mr. Burgess is now using a range of times, a range of uncertainty. He basically assesses that the 3-point turn data from the phone and the 3-point turn data in 1162-1 cannot be precisely aligned down to a single point. Rather, they overlap in this range of seconds. And so he then says that that range must be applied. So now we have to apply a range. And what we end up with is 9 possible values. So it kind of looks like one conclusion, but really there's 9 conclusions on this slide. And so if we just applying the math he has in the supplemental report, John's interaction window now has a range of 9 possible values. And that range spans from +5 now to -3. So we have 5 positive values. We have 1 value that's 0, and the 0 would mean it's simultaneous. And then we have 3 negative values.
Does Mr. Burgess indicate in his report that any one of those values is more likely than any of the other values?
He does not provide any data or analysis to support one point being preferential over the other 8.
And are there more or fewer positive results in his analysis than negative?
There are more positive numbers in that range of 9 than there are negative numbers.
Does Mr. Burgess's new data indicate anything about Dr. Welcher's analysis about the GPS data point 154 being at the end of the 3-point turn?
He opines in that aligning the 3-point turn on a singular point is not, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't know the exact way he states it, but not the preferred method.
Is Mr. Burgess's analysis consistent or inconsistent with Mr. Welcher's determination that GPS point 154 was at the end of the text stream event?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does Mr. Burgess, in his report, indicate whether he agrees or disagrees with Dr. Welcher's analysis?
I don't remember specifically.
You can tell this guy was a teacher.
In your opinion, I asked you about Mr. Burgess's report. Now I'm going to ask you about your opinion. In your opinion, is this new offset any more likely or reasonable than any other offsets previously proposed by Mr. Burgess?
I don't think it is more or less likely. I think it is a valid approach, certainly. And so I think the results from the additional analysis should be included with the analysis of all of the results so far.
And none of those results are more or less likely than any of the others, correct?
Sustained.
Are any of the results, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, are any of the results any more or less likely than any of the others?
It's my opinion they're all equally weighted.
Did Mr. Burgess account for the 3-second offset that we talked about earlier in his May 2025 report, his new report?
I did not see any mention of that in his supplemental report, and certainly the 3 seconds isn't present in his math. I don't see it there.
Wow. Let's go on to slide 14, please. Describe what we're looking at here in this table.
This is very similar to the table we looked at previously, where I look at all possible combinations. Now, however, I just have a lot more data points to show, so I've had to break the table into 2 tables. So we're going to look at this, and then we'll look at slide 15 next, which is the second table. I just couldn't cram 30 lines onto one slide.
Let's move to the next
It's
slide.
okay.
Is this a
So there's
continuation of the
second half. So think of these as a singular table. I just had to split them up. If we head back to slide 14, we'll start there. So this slide, I'm not accounting for the key on, and that's the main difference between my 2 tables. Table 1, I'm not accounting for the 3-second key on. In table 2, I am.
When you say key on, you're talking about that 3-second delay.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
But again, I want to make sure we're thinking about this as a singular table because that's where we'll draw our conclusions from. So the first lines of the table, we've already seen those. Those were in my original table. I haven't changed those. That's the same math that's been there. All I did was I added the 9 points now from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report using the range he shows. And so now we can see if we include that, now we get some positive numbers for John's interaction window. We get that 0. And again, the 0 would imply that the end of event 1162-2 is happening exactly at the same second as the phone lock. So it's kind of not on one side or the other. So I think it should be thought of as separate. And then we have 3 negative values, which would imply that phone lock occurs before the end of 1162-2.
And did you already mention the one that was simultaneous?
When John's interaction window is 0, correct?
0.
That would imply simultaneity.
All right, is this 14 or 15? This 14, let's move to 15. Now, this is a continuation of that. Mentally, we'll just continue that same table?
Correct.
Okay.
Just a continuation. Imagine in your mind is just rows 16 to 30.
Okay.
And it's the same thing, same format, except for now we're just adding in that key on adjustment because, again, I think the analysis should be run with and without it. And so now when we run this with the key on adjustment, we get 14 of these 15 are John's interaction window is positive to various degrees, and one of them, it's 0, again, simultaneous, and there are no negative values with this adjustment.
Can we go to the next slide, 16, please? What are we looking at here?
This is the summary, then, of that table, kind of a verbal summary of the giant 30-line table now. And if we look at all of the possibilities from all of the Aperture reports collectively, then we can draw some pretty straightforward conclusions. 25 of those 30 possibilities result in interaction with the O'Keefe phone after the end of event 1162-2. Looking at all the possibilities, 2 of the 30 result in interaction where it's simultaneous. That's the zeros. They're present in both tables. And then looking at all 30, 3 of the 30 result in interaction with the phone before the end of event 1162-2.
Do you have an opinion as to which of these particular offsets that you've described, these 30 possibilities, should be applied in this case?
No.
Why is that?
Each of the approaches have their own individual strengths, and each of them have their own individual weaknesses. And they're There is not really any published literature, any research, or any testing done that I'm aware of that would suggest one really stands head and shoulders above another one of the methods. So I think the most fair way to present it is to look at, again, if we combine everything together, then we can draw some conclusions like this in terms of how many of the total result in one outcome or another.
Is every data point that we're looking at and that you've been talking about, are these all drawn directly from Aperture's reports?
That's correct. I have not proposed any methods for aligning the clocks myself. All of the methods that comprise these 30 are from the Aperture reports themselves.
Based on your analysis of the Aperture, or your review of the Aperture analysis, is there any ability to say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the text stream event occurred after the last physical interaction with John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there would be three out of the 30 possibilities would result in that.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it did happen after the text stream event?
Sustained.
Of the 30, what's the percentage of possible events that occurred, possible scenarios, I should say, wherein the text stream event occurred after the last interaction with John's phone? What's the percentage?
That's sustained.
There's nothing wrong with that
So
question.
it's 3 out of 30, correct?
Yes,
Is that 10%?
that is 10%.
I got it in.
Sustained and it's-
Even I knew that one.
Percentage is 3. Just do basic math for me. What is the percentage between 3 and 30?
Sustained.
Come on, Bev.
If I told you
This
hypothetically,
guy's good here. This guy's the best.
I'm
So
going to see you type
Like-
for a second.
I love it. He's good. He's a good witness. Or,
Stop
you know,
being
expert.
so hard on the guy. Hey, Brian, welcome.
Hey,
Good to see you, my friend. Good to
I wanted
welcome.
to come.
Thanks for
I wanted
joining
to
us.
come. Yeah, I wanted to come play before I go to work.
Definitely.
Can I have about 2 seconds, and I want to try to
Go.
explain what I think is going on here.
Go
I've been
nuts.
saying this all along. What I'm trying to explain to people, and I just put this tweet out, and I'll read it. In my opinion, the truest data is the data from Karen Reed's SUV because it is the truest data of all the events that happened. The Commonwealth wanted to manipulate that data by trying to align it with John O'Keefe's phone so it would fit their narrative. So what happened was all their theories never really matched up. But then they went, well, wait a minute. We just found out that John's clock drifted from the internal clocks inside Karen Reed's SUV. Haha, there's our in. Let's start lining all this stuff up because it would fit closer to their narrative, if I'm understanding.
Mhm.
But it doesn't make sense because what this expert, and his name just totally thank you, totally slipped my mind, is that a lot of what he's saying, a lot of these events that they're saying happened during the events actually happened after because Sean's phone was locked. So bottom line is this: you can't use John's phone because all the events of that night surrounding Karen Reed's vehicle are inside the data of that vehicle. That's what you have to go off at. If I are in my car and I back into a wall and then pull forward into the front of a wall, that's the data you have to use. That's the accuracy of the data because that's the event that happened with that vehicle. They're trying to use John's phone and skew all of this because the times are off. Am I crazy? Am I crazy
No,
here?
you're right.
Yeah.
No, you're right. That's
Yeah.
how they're making it fit.
And the nice
Well-
thing, Brian, to complement what you're saying, is that this expert is doing not only supporting reasonable doubt, but he's lending credibility to himself because he is not saying one method is superior to another method. All he's saying is that you have to, if you're going to look at one, and I'm not going to use the right word, but one channel of data, then you have to look at all of the channels of data and as he said, equally weigh them. And they're right. So that's what a jury has to do. They have to kind of make it a wash. They can't say Welcher and Burgess win the data argument. They have to weigh them all equally.
Gotcha.
Yannetti looks
Following
pissed.
your analysis of the totality of the possible scenarios, did you come to a conclusion that the vast majority, let me rephrase that, did you come to any
Makes total
conclusion
sense. That shot right there makes
the
total- yeah, right
numbers
there.
as they relate
Pass the
to
pepper.
positive interactions versus the negative? And when I say positive versus negative, I'm talking about the phraseology that you used. John's phone interaction being in the positive side versus John's phone interaction being in the negative side.
Yes.
And what were those?
Of the 30 possibilities, 25 of them, it's a positive. John's interaction window is positive for 25 of them.
And only 3 were negative?
Correct. Only 3 of the 30 were negative.
Okay. Okay, we can take that slide down. Is there a data recorder on the Toyota SUV that we've been talking about, that 2021 Toyota SUV 570, that's designed to record impact?
Yes.
What is that? What is that mechanism?
That would be the airbag control module,
The ACM?
ACM.
Did you look at that?
I was provided a copy of the download from the ACM.
What did the data recorder indicate, if anything, related to any impact on January 29th, 2022?
There were no recorded events whatsoever on the ACM.
There you go.
What?
Did the vehicle control history record whether
Wow.
there was any history of a collision on that car? Ever?
No.
Wow.
Whoa.
There you go.
Whoa.
What does the vehicle control history record specifically?
It records a lot of operational parameters about the vehicle. What I mean by that is it records things like what the driver is doing, for example, steering wheel angle, accelerator pedal position, whether the brake is being pressed. It also records what the vehicle is doing, for example, speed, or the engine RPM, or the accelerations of it.
No history
Does
of
the
collision.
TechStream data event indicate that there's a, and I'm talking about very specifically the TechStream data, does that indicate whether or not there's a collision in the car?
No.
I wish they would have
Does the
asked.
TechStream data event mean
the other
that
expert.
if you find a TechStream data event or a trigger event, does that mean that the airbags are deployed?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with something solid?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with a pedestrian?
No.
You reviewed the raw TechStream data associated with the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, did you not?
Yes.
How many TechStream events or triggers were found on Ms. Reed's vehicle during the course of the 8-month period prior to January 29th?
So can you narrow that, Mr. Jackson?
Sure.
I object to the whole line.
Bullshit,
I
Hank.
need to see
What?
exactly.
Why are you at 8 months?
So they're going to sidebar. If I may.
Sidebar. You got that down now, just so you know, Nan. Sidebar. Go ahead.
Well, I think I may have told you guys, I previously was put in dialect lessons by my parents to kind of defrock me of my Bronx accent.
Yeah.
And as a result, I now soak up the accents of communities that I spend a lot of time in. So I'm starting to get there, guys. But anyway, I don't know why AJ is asking for 8 months prior
Yeah,
to
yeah.
the event. But what I will say is it would have been a normal objection for Hank to say objection because the scope is too broad. But then Hank got all butthurt and was like, I actually object to the whole line of questioning. It is pivotal if there's going to be a favorable amount of testimony here from DeSogra saying, no, there's nothing, there's
Never
no
been a
evidence.
trigger of a trigger in 8 months prior
Yeah.
to leading up to this. Okay.
Yeah, like you could ask for 1 month, 3
Right.
months, 90 days, 6 months, but there's
Yeah.
no reason this is an objectionable line of questioning.
Do you think they
Wait.
even looked that far back, or do you think they were only given this small window of time to do their research off of?
Usually the court would have entered some type of pre-trial, like very pre-trial ruling that says you can look back up to and
Right,
it's usually
right.
a year.
I
Usually a
was
year.
I was just going to say it, and Cop's daughter has it. This is probably when Karen first started owning the car. So they're
Oh,
looking back to if was there any trigger events prior to her owning
Right.
the car.
Gotcha.
that's
So they're saying ever in any existence did it ever happen? Was there ever an accident?
Yeah.
and
Like
it,
a,
and
like
this
a false
kind of
positive.
right.
Yes.
Gotcha. All
Right.
right.
And this
All right.
thanks, Brian. And this also makes me think I think by the way, I think I've pissed off Please Pass the Pepper when I mentioned losing my Bronx accent. Sorry, Pepper.
I'm working
But-
on her. She'll be Bostonized pretty soon. I'm working on that.
I'm adding to my vocabulary though. But
The
anyway,
douche canoe.
yeah, douche canoe,
Oh, there's lots more.
Knob.
waffle,
Knob.
Upasaurus.
knob. There was another one, blowhard. There's more. They're all coming to
Oh,
me.
you got a long way to go.
Oh yeah, there's plenty. The
Well,
years
get-
worth of that.
Might get me pissed off, and they'll just run off the
Oh.
tongue.
I want to
Okay.
see you in court use douche nozzle or something like that, and they're gonna be like, "What?"
Douche canoe.
Douche
That-
canoe.
This reminds me of when I was trying one of my first cases against someone who was fired, and he was, for some reason, well, I'll simply say he was from another part of the country. And every time I kept saying, "But you were fired then, you were fired," and he kept correcting me saying, "The term is shit canned." So I had to use shit canned in court, and I was like, "Judge, please forgive me for saying shit." But anyway. So I'd be interested also to know if Karen bought her vehicle new or if it was like a certified pre-owned. But it sounds,
She leased it.
did she lease it as a lease?
New lease, brand new lease.
Yep.
But also, this also makes me think about the whatever they are, abrasions, scuffs, and or little dents or scratches that seem to be in the middle of the back of her vehicle that Hank was making a little bit of a big deal about.
Yeah. There's
do-
nowhere on the back tailgate or anywhere for that matter, besides the tail light itself, where there's damage to the vehicle. Like it's just not there. It's not. If you hit a bird or a raccoon or something would mess up your car.
Yeah.
Nothing.
But am I losing my mind, guys? Wasn't there some testimony of some witnesses where Hank was saying and something about scratches in the middle of the car or dents and it was like the first time I heard about it was during this trial. And I'm like, what? Like some imperfections on the middle of her, what I call a tailgate. I don't know. But either way, if there's going to be testimony from DeSogra that there is no, so what I have here is there's no history of collision for the vehicle. I wish that would have been asked of who
Welcher.
did it? Was it Welcher? I guess it was Welcher. I don't think he was asked that. That would have been a really important question to ask. Like, show me, just as everyone's clamoring for why is there no motor vehicle accident report? Where is any evidence in a data form that there was a prior collision on this vehicle? Oh, there is none. Well, what the fuck are we doing here?
And how are the O'Keefes able to sue Karen before the outcome of this trial that they're convinced, like civilly? Why? How do they even get there?
Tommy, I'll go even further. So you know how there's been this running conversation about like, hey, civil lawsuits, you actually get more discovery, you get more information. That's why, in my opinion, people like the McCabe's aren't filing lawsuits now. And all the trolls say, oh, wait till they sue you. Wait till there's lawsuits, Lothario. I'm like, bring it. So if once, I think people talk about what's going to happen after the Karen Reed case. And obviously we could go into talking about Aiden and Sandra Birchmore and justice for Enrique Delgado Garcia and the Brian Walsh case, all of these cases that are pending. And by no means am I offering an opinion of justice for Brian Walsh. That's my feeling. But the point is, when there are a time after this trial to have civil lawsuits, you guys are going to learn so much more
Quick
about.
question: Can we crowdfund a civil lawsuit and sue them as a group?
Mr. Jackson, how much longer? I'm just trying to figure
Maybe.
out.
I'm wrapping it up, Judge.
Okay.
It's
Oh,
not gonna be long.
shit.
A few more questions.
By the way, does it look
I'm
like
not
there's a lot of
curbing it in
happy
any way,
faces
we're
on the
just-
other side today?
No.
Never is,
Hopefully
dude.
it will be.
Never is.
You reviewed the tech stream data, otherwise known as the triggers, for the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
How many trigger events did you find in the life of the car?
Not counting 1162-2.
Let's stop there. Right.
Prior to 1162-2, there were 19 prior events.
And 19 total events, correct?
Correct.
And how many collisions were clocked by any recorder on that car?
None of the events were triggered by a collision.
Boom.
That's it.
Yep. None.
Including 1162.
And last question, do any of the tech stream events or do any of the data that you've reviewed either yourself through Mr. Burgess's report, through Dr. Welch's report, do any of the data indicate that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at any time? Objection.
Ask it differently.
Oh my
What
God.
did you find in terms of, I want to narrow this question to January 29th, 2022. What did you find in terms of any data regarding a collision?
Neither of the events that occurred on that date were triggered by a collision.
Thank you. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Wow.
What the fuck, B? Man, what the fuck are we doing here?
I want him to ask one more question, which is,
What is it?
not when he says neither of the events were triggered by a collision on January 29th, 2022. I want to know, well, what were those triggered by? That's what I want to know. But lawyers shouldn't ask a question that they don't know
the-
or like the answer to, really.
I got you.
I
So
wanna
there was
know.
definitely an event that happened during a trigger. We just don't know what trigger number that might
Jurors, we're
be.
going to take the morning recess.
All right? Am I saying
Yeah,
that?
yes, you are. Man, she does look banged up.
She hates she hates her job. Like you can tell, she just
Totally.
doesn't want to be there. Like, how much longer is this going to take?
Can
It's
I
going
see
to take
counsel
as
at sidebar
long
to
as it
save us
takes
some
to
time, please?
talk to my witness. Like,
Yeah,
it's
right, B.
obnoxious.
And by the way, like this is, you all saw this happen in the first season of the saga of Karen Reed. Suddenly the Commonwealth puts its case in and it's like, oh, you can't move fast enough for Bev. You know,
Right.
how much longer, Mr. Jackson? And, you know, by the time this ekes into June, and I know the defense said it's going to be a week and a half to 2 weeks. I'm think it's going to be longer than that. That's my forecast. But
Three.
she's going to lose her shit. She's going to be all like, how much longer? How many more questions? And even if you're as calm, cool, and collected as Karen's defense team, it rattles you when you get the sense that the judge is like on you or bothering you
right.
to speed it up. It also
sense.
can rattle your witness. Or if you're asking questions of a witness, so on the defense case in chief, they're not crossing. I'm going to give an example. If they call Higgins, they're not crossing Higgins unless they get him declared hostile. So if they're asking him direct questions, which are non-leading, open-ended questions, but you start getting things like, how much longer are you going to be? Then Higgins starts to decompress when he might be under the gun. And then he sees, oh, okay, this might be ending soon, or I know there's only half an hour left of this. It's bullshit. They should have as much time as they need to ask questions.
Right.
And
that
Brian,
anybody-
I'm so happy you joined us this morning.
Is it-
Oh
is
yeah,
that-
I got a
is
little bit more time before I got to take off. But
Is that an appealable?
No.
You can't appeal a judge's ruling or asking you how much time you might have left. I mean,
No.
ridiculous.
No. And usually what'll happen is the court, usually on my planet, which is the way law works 99% of the time, usually they will have, like the judge will ask the attorneys to be in by like 8 a.m. And let's talk out how long you think you're going to be. Are there any issues? Does anyone have to leave early? Can anyone stay late if necessary? They hash this stuff out ahead of time, and it doesn't become a public display. But that's not an appealable issue. But all in all, if anyone wants to know my thought on this, the SOGRA is extra qualified, not only on cell phone data, which there will be another expert on that, I believe, as well. But the cell phone data, as well as like the GPS and the tech stream components and the triggering event. He also has legit, very robust educational credentials and qualifications, which if the jury, and they will be told this during closing arguments, if the jury juxtaposes DeSogra against Burgess or Manshannon, then they're going to be blown away. And not only that, it's very helpful that DeSogra is not only a teacher, but undergoes continuing education. He's published, his materials are peer reviewed. So, I mean, he's like legit expert down to like the perfectly styled with the comb marked hair. And as Mike pointed out, because Mike's very attracted to his skin, so
he does have nice hair. I mean, he does have nice fucking hair.
He looks the part, man. What am I going to say? And in the chat, I agree with it. His skin, his pores. He's got beautiful skin. I'm jealous.
He does. Like and as I said in your chat, I was like, he can teach me anything he wants.
Anybody want to hear some John DePietro tweets? I'll read them really quick. Okay, so John, according to John, he says at least one male juror seems struggling to stay awake. It is Friday, and they keep dimming the lights. Here's another one. Sidebar over. AJ says that he's wrapping up. Sigh of relief from the jury. Hank Brennan is about to strengthen his case on cross.
Oh, sweet. By the way,
do it for the Commonwealth.
Oh my God. Am I lucky enough to hear Brian giving his
Here I am. This is how sick I am, Nan. So this is the shit that I do. I'm driving this morning to get my groceries, right? And I'm trying to think of a bit to kind of do on my show. So I'm like, all right, I got to think something here. And this is what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking about Welcher, right? So Brennan calls Welcher and he's like, this is what you're going to do. Okay. You're going to go out there and you're going to, let's do this. We're going to do a demonstration. All right. And then what we'll have you do, you're going to dress up like John. You're going to dress up like John, and then you're going to get in the photographs and you're going to look like John, because then the jury's going to think this is John. Okay. It's going to be John. And then I want you to start manifesting it. Okay. You're going to become John. Say it. John, John, John. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to send you his face and you're going to wear it like leather. You're going to look like John. I'm telling you, you're going to look like John. Like, this is the shit that I'm like thinking of it. Like, I'm crazy. I'm crazy.
You're very good at your impersonations of people. Thank you for making us bigger, Tommy, because I was gonna have to put my glasses on to see everybody.
I didn't know what button. I'm sorry.
That was good.
They were good.
What was
Ryan, that was great.
What was the reason behind Dr. Welcher getting into John's clothes? I kind of know. It's freaky, right?
It's jury manipulation. It's to manipulate the jury.
You know, it's interesting because I was listening to Justice Served. I think it aired last night, but I watched it this morning, and they had an accident reconstructionist on their show, and he knows Welcher, and he said, I know him. I run in circles with Welcher. I respect him, but he got this one wrong, and he didn't go far enough. Yep. But what he said was, it's not terribly uncommon in certain instances for the the experimental exemplar, whether it's a person or a crash test dummy, to be wearing the apparel of the alleged individual victim. He didn't seem to have an issue with that. I think it's creepy AF, as they were saying in Brian's chat last night. Like, it's
how come they didn't use a full size mannequin? Same height, same weight.
Well, interestingly also, because on that stream for Justice Served, that expert was saying, even if you were to get a 10 to 12 pound arm, which is like what the human arm weighs, and conduct experiments at X miles per hour, I guess 24 miles per hour, and have the tail light strike that arm, not even a full crash test dummy, you will or will not see that the force exerted will shatter the tail light and or break a bone, cause, well, you can't tell in a crash test dummy that bruising would be caused, but there's certain ways of testing things. So they didn't even need a full crash test dummy, just an arm. But for anyone who hasn't seen Brian's stream last night with Mazza, it was gold. I mean, they were going through them. Brian did a very detailed, and you can discuss it, Brian, like very detailed analysis of how he debunked Welcher's opinions. But I don't want to step on your words, Brian.
No, I just use simple logic and straight lines. Like we caught him in a lot of things where he was taking photographs and he was tilting his head back to manipulate things. And if you look at his stance pre blue paint demonstration with his 2-mile-an-hour backup, his stance is square. But then when he's going to getting hit by the vehicle, he goes into a martial arts stance, which actually puts his center of gravity, his body more forward into the SUV. So it's it's a bullshit experiment. He manipulated the situation, and then I'm telling you, I smell Dwayne Deaver all over this shit. It's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and it made me think when you did the comparison of Welcher's stance and the way his feet were facing. It makes me think of the thousands of dollars I pay for my kids' batting lessons for baseball and softball, because little changes in the footing of which way the body is facing can cause exponential physics changes. Because
try golfing.
Correct. And I'm an avid golfer.
Good point, Tommy.
Yeah. One small change, it's over. It's you're going wherever physics sends you.
Right. And that's what any good golf instructor will tell you, or even if you're just putting, even if you're miniature golfing, the way your feet are lined up, what's the saying? Drive for show, putt for dough. Those little changes in how your feet are facing. And don't get me started on the fact that Welcher basically threw himself into the car. I mean, he leaned into it. That's another factor. The fact that for his testing, he's standing there, which hold aside the fact that his objectivity is in the shitter, because he's actually the expert who's tasked with drawing the conclusion. So he shouldn't have been the exemplar, even if he was the same height and or weight or
witnessed it, right? And then wrote his report based on what he witnessed.
Right. But being that he's made himself the exemplar, he compromised his objectivity, probably created a conflict of interest. And then he's sitting there and throwing his body weight into the taillight. Of course, you're going to get a certain intended result. You know where you want that tail light to hit on the body.
And the big thing too is just him being hit by the tail light. I mean, Brian and Mike are both tall. If a car was coming at them, there's not much effort that they need to do just to sidestep it and miss it completely. Not much. They're both just a quarter of a step, and they're out of the way of. So that aspect, I don't see how that can be played out.
Completely.
Human nature says don't get hit by something moving at you. Your brain's going to do it. You're not going. It's going to be, especially with training. He had training from the academy. He was in shape. He played basketball. The dude knows how to use his feet. Him being there, getting hit by a car, not happening.
Tommy, share my screen. I want to show everybody this real quick. I got it up in the presentation.
Hey, Nan, real quick before Brian puts it up. Are we going to tackle the ring camera today, you think? The angles with the new ring camera?
I'm sure we will.
Is the Sorger going to do it, you think? Or because he's done, right?
Wait a minute. So I don't know all the witnesses today. I do know that the witnesses are going to be fire, and I don't get to see the reports, but DeSogra would be done today if Frank finishes with him. But AJ gets to have a rebuttal case with him. But in addition to that, the name's escaping me, but there is
a ring camera expert. right.
Yeah, who's the
Because Welcher used like schematics from the new Ring camera. Remember when Kerry Roberts
Name.
was texting with Michael Morrissey's office?
Yep.
Hey, can I change the camera? She
Yes.
did, right? So how do they know the schematics from 129.22 line up with the new camera angles they have up there? That's and because Welcher testified to that. That's why I'm confused. But,
Oh, I agree. And I know Brian's going to show something now. Someone in your chat might be able to shout
right.
out who the accident reconstructionist is. The name is escaping me. That's when the Ring camera angles and
Right.
all of the physics
Right.
will come into play. I don't
So
know if he'll
what-
be today.
Yeah, what I want to show here is this is pre-blue paint experiment. If you look at his legs, they are straight. They're straight with the vehicle, okay? And if you even just take that straight line and you look at it, what would be the first point of contact that would have made with John? The bumper, because he's sticking his hand into a negative space. Okay?
Correct.
Let me
Yes.
show you the next photo. Hang on. Let me bring this up.
And just that stance alone is not, I mean, how
Yep.
we don't even know, right?
Now, if you share this
Yeah.
slide, there's the experiment.
Oh shit!
His legs have changed, Mike.
They have.
His stance has changed. He's
He
put
squared
himself
off to
more
the car.
forward.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's squared off to the car. Absolutely, Brian.
That's
Yep.
a false experiment.
Yep.
You're manipulating the jury.
Oh,
And I mean,
shit.
who the hell holds a
I was gonna say
drink like that? You
that's
know,
that's a natural reaction.
there's
Come on, Minimato, Mr. Roboto. You know what
Steve,
I mean?
Brian and I are similarly aged, and that is exactly what I went to when I saw it as well.
Kilroy entered the chat.
Yeah. There you go, Tommy.
That's fucked up.
But yeah, you're right. Just how he tried to do the experiment isn't even valid.
100%.
And that
That's why-
3-second thing when they hit the button till the time the car turns on, all vehicles are different. All of them.
How does this pass to Daubart with his methodology? Like, how does this even get into court? Like,
What
this
about
is
the
like
guy she denied? The expert. She said, no, you're not allowed.
See, this is
And then
junk
this guy.
science. Fucking junk science.
junk science is the best way to describe this. So this is why I was so bothered, and I know Betero was and other law tubers, which I am not a law tuber, but we know based on the flimsy opinions that have been offered by Burgess and Welcher that we've now fleshed out, that they absolutely should have been voir dired. And what happened yesterday with Welcher wasn't really a voir dire. I mean, it was one, but it was way too late in the game, and it was on a very limited issue. These two experts, Welcher and Burgess, they, as we've kind of been discussing throughout a lot of the YouTube streams, like they had their result and they worked backwards. That is confirmation bias. It's not a true experiment if you know how you want it to turn out. But in addition to that, when you think about the way, if you're going to compare De Sogra to, for example, Burgess, and De Sogra really is called and has been called by Karen's team to rebut the opinions of both Welcher and Burgess, although technically it sounds to me like De Sogra is comparative to Burgess's. I mean, he far exceeds Burgess's qualifications, but Burgess is the tech stream guy. De Sogra is the tech stream guy for the defense. But the nice thing about it is De Sogra has added experience that parallels some of Welcher's experience. So when we get into the way De Sogra has given his testimony, in my opinion, he presents to this jury, look, no one methodology is better than the other, but you have to factor in and use consistent methodologies, which is what, to your point, Mike, it's like, that's where Daubert and Lanigan come in. You have to have a consistent, well-considered, peer-reviewed, appropriately embraced methodology in how you apply your opinions. And Welcher did not do that. Burgess certainly didn't do that. So when there may be people, and I'm going to warn your audience and you guys later, people who say things like on Twitter, they're going to say, I wish DeSogra didn't say there's no one better approach than another. Like, I wish he would have been
Right.
firmer. We want him. We want him to be as kind of
Open.
even keeled,
Neutral.
open, neutral. That's the right word. Like neutral to the. It's really what is the best way to approach this. So you have to compare apples to apples, and in this case, DeSogra pointed out several instances where Burgess and Welcher did not compare apples to apples. They compared apples to oranges, and in fact, they invented the oranges in whatever shenanigans were pulled in May with supplemental reports to try to make things fit. And then, in addition to that, there was one other point I wanted to make on your break, which was the I did not understand, and maybe we could discuss it. This issue with the 3 seconds, the 3-second offset, the key on. Do you either of you understand that or no? That
Yeah,
went above my head.
Go ahead, Pete.
I think essentially what they're saying, and what I know about DMEs and you know, being in the BMW community, and is that when you turn over the key, when you turn over the key, it's going to probably take about 3 seconds for that information to hit your text stream or DME. So it's not an instantaneously, because it's got, the information has to travel, you know, up a wire into a computer.
Gotcha.
Module or whatever. I might be right about that. I'm not 100% on it.
No, you are. When you hit the power button, it has to go through like Brian. If there aren't 30 different modules, there aren't one. Every single one. Your anti-theft module, ABS module, engine management module, chassis management module, wheel speed sensor modules. Everything has a module, and it has to talk to each individual.
Yep.
That takes time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a question, and I think this is something, and I'm going to ask maybe Nan where they could put this in, and I think it's a big opportunity. By the way, my camera's off because I'm eating. I don't want to be rude on stream.
No, it's good. It's fine. Yeah.
I have a question. So Mazur and I know that we've all talked about this in trial 1, and I'm just talking about this for trial 2 for people that might not know. I have a huge issue with the taillight, and I want to go back to that. If this taillight said shattered, like they said, the Commonwealth said that it did, and we know that Karen drove several times after the Commonwealth's theory that this taillight shattered, hitting John. And let's talk about the debris. Why is her car full of salt and sand, but inside the housing of that taillight, there's no debris or water? It actually looks like they cleaned the taillight to take photos of it. I think that is a huge area of opportunity to expose that. How would they bring that into defense? Who would be called and they would ask that question of, Nan?
Yeah,
But
it's
also, I want to add to that. Not only that of what Brian said with all those facts, but the angle of the impact is different. His scratch marks go down.
yes.
The angle is horizontal. So how do you get to that aspect if the damage is done where Brian is saying about the, you know, the taillight fragments and the way the taillight was clean? If that whacked his arm in that direction, there would be pieces of his skin inside that taillight.
100%.
Well, and on that, and before answering Brian's question, that was one other thing that was pointed out by this accident reconstructionist on Justice Served last night. He was saying there absolutely would have been DNA and or other biological tissue on, he didn't say 46 pieces of taillight, but a lot of the pieces of taillight. He didn't think that the force to be exerted in the time it could have been exerted would have been able to completely explode a taillight, a polycarbonate taillight, in such an instance like that. Just explode it and suddenly slice and dice John O'Keefe's arm. But if it did it, there would be biological material or DNA on the taillight remnants. But as far as to Brian's question, when you have who do we get that out from? First, I wish that they would have asked, and I think you said this last night, Brian, like, I wish they would have asked Welcher this, like,
Yeah.
where's the salt and sediment or dirt on
Right.
these pieces of taillight?
Yep.
And I think we all know Welcher enough by now to know that Welcher would have never given that concession.
Yeah.
You know, a truly credible and a good expert would say, you know what, you're right, doesn't happen all the time, but it didn't happen here. There's no biological material on these pieces. He would have fought with Alessi if Alessi asked that question. And I'm confident that Alessi changed course in how he was asking questions of Welcher, because he wasn't scoring any points with him, nor would he ever have been able to on key issues. What the defense should do is ask, and I'm drawing a little blank as to who is the accident reconstructionist for the defense. Just not coming to me. Maybe if you guys have
Arca.
Is it? No, wait. It's only Arca. How the fuck did I forget Arca?
Yeah.
Okay,
They haven't even get up yet. They haven't even started speaking yet.
And
That's gonna rock the world.
that's
A
fucked
little-
up.
a little birdie named Nick Rocco in my chat last night
Holy
confirmed.
shit. Sorry.
Nick Rocco in my chat last night confirmed that Arca's demonstration is going to look much different this
Oh
time.
yeah. Oh yeah.
I would
Wow.
assume that there's going to be some video reenactments, probably some
Yes.
experiments they will show. So
Yes.
fuck Dr. Welcher because his stuff is bullshit, and
Yeah.
fuck Man Shannon and all these people, because you're gonna get owned by the dog here in a little while.
Well, and on to that point,
love it.
first of all, I want to apologize. I know Arca. I just can't believe I did
Yeah.
that. She, I'm a
Fucking
blonde. I might be
Fucking Jersey
highlighted.
girl. Fucking Jersey girl.
Wow. But anyway, I obtained my law degree online. It was a
Yeah, Bon Jovi,
Took a class?
would be mad.
You know a guy.
but
Yeah,
let's assume Nick Rocco is correct. Like, there's this really some great experiments and reenactments, etc., from ACA. If you have that presented, I am not certain that Bev will allow it. Now, she should, because she allowed whatever his name is, Welcher, to do it. She let him have his stupid finger painting experiments, etc. But who knows with Bev? So hopefully, and you're seeing it now this morning, you're seeing Hank object to things, and she's ruling in his favor on some of these questions that are being asked. So I'm hoping that ACA is allowed to get forth what they want to put forth to this jury. And hopefully it is fire, because now the door has been opened.
Right.
Now, by presenting certain videos and experiments to the jury, it's only fair that the defense gets to as well. And I feel like, as far as DeSogra is concerned, DeSogra is, in my opinion, much more easily digestible than Burgess was. He's certainly more credentialed, but I'm hoping that after Hank crosses him, which we should talk about that for 1 second. But after Hank crosses him and AJ can go back in on rebuttal, that certain key takeaways from DeSogra's testimony can be recapped. And what I would encourage all of your viewers to look for is, this is the first cross of the first witness for the defense by Brennan. So if you recall, he completely, in a voir dire, tried to slice and dice ACA. And he was a complete asshole when he did it. That's my opinion.
Yep.
He's not going to be that way before a jury, but I want to see, and you should all want to see, how Hank is with a defense expert, especially one who just debunked Shannon's opinions on the tech data or tech stream.
Man, I got a question. Pre-trial, right? And I'm curious to learn this process. If you could sum it up quickly, because I don't know. So when they have a pre-trial, and the judge is going to come in on a trial, do they get kind of an overscale of the trial events, and then they get to kind of read through? Is that how all that works? Like, how does the judge know all the information? Like,
Yeah.
do they get a preview of the trial so they can, or was it just kind of come out and then they have to agree or disagree, excuse me, while the trial is ongoing? I never knew this. I seriously never knew this.
So it's an interesting question, and it's kind of how the sausage is made. So the judge doesn't really get a preview. So let's assume there was no mistrial, and this was the first trial. What the judge will see pre-trial is she's going to see the witness list. She may have conversations with the attorneys as to, hey, what's this person going to testify to? She'll see the expert reports because they'll have to have been submitted ahead of time. So she'll get a little preview. She'll often conference pre-trial with the attorneys. I'm talking months leading up to the trial and saying, like, how do you see this going? Are you going to be calling the people in the house? Then are you going to be calling the experts, or are you going to go into the lucky law friends? Like, she'll get her own overview of how things are going to go, but that's it. No one really, but what the attorneys always do during trial, I've had one attorney not do this for me. We talk, we say, who's up next? Who are you going to call? Because it's as a professional courtesy.
Right. Give me a heads up.
Yeah, so I know who I'm prepping for the next day. I had one attorney refuse to do that, and that was a big hindrance for me trying to get ready for the following day. But no one really understands how a trial's going to unfold.
Yeah, I thought they get like the whole file and they look it over, but
well, that is exchanged. I mean, you have pre-trial. So in this case, in January,
you probably sounding like a real moron right now, but
no,
I don't know how all this
No.
Yeah.
you know, all of the discovery has to be exchanged. Like by January, I don't remember the date, the Commonwealth had to exchange its discovery and then file a certificate of completion, or certificate of compliance. They did that. Of course, let's chuckle about that for a moment, because that apparently wasn't complete in Hank Brennan's eyes. And then I think it was in March was the defendant's opportunity to file and serve all of their discovery with the Commonwealth. So they get to see all. You have to. If you don't turn it over, you can get into some trouble. But you don't really understand how the trial's going to unfold until it does.
It gets going. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for that. I mean, I had a wrong interpretation of it. I thought like the judge just gets both sides, they look at it, and then they're starting to kind of pre-make their decisions. That's kind of what it seems like here, obviously.
Well, that's bad for you, right?
That worked out. Yeah.
So
And
I have a question, Nan.
Yeah.
From the outside, looking in, and you see the double homicide of Sandra Birchmore, you see the complete setup of Karen Reed. How bad is this whole Norfolk County?
Oh my God, it's a fucking shit show, Tommy. And I keep coming back. I don't know why I keep coming back. No, it's bad. You've got, well, how do I say this? Catastrophic levels of corruption. When Erica Walsh got arrested
which is all part of this.
Right. It's when she got arrested in the buffer zone for perceivably, because I mean, maybe it was because she had an FKR emblem on the back of her hat.
They didn't know that when they went to arrest her. They didn't even see it.
Right. So she's got a microdot sweatshirt on that says "Criminals Control Norfolk County." I mean, couldn't say it any better, microdots and Erica. Like, that's it. It's bad. And it's all kind of interwoven. Like I was explaining to my kids, because, my kids are younger, and I'm saying, mommy's going to be going back up there soon. And they follow loosely the Karen Reed case, and they'll say, "Oh, why do you have to go back up? Like, what happens if she's freed?" And I'm like, there's other, in my opinion and my preference, there's other work to be done that I might be able to help contribute to or speak about. So you've got some real problems up there. I know you say welcome to the Commonwealth. I'm thinking about saying, like, welcome to Jersey, Tommy. You might need to leave there.
So back to the other question. Is it possible for just regular old citizens to sue or to
Yeah.
bring charges against people for wrongful death possible thing?
No, no.
Can't do that?
The courts require standing, which is the legal authority, for someone to bring a lawsuit for wrongful death. So the only people who could sue for wrongful death on behalf of Sandra Birchmore, for example, would be her heirs, those who stand in her stead or handled her estate, anything like that. I believe she had a bit of a troubled family history, etc. But also for wrongful death, I want to say that the statute of limitations is 3 years. I looked that up when I was waiting for a lawsuit to be filed against Karen for the John O'Keefe death.
Does that 3 years follow in this case also?
Yes, 3 years. So if a wrongful death suit in Sandra Birchmore's action would have had to have been filed, and if I'm correct on the 3 years, which I believe I am, it would have had to have been filed by her heirs with standing within 3 years of the date of her passing. And if I recall, she passed in 2021. Or was it?
Yeah, it was a year to the day of John.
Was it to the day? I knew it was to the
I'm
month.
pretty sure it was to the day. Yep.
Yeah, so the time has passed for wrongful death. The only exception to that would be if she were, oh, I just got creative though. Ooh, okay. The only exception to the statute of limitations would be if she were a minor, and she wasn't a minor, but do you know who was?
The baby.
That's right.
Yeah, the baby.
You know what? I can't believe I just thought of this. I don't even know if this is established case law in not only your jurisdiction or Miami.
Let's make it case law. Let's fix this stupid problem we have here.
I don't even know how far along she
Right.
was when her pregnancy, but if anyone can get a message to Mizzy that maybe it should be looked into.
4
as-
months, maybe.
It's worth,
Yeah.
and I'm not licensed up there yet, but it's worth looking into whether it's an important legal issue, whether a wrongful death action can be filed in Massachusetts on behalf of a fetus, in utero.
I mean that was the intent. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't because he was mad at her. It was a double. He got
Yeah.
both. So one shot. He got both of them.
I heard you both saying that before I joined you, and I couldn't agree more. She was in his way. If I may for a moment, Tommy, I have a strong opinion on this, and I know that we're here right now for Karen Reed, but please allow me just to say this. I'm going to get on my soapbox for a moment. I think it's very, very troubling in the Sandra Birchmore case that Matthew Farwell, who has not been proven guilty, I get it. He's under our Constitution, he is innocent until proven guilty. But you know what? On a personal level, and this is my opinion, I heard what I need to hear from Josh Levy in terms of the totality of evidence against him. So I
Mhm.
made up my mind. And here is my opinion for what it's worth. I think that Matthew Farwell is a piece of shit. Him and his colleagues, and I'm using that term very loosely,
Mhm.
were happy to use, abuse, misuse, disabuse Sandra Birchmore for years. She
Yep.
was a minor. They took advantage of her. They knew what they were doing. And I'll speak to Farwell at this point, Matthew, not his twin brother. He was happy to continue down that road, happy to do what he was doing. And you know what? Based on what I heard and read from some of those text messages, the only thing, to your point, Tommy, that really changed was she got pregnant. And it seemed to me from some of the texts that she got pregnant with his knowledge and with his,
There was
assent.
conversations there. There was no.
Right.
He can't claim ignorance.
Yeah, but also with his assent, there whatever weird things were going on between the two of them, which I wholly blame him for, because he had a position of control against her, not only because when that relationship started, he was an adult and she was a minor.
Yep.
She also had family history, which probably caused her to be more emotionally
Open.
open or
And being
unstable.
abused. Sure.
Okay. So
Yep.
not making any diagnoses of her, but what I will say is he was in the position of authority. Then you throw in the fact that he was law enforcement. And here your community is, and I'm going to circle the wagons, Tommy. Your community, you're asking me about, like, do we have a problem up here? You sure do have a problem up there, because he's law enforcement. And as you both were saying before I joined early this morning, he was probably paid for years after this happened, and people were just looking the other way.
Yep.
Happy to just, oh, I didn't see any text messages, or make this go away, or not ask any single questions. Meanwhile, the surveillance video, I mean, the guy sticks out like a sore thumb in the lobby of her apartment building. It sure
Only
looked like-
person and last person to see her.
yeah, he's the last known person to be with her, to see her. In addition to that, he probably was in on it in terms of the cover up with, his quote colleagues. So
Right.
you got a big problem up
These
there.
are the cops who investigate murders and robberies and hit and runs, and they can't put this together when it's right in front of them.
Yeah,
Not that
it's
they
the
can't.
Keystone
They
Cops.
refuse to. Right.
So as I get off my soapbox, I'm simply saying, at some point, and maybe it's already established case law, someone should look into whether or not a wrongful death action can be brought up there on behalf of a minor, meaning the fetus in utero. Then the statute of limitations would not apply in a wrongful death action. That would have to be brought based on behalf of the heirs. And also, Farwell, it's going to be your time soon. I don't understand what's taking this long. I hope in the back of my mind that you're flipping on some of these assholes.
How can you not be?
I don't know, but those are my thoughts this morning. Somebody reach out to Mizzy and tell her I'm sending her a big hug this morning.
Yeah.
Real quick, you know who I would like to start seeing put some civil pressure on the state of Massachusetts? The
Who?
Enrique Delgado Garcia family.
Without a doubt.
Stop fucking waiting for this report to come out.
How many
File
days,
a
Brian?
lawsuit.
How many days, Brian?
8 months. Over 8 months.
We got zero.
Start filing a suit. You have a terrible lawyer. I'm going to tell you right. You have an
The
awful
lawyer they have is on the
lawyer.
take. The lawyer I'll tell him to his face. They put that lawyer in place to run. I told from day one, he's just running interference. Stall it. That lawyer
Awful
sucks.
lawyer. Yeah. If this guy had any nuts and any balls, he'd throw them on the table and start getting some civil suits together and start suing the state and say, look, 8 months, we've been waiting for a conclusion of a report. Let's start putting some civil pressure on the state of Massachusetts. Fine. You don't want to give me a criminal report. You don't want to come to a conclusion in a timely manner. No death certificate within 90 days. Still unanswered death certificate. Still unanswered report as to what happened to him. And something did happen to him. Something did happen to him. Okay. And now we're 8 months down the line and your lawyer's sitting there doing nothing for you. Fire this guy, get a new lawyer in there, put pressure on the state of Massachusetts, file civilly. I don't care. $50 million. Start getting some attention to this and get this report, finalized report rolled out. I will say this, in my conversations and my sources that I've had, I'm starting to have a little bit more confidence in David Meyer's investigation. It's going to take time, but I don't care about time. This family needs to start putting public pressure out there on the state. I'm done with it. I'm done.
Yeah.
I know you guys
We're more than happy to help them, Brian. We are here for we have a great resource to help these people with. Brian, real quick, something you might want to look at is the ambulance call run. When they dispatch the ambulance, they need to know who, what, where, when, and why, as much as they can. They're going to find out what the call was. They're going to find out where the call was, what campus 3, campus 4, building 1, and nurse's office. They need to know where they're going to go. They also need to know who spoke to them.
Yeah.
All that has to be on that ambulance call sheet when they're driving to get or find out what's wrong.
I can tell you this, there will be resolution. There will be a report. There will be resolution. It's just taking a lot of time, but I don't give a shit about time. Start putting some pressure on the state.
Come on now.
Yeah.
8
You've had
months.
8 months. Let's get
And
this
his
done.
family can go on any radio station they want. That's the
Right.
problem. They're going into this. What they're going to is the people that are trying to go against them. They
Yeah.
need to step out of that little mainstream media thing. They got to get out of that, and we'll get them some answers. We can try.
I
But
agree.
that isn't the path that they're going to get the answers. And I feel
Yeah.
bad for them because
Yeah,
they're still, I'm sure they're still
Man,
warning. I mean, that's got to,
man, shoot
how
your
can it not be,
email
right?
on Twitter.
I
sent you
saw
something.
I saw that, but
What is that?
who is and by the
Kelly
way, I
D-
think Brian.
Kelly Deaver.
Who is that?
She's the ex, I believe, police for Canton PD that was in the dispatch, if I'm thinking correctly.
Yeah,
Deaver.
she left.
Sorry, I was putting my pants on.
Oh,
Excuse me.
well, why'd you turn
Well,
the camera off?
This is not OnlyFans, please, Brian.
Yeah, please. I'm only Nan, Brian. That's what I
Yeah, so this Kelly Deaver.
I got to get ready for work, unfortunately. I can go to a fucking job I hate, to a boss that I hate, but it just pays the bills. So
Kelly Deaver is listed as a civilian, but the Commonwealth, I mean, the defense filed a motion to call her, and it looks like the Commonwealth wants all the discovery. Is that what I'm reading?
Yeah, so it's interesting. I saw and Brian at any point shout it out when you're literally logging
Yes,
off.
ma'am.
I saw this morning.
Oh, you saw it.
Well, no, you always send me stuff, Mike, because I don't always see it. But
All
I
right.
saw this morning, and I saw people commenting that there was an intentional misspelling of this woman's name, and I'm like,
Yes.
who is this
Yes.
woman, and why does it matter? Why would the Commonwealth intentionally misspell her name? So I think I would definitely want to acclimate myself as to who she is. But what has happened is it looks like the defense has named her. I only see her name listed here as Kelly Denver. I apologize to your audience if that's not her name. But the Commonwealth is saying, yeah, that's great, but we want to know everything that was exchanged. Sweet kicks.
There we
Well,
go.
I see a sneakerhead in here. I got my arms
yeah.
lobsters.
There you go.
I got my arms lobsters.
The Commonwealth wants all of the communications
Brennan?
between her and the defense. And the
So if it's
Bev will
spelled
allow
wrong,
it.
it's DEVER,
Mr. DeSober, I'm
not
going to
Denver.
ask that you
So-
keep your voice up because
That's
we're
how it
going to
should
try and
be.
keep the air conditioning on. And the fans, it's a little stuffy in here. So if you just speak directly into the microphone now.
Mike, how is it spelled?
Thank you.
DEVER. It should be.
Deaver.
Please.
Good
He
morning,
looks
sir.
nervous.
Sir, are you trying to offer an opinion suggesting that Miss Reed's Lexus never hit John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022?
I'll allow it. Is that what you're doing?
Wow.
No, sir.
Are you offering an opinion that Miss Reed's Lexus never got in a collision before?
The way I stated it was none of the prior events were triggered by a collision.
What I'm asking you, are you offering an opinion that Miss Reed's Lexus never got into a collision before January 29, 2022, or on that day?
No.
So when you were talking about collisions to the jury, you weren't making any suggestion that that Lexus was not in a collision, are you?
Yes, he was.
I think
Wrong
you put a
question.
double negative in there. Can you just clarify what you meant? Yeah.
You were not suggesting to this jury that Miss Reed's Lexus did not ever get in a collision before?
No.
Okay. You're just saying that there's no data on the text stream to suggest a collision.
Specifically, none of the events were triggered by a collision. That's
Text stream data can be triggered by a number of different things other than a collision, isn't that true?
correct.
And in fact, when you talk about text stream data, you know that text stream data does not record a collision. You know that.
A collision is not one of the triggers. That's correct.
Right. So when you were saying it wasn't triggered by a collision, it's never going to be triggered by a collision ever on text stream data.
Not the collision in and of itself, correct?
Right. Right. So there's other things that will trigger text stream data.
Correct.
Like
Everything.
sudden acceleration.
The only acceleration trigger that I'm aware of on TextStream is if there's a large acceleration during what Lexus calls a PCS, or a pre-collision safety event. But a large acceleration on its own, I do not believe is one of the triggers.
Are you sure you know a lot about text stream data?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Sustained.
Do you know a lot
What
about
the
text stream
fuck?
data?
Yes.
And you're saying that if a car accelerates over 30%, in and of itself wouldn't initiate a trigger?
I'm not sure I understand.
You just said pre-collision is the only time sudden acceleration, from your perspective, would cause a triggering event. Now, I'm asking you,
I'm allowing this.
I'm asking you,
He didn't finish the fucking question.
if someone accelerated Ms. Reed's Lexus at over 30% acceleration, would that cause a triggering event?
I am not sure what you mean by 30% acceleration.
Accelerator, 30%.
Accelerator pedal.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of triggers there's a number of ways that these VCH events can be triggered based on the accelerator pedal angle. I think, is that, yeah.
And what is the percentage from your experience that would create a triggering event?
There's various. Toyota, Lexus calls it high, medium to high is what they put it.
Do you have a number? Do you know the actual data on what percent of pressing the accelerator on the same Lexus as Ms. Reed's would create a triggering event? Do you know?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the exact percentage down to this percentage point, no.
There is something different than the text stream data. That's the EDR data, correct?
Yes.
You would not expect, it would be abnormal for the EDR to register data based on a side swipe between a 6,000-pound Lexus and a 216-pound person, wouldn't it? Objection.
I'll allow it.
Of course
That
you
would
will.
be
Of course,
abnormal to register
fucking
that data
bitch.
in the EDR, wouldn't it?
Side B.
I don't know if I would use the word abnormal, but I would state it that there's a minimum threshold to record in the EDR, and a pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that.
I'm sorry.
A pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that, but I don't want to make a blanket statement as if it's always the case.
You're saying it would meet that?
Would not.
Would not. And a side swipe or a clip has less force and impact than a head-on collision, depending on the speed, correct?
Generally, yes.
When you are discussing the triggering event, that is the moment that something registers to the car to capture data in the text stream, correct?
Correct.
So if I was to suggest 30% of depressing the accelerator pedal would cause a triggering event, would the triggering event be when it reaches 30%?
Yes.
The event data captures potentially part of an event, doesn't it?
I think we're into semantics a little bit, and I think it depends on what you mean by event.
Exactly.
Because previously we'd been talking about an event as the data, but event can mean a lot of other things.
If an event's only 3 seconds long and 10 seconds of data is captured, then the data will capture more than the event, correct?
Correct.
If the event is longer, 15 seconds, 20, 25 seconds, and the data is only captured for 10, the text stream data only captures part of the event.
Correct.
Fair to say?
Very fair.
So when you're looking at the data, it doesn't tell you about the entire event, correct?
The data only tells us about the window of time the data captures. There's no way to know beyond that from the data.
All of your equations and pluses and minuses and graphs you're talking about deal with the 10-second text stream data that was captured, correct?
They deal with event 1162.2, right, and the 10 seconds it's comprised of. Actually, they really just deal with the end of the event. That's what everything in the Aperture reports reference.
Fair enough. But it doesn't deal with anything that could potentially happen after those 10 seconds, does it?
No.
Or anything before?
No, it does not.
The triggering event is spot in the middle, captures 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after.
Approximately 5 seconds. It's not exact.
And you would have to look elsewhere for evidence to know what might have happened before. Yes?
Correct.
And you'd have to look elsewhere for evidence to see or determine what happened after.
Yes.
What is he getting
Do
at?
you know at the end of this triggering event, that 10-second window of data, do you know what happened with the defendant's Lexus after that 10-second of data?
No,
You have no idea, right?
I don't.
Why would he?
Why don't you tell us?
Yeah.
I want to just
Why would he?
ask you some questions about your background and
Oh.
then leading into this case, if I could.
This ought to get good.
You have
Brian
a
can't
bachelor's
leave. Brian
degree
can't leave.
and a master's degree.
I gotta
That's
go
correct.
soon.
You've worked for
Yeah, I
your
guess.
company for some time.
Give me a minute.
Coming up on 13 years next month, correct?
You've advanced through the company.
Yes.
You presently are the director of engineering.
Yes.
Are you ACTAR certified?
No.
What is ACTAR?
ACTAR is a body that basically offers a certification in accident reconstruction.
Do you offer services as an accident reconstructionist?
Sometimes.
And you have been hired and come into court and offer opinions as an accident reconstructionist?
In the singular time I've testified in court, it was not specifically for accident reconstruction, it was data analysis.
Okay. You continue your education and you go to a number of different trainings and seminars as well as teach, correct?
Regularly.
And when you regularly go to continuing education, you have quite a bit of continuing education that you've been through, haven't you?
Sorry?
You've been through quite a bit of continuing education.
Yes.
You focus, as part of your specialty, on EDRs, don't you?
That's correct.
Event data recorders.
Correct.
In fact, when you promote your services, that's one of your real specialty, isn't it?
Correct.
And it's something that not only are you schooled on and you go through continuing education, you're well published, aren't you?
That's correct.
And in your publications, you speak primarily about EDR type information.
Yes.
And that's something you are well skilled in, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, forensics or data forensics is a wide field, isn't it?
It is.
And you can do some things or many things in it, but oftentimes people specialize in parts of data forensics, don't they?
Generally, yes.
Well, speaking of you, you specialize in EDRs, true?
Yes.
There is a difference in different subspecialties, isn't there?
In general,
Oh, yes.
yes.
Okay. Now, are cell phones, is that a subspecialty in digital forensics?
Yes.
Is that something you're a specialist in?
No.
iPhones, are you a specialist in iPhones?
No.
Have you ever taken any specific training on mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever written any papers on mobile forensics?
No.
Hey, have you ever promoted yourself of having any type of subspecialty as an expert in mobile forensics?
Never.
In any of your continuing education, and you have a vast amount, have you ever taken any classes or seminars in mobile forensics?
No.
Why would he?
Have you ever taken any class or study about variances between infotainment systems and mobile forensics?
Classes? No.
Have you ever attended any seminars on variances relative to mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever testified about variances in mobile forensics before you testified in this court today?
No.
Have you ever published anything to do with variances in mobile forensics?
No.
He's
In
going to
this
have an
case,
answer.
you had
for
an
this.
opportunity to review a number
Where's he going?
of reports from
I don't
Dr.
know.
Judd Welcher. Yes?
Yes.
And Mr. Shannon Burgess.
Correct.
In reviewing those reports, you've offered your opinions and analysis. Did you ever engage in actually any efforts or study in this case to obtain data?
Could you maybe clarify what specifically you're asking?
Yes. Did you ever yourself, not watch someone else do it, did you ever download or obtain data in this case?
No.
Did you ever test Miss Reed's car?
No.
Did you ever get an exemplar vehicle to run any tests?
I did not.
Did you ever do any actual testing in this case?
No.
And so your role is to look at other people's work and offer opinions and criticisms, basically.
And provide some clarity to the work, but generally, yes.
Clarity for who? Who asked you to provide clarity?
My clients in this case.
You what?
Mr. Jackson,
Right, okay.
my client.
Did you ever speak to me?
No.
As
Oh, I
an
love it.
expert, when you analyze data, whether you actively got it yourself or not, do you ever give an opinion in paper called a report? You ever write a report?
Yes.
And you've seen reports in this case that you've looked at, correct?
Correct.
A number of reports by Mr. Burgess,
Correct.
report by Dr. Welcher,
Also correct.
reports that you're critiquing, right?
Correct.
Did you see Ian Whiffin's reports?
I did not.
How about Jessica Hyde? Did you see her reports?
I did not.
You were asked to consider information from Mr. Whiffin's report.
No.
Well, you were asked to assume that the last user interaction on John O'Keefe's cell phone was 12/32/09.
That was stated in Dr. Welcher's report, so I started my analysis at that level.
So none of the information did you actually personally go and vet or analyze or make any determinations about? You're just critiquing.
So that
written
discredits
reports.
Welcher's
Correct.
information then.
Yep.
That's basically
Yes.
what Brendan's doing right now.
Well,
Yep.
as an expert coming into court and testifying and having opinions, you put together a
I hope he
PowerPoint,
says,
didn't
I'm
you?
using your
Yes.
expert's
Why didn't
information.
you ever put together
Exactly.
a report to share the basis of your opinions and the process you went through to arrive at your opinions before you came into court?
Primarily, I wasn't asked to, so I didn't do it. I wouldn't commission work without being asked to do it. And number two, the extent of my work beyond building the PowerPoint was just basic addition, just adding numbers together that already existed in the Aperture reports.
Here it is.
So there wasn't a tremendous amount of complexity to what I engaged in.
What about your work product
Use
and
data.
your calculations? Did you do all this in your head, or did you type it out and go
Pretty
through a
much.
computer program? How did you do it?
I used
A calculator.
calculator for most of it, and the tables in my PowerPoint were generated in Excel, which has some calculation capabilities.
Were you ever asked not to write a report?
Losing my shit.
No.
You had
This guy's
provided
gold.
an initial PowerPoint,
Gold.
Yes.
and then you received information from Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
and then you added new slides to your PowerPoint.
That's correct.
Mr. Burgess's report was May 8th.
Yes.
You provided your PowerPoint on May 25th.
Correct.
Did it take you that long for the calculations between when you got the report and May 25th to put together the new presentation?
No,
I
it
did this
didn't.
morning.
Why did you wait until May 25th to provide the new information?
That's when I was asked to do it.
What do you mean by that? I just want to see what the date is today. Today's the 30th. When you finished your PowerPoint on May 25th, did you send it to the defense on May 25th?
Yes, I did.
They had a copy of your PowerPoint on May 25th.
I-
Don't be shy.
No, I'm pretty sure it was
Don't
the
be
25th.
shy.
Sustained.
What a dick.
This guy's good though.
Yeah, if it wasn't the 25th, it would have been maybe the day after, but it's dated the 25th. I'm almost positive I provided it on the 25th.
There's
Yeah.
no reason for you to hold on to it for a couple extra days.
No, I think it was the 25th.
You know what was provided to the Commonwealth that report?
No, I
It
don't.
was a fucking holiday weekend.
Provided to the defense on the 25th. It had new information in it, didn't it?
It had the information from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. That was the additions.
Why did you wait until the 25th to put it together?
Oh, what the
That's when I
fuck?
was asked to do it.
Who asked?
My clients, Mr. Jackson.
He said, please have it on the 25th.
Go by
We
the
had a phone call
microphone.
on the 25th and discussed Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. During that phone call, he asked me to update the presentation, and I did so, and then provided it.
How did the date of the 25th come about? Why the 25th? Was the date?
All right, Pete, I'll talk to you, man.
That's
gotta
when
go.
he requested
All right.
it. I think it was a Sunday, actually.
Bye, Brian.
Bye.
I love it. The Commonwealth made this problem by serving supplemental
When you
materials
first
during
got involved
trial.
in this case, it was last fall,
Correct.
and at that time, you received some information that Mr. Burgess wanted to look at the text stream data or the different modules on what you later learned was the defendant's Lexus, correct?
Correct.
There was a proposal from Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess wanted to go back to the car and look at the modules and try to download more information from them, correct?
Correct.
And you then got involved to look at what his request was, the procedure that you wanted to follow.
Yes.
When you did that, were you given any materials about what had happened before you and Mr. Burgess both got involved?
I don't recall specifically, and I don't think so. I think I was just provided the notice of testing that was to be done.
Well, you ended up drafting an affidavit.
I did.
And in drafting an affidavit, you pointed out some oversights of Mr. Burgess, didn't you?
I did.
Determining those oversights required some study of actually the data and the information that was available, wouldn't it?
It would.
So, can we presume that before you wrote the affidavit pointing out the oversights, you had looked at other materials?
If I recall correctly, the notice of additional testing from Mr. Burgess contained attached to it a whole report by him documenting why he thought there was an inadequate initial acquisition, why he thought the sizes were wrong. So I don't remember referencing anything beyond all the information that was contained in that. And whether that was combined by somebody else or not, I don't know. That's how it was provided.
Did you end up looking at the report of Ms. Gaffney and what had happened in the past with the download and search of Ms. Reed's Lexus materials?
If I'm remembering right again, I think Ms. Gaffney's report was also attached to that same singular file.
You learned that the defense expert, Ms. Gaffney, had downloaded data from chips, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Burgess was asserting that there was information missing and believed that there was missing information from the chips.
Correct.
In that form, it's sustained. It's stricken.
My apologies. The conclusion Mr. Burgess had is that he believed there was missing information from the chips.
He did. He miscalculated the size of the chips.
Did you do any study to see if there was actually information missing from the original download?
No, I looked at the data sheets for the chips and then immediately realized what the error was. The data sheets specify a size in megabits or gigabits, and Mr. Burgess had written his report in the context of megabytes and gigabytes.
And then you asserted, or you took the position in your affidavit, that there should be no further chip lock, no further study of those chips, other than to ensure the amount of memory was sufficient.
It's not how I recall specifically what I said.
Well, let me read it because I don't want to try to malign your words.
Please.
Mr. Burgess proposed protocol labeled, "We attempt chip-off acquisition is unnecessary because the file size of the acquisition performed by Ms. Gaffney already matches the expected memory storage capacity of the components."
That sounds accurate.
If you want to see this, I don't want to read from the document. If you need to see it actually, just let me know.
That's fine. I trust your reading.
However, an acquisition may be conducted for the sole purposes of ensuring the contents of the memory chips have not been altered since the last testing by recording the check sum.
Yes.
Did it cross your mind at that point that there was important data in those modules that was not seen or recovered or obtained by Ms. Gaffney?
No.
Did you want to know whether Mr. Burgess was looking for more data, more information, what he thought was missing?
He stated, I think, in his report or affidavit, I'm not sure what it was, but he stated what he thought was missing was there was a physical size difference. So he thought there was not corrupt data, but just missing chunks of data.
Log on information, you've heard of that. Ignition on, ignition off information
Yes.
in an infotainment system. That's important information when you're reconstructing an accident, isn't it?
It could be.
Well, you read information in this case. Pretty important in this case, wouldn't you say?
He's
Yes.
not an accident
So you
reconstructionist.
would not want to engage in that process without this pretty important information, would you?
Which process?
Of an accident reconstruction?
Sorry, so can you restate it, the whole question?
I'll
Yeah.
ask it again.
Yeah.
You said you have some experience in accident reconstructions.
There you go.
Yes.
Don't you want all the data available? More data, the better?
Generally, yes.
You wouldn't want to ignore data on purpose, would you?
No.
I mean, the data analyst, the more data, the more you get to look at.
Yes.
And so the power log on information that actually has date and time, that's critical in an accident reconstruction, isn't it?
In some accident reconstructions, in some, there's no debate about when a vehicle was on or off, but if there is, then yes.
Not just on and off. The power log on and off gives you the date and time that you can match with the text string data, correct?
Yes, it
Because
does.
you know text string data itself doesn't have date and time.
It can, this vehicle didn't. It can, but this vehicle did not.
This had a running time instead, like
That's
a stopwatch.
correct.
So this data that was not found during the initial process, that was critical data at the time.
I don't think prior to the process anyone knew that this particular Lexus infotainment system stored those key on and key off times.
Right, the only person that found this out was Shannon Burgess.
He found it in the process, but I don't think anybody knew in advance of this case. There was nothing out there about it. So to my knowledge, this is the first time that this specific data has ever been released into the wild.
But it was on the board there, if someone knew what to look for or got creative, they could maybe find it.
Yes, more so to your if got creative, because I don't think anyone would have been able to have the foreknowledge that there would have definitely been that.
Shannon Burgess did.
Sustained. I'll strike it.
And when Shannon Burgess went to obtain that data that everybody else overlooked or didn't know about, you went with him.
Yes.
So you had a process where he was going to now control the data and take the information that was left behind and remove it from the infotainment board, correct?
He actually never specified anything about the SD card in that initial notice. So it was a departure from his protocol, and it was a little surprising to me when I got there that the protocol was written with a specific focus on a number of other chips, and it became very apparent to me very quickly that the focus was not on those chips, and the focus was on this SD card that had previously been unmentioned. There was nothing in there about that prior to that.
Did it offend you, or were you impressed that he had found that?
I was a little confused because I went into it with an expectation. Generally, if we write a protocol, we adhere to the protocol. If we're going to deviate, we have a discussion about deviations. So I was just surprised. It's not customary to sort of shift out of nowhere. But other than that, I did not know what to think of it because I'd never heard of that.
Did you give any input? Did you have any knowledge about the SD card and how it worked?
No.
So when you watched Mr. Burgess remove the SD card, did you appreciate he'd have to engage in what you call reverse engineering?
He did not elaborate to me exactly what his whole process was at first. It sort of came out as time progressed through the first day in his office in Texas, and then I learned more as we moved to the second testing in Massachusetts. But he didn't explain it to me in one go.
Did you, at that point, understand or appreciate the relevance of the SD card relative to the infotainment system and what it could do as far as the amount of information that could then be available?
He never spoke throughout the 3 days at all about what kind of data he expected from the card or would be on the card or could be. He made no mention of the data.
Not what he said to you, but given your expertise, did it ever dawn on you the significance or importance of this SD card that was sitting in plain sight?
Objection.
Sustained, you can ask it to.
Did it ever dawn on you, as Mr. Burgess was recovering this information left behind, that there was something important or significant about it?
At the time, I thought it was a possibility. If you reference the initial work, a number of different memory components were identified in this infotainment. There isn't a singular memory chip. So if we're looking for data, it could be in any of them. So we found a new source of data storage, and there could be something there, there could be nothing there. It was unknown to me.
But it turned out there was.
There was.
Now, when you were watching Mr. Burgess work as an expert, if you felt like there was something inappropriate or he had some great oversight, you could write a report about that, couldn't you?
I could.
Did you ever write any report in this case?
No.
So you never wrote a report for your preparation of coming in and your data in the PowerPoint presentation, right?
Correct.
You never wrote a report regarding any of your observations of Mr. Burgess.
Correct.
You said that he didn't say anything. He spoke to you quite a bit during the process, didn't he?
He did.
He showed you what he was doing.
He did.
He explained to you what he was doing.
He explained the process. I think you had asked me earlier about whether he explained the data, and he didn't.
He demonstrated great proficiency, wouldn't you say?
He ended up with a successful acquisition of the card at the end of the process.
Good answer.
When you are considering all your equations, did you consider the timing information taken from the SD card that Mr. Burgess found regarding power on and power off of that car?
Yes, to the extent that he considered it in his own report. Again, I'm referencing his report.
But how about you? You're coming in here giving an opinion saying what's better or best practice or right. How about you? Did you consider, you personally, the one who's giving the opinions, did you consider the significance of the power on, power off data as it relates to all these times?
Yes.
Yes? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I considered it. If that's the question is, did I consider it? I considered it.
Did you do any study yourself?
No.
Now, we agree, or you agree, that there are variances between different devices.
Yes.
So a Lexus clock that comes from the infotainment system is very common that it would be different than a different device like an iPhone.
Specifically this Lexus, I don't know if we can make the statement that it's common or not, because again, this is the only time that I know of that this specific data has been analyzed. So I don't know the answer to that question.
Did you say on direct examination that variances between devices are common?
Variance between devices are common.
In a variance of 45 seconds, that wouldn't be remarkable on
No.
different devices. It's common in the industry.
Correct.
And in your business, that's an accepted amount.
I'm not sure what you mean by accepted. The amounts are what they are, and we have to correct for them. I've done analyses of clocks that are anywhere from completely correct, 1 second off. I've done analyses of clocks that are 25 years apart. So it's a wide range of possibilities.
I understand your point.
Yeah.
If you see, as an analyst, a 45-second variance or 30-second variance, that wouldn't shock you, would it?
No amount of variance would shock me, is the answer.
I want to ask you questions and go through your PowerPoint. And I want to ask you your specific opinions and how you arrived at certain claims that you've made.
Sure.
Okay? If we could put up Mr. DeSorga's new PowerPoint, 52525. You've made a modification to your PowerPoint?
Yes.
You've made an amendment to your PowerPoint?
Yes.
So there is something that happened, you received new information or new data, and you updated or changed your PowerPoint.
I did.
And that's an appropriate thing to do when you receive new information, isn't it?
Yes.
If you have new data, you don't want to leave it behind. You want to make the best presentation with the best data you can.
I'd want my presentation of the data to be as accurate as possible, so I included all the data.
And you would expect that from any expert, wouldn't you? If they received new information or analyzed new data and it was important, it would be an appropriate best practice to update the PowerPoint or information they're providing, wouldn't it?
I'm going to allow that.
Of course you are.
I don't know if I would tell other experts what their best practices are. I would say, generally as experts, we do work that our clients ask us to do. So if we're asked to do it, we do it. If our clients say, hey, don't do that, then we don't do it.
Well, you like the phrase best practice on direct, so I'm just wondering if I can borrow that phrase.
Sustain.
Of course.
Okay. Would you turn to page 2? Now, this is taken from Dr. Welcher's report.
Yes.
And again, you did no testing whatsoever. You just read
I
the
did not.
report. Did you read all of Dr. Welcher's data, the gigabytes and gigabytes of data? Did you go through it all?
Not every slide, no.
Not just the PowerPoint. I mean the actual massive amount of data in his study. Did you go through the data?
Oh, no, I didn't look at any of the data.
Did you ever speak to Dr. Welcher?
No.
And so when you are making assumptions on what he thought or how he analyzed, you're just guessing.
I am looking at what Dr. Welcher put in his trial presentation, and my assumption that's baked in there is that he's going to stand behind the things he says in a presentation. So I'm taking them at face value, but as being correct.
It's not a matter
I'm
of
not guessing.
It's not a matter if he's going to stand behind it. You don't know why he put something in here. You just see it on the paper. You don't know what his thought process was, did you?
To an extent, yes, because I understand how
Look, he's pissed.
the exemplar testing by Aperture laid the foundation to align the key-on events in the infotainment
Unreal.
to the
He looks
Lexus
pissed.
VCH events.
When Dr. Welcher made his PowerPoint, do you know whether or not he was relying on 154 on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, stamp 154, as the end of the event as opposed to the beginning of the three-point turn, 1162-1?
Based on the math he uses, that's the implication. He puts a number on the screen that the only way you could reach that number is by making that assumption. So when I looked at the math, yes, that assumption seems baked into the math he did.
So this seems like it's baked in that he was assuming 154 on John O'Keefe's phone was the end of the three-point turn.
Not on this slide, on a later slide, but yes.
Okay. And you said that variances, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, they're very common when you're comparing two different devices, right?
Yes.
Okay. Turn to the next page, please. You point out 2 times for the jury, the Lexus event 1162-2 ends 12:31:43, right?
Yes.
And that's based on the clock in the infotainment system.
That time is based on 2 things, the clock in the infotainment unit and the cumulative key-on timer in the text stream data. So it's a combination of 2 values.
Which is the running clock.
Correct.
Right. And that is compared or contrasted or coordinated with the log on off time that was found on the SD card. Yes?
Yes.
And without that SD card, we wouldn't have that time now, would we?
Correct.
Okay. 123209 isn't something you analyzed, but you just read in the report that that is information from Ian Whiffen suggesting or taking the position that was the last user interaction John O'Keefe had with his cell phone, 123209.
That's how I understand it. There was a phone lock at 12:32:09. I did not look into the underlying reports from where that came.
And you know those are 2 different devices, 2 different clocks that will have a variance.
Yes.
You mentioned trigger event, and you said that your preference is to, when you're doing times, to point it from the actual trigger event, and there was a little slap for emphasis to target you on that, right? The trigger event. That's not a standard practice or a protocol that is supported by any type of literature, is it?
It's the methodology I teach, especially in the class I teach on the analysis of heavy vehicle data. We have the exact same problem with heavy vehicles. They all have clocks on them. And so, in fact, I do a lot of clock adjustment on heavy vehicles relative to other sources. And the way I teach it, the way I'm not the only instructor, collectively, the way we all teach it is we generally start the analysis at the trigger, which is not to suggest you have to do that. It's not wrong to do it a different way, but that would be let's call it the default methodology.
The default methodology, do you have any professional literature that says that is the best time to start the analysis?
Not literature. I mean, that's sort of my opinion, because that introduces the least amount of variables. Once you start trying to align events off of subsequent times, you just introduce more addition and subtraction or math you have to do. So it's easiest to do T0 and align everything from there.
If you're lining up the end of one event with the end of another event, it's more coordinated than if you take it from different spots, isn't it?
That could be a scenario where then you wouldn't use it. Right. Like I said, it's not the only way, but it's the default way.
I don't disrespect your method, but there are other ways to do it that are just as legitimate as the trigger time.
Absolutely. And that's why I didn't change the convention here. I used their convention,
So you're
apertures.
not suggesting that Mr. Burgess was being misleading by choosing the endpoint when he pronounced that's exactly the point he was considering, are you?
No.
And so the word cherry picking, you're not saying he was cherry picking, are you?
I don't remember the context in which I used the word cherry picking, but I don't think it was with respect to a trigger alignment.
So there's no legitimate professional basis of suggesting your way is better or worse than going from the front or the end of the event?
No.
So you're not offering criticism on that, so just so I understand.
Not criticism. I pointed out that it's not typical, and I pointed out not even to say specifically that it's not typical, because even that, to your point, might sound critical. I just want to be clear that I adopted their convention. It's not the way I would have done it, but I kept that convention consistent in my analysis, so I wasn't changing in the middle, trying to obfuscate what I'm saying.
I appreciate
There you go.
that. I appreciate that. So if someone's looking end to end, you're not going to add 5 seconds. It's if someone went from middle to end.
Could you give me that?
Yeah, you were
A little
suggesting
different.
those questions about, well, since you're looking at the end instead of the middle, then you got to add another 5 seconds on. That's not really an accurate analysis if you're looking at a comparison from end to end. You wouldn't then add the 5 seconds at the time of the trigger because you're starting at the end from both devices. Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it if you can answer it in that form.
It's going to depend on if you're doing an alignment with something that is a range of values, then you have to be consistent on where you're doing it. If you're doing discrete points, then that's just a single point in time. There's no beginning or end. It's just a single second. So the best answer I can kind of give is it depends on what you're doing.
Well, in this case, they were basing it off the end of the event, the end, not the trigger, the end, comparing it comparatively to the end of a different device. So you wouldn't just add 5 seconds just for the heck of it, would you?
You would not add 5 seconds for the heck of it.
Jesus Christ, man. What are we watching right now? Hank. This guy, Hank's a fucking
You
idiot.
see 12:32:09 minus 12:31:43, the middle line, equals 26 seconds. Isn't that in Dr. Welcher's slides before, let me phrase it more cleanly,
Please do.
before Shannon Burgess
Man,
analyzed the
Shannon.
data more closely on May 8th, in his May 8th report? Isn't this the exact difference in time that Dr. Welcher cites in his PowerPoint, 26 seconds?
I'll sustain it in that form.
Did you see, when you reviewed reports, that Dr. Welcher uses this exact number, plus 26 seconds in his report?
I got the number from the PowerPoint.
I'm sorry,
not the
PowerPoint.
report, but that is all of the numbers here on this slide are from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint. And on the previous slide, I show that. So these are all just
And-
copied straight from that.
And you've labeled this John's interaction window.
I did.
Okay. Interaction window, do you think it might be confusing when you use interaction window to make it seem like the event was limited to 10 seconds?
No, and that's not the implication there at all.
That's not what you're trying to say.
That's not what I'm trying to say.
Fair enough, fair enough.
If I can clarify what I mean by interaction window is that there's
Please do.
a range of times that we end up with when we start running these adjustments. So we never land on a singular point of alignment. We end up, like I showed at the end, with 30 points. That's the window that I'm talking about. That's the window that I mean.
So if we could put up page 33 from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint, just to illustrate the point you're trying to help us with. Why can I have a little forward? So this represents, you've seen this, right?
It looks familiar, like it's from one of his slides. And if I've seen it, I did not spend a lot of time digging into it.
Does this look like the 10 seconds of data that would be captured from a triggering event in a text stream data? Judge.
I want to see you at sidebar.
Go on.
Guy. It's almost not even worth doing this. It's like, Bev, just tell us what the outcome is already. But why waste our time, Bev? Like, just tell us now so we can just skip to that part. Or am I wrong in that, Mike? Like, sis, she just took people are bailing for lunch. Time to go. There's Aiden.
They go to lunch. Yep.
Yep. Who called the sidebar?
But
Bev
Bev
did.
did. Yep.
Bev, time for lunch.
Yeah, she's gonna stop him here. Hey, so it looks like Lucky's in the building.
Lucky's in the building.
Yep.
Well, that's good.
I don't think Spanky is getting anywhere where he wants to go with this guy. Either he's trying to fluff for him, he's not going to do it. He knows it. I actually think Hank respects this kid. He hasn't tried to bullshit Hank once.
So you see him too poking at this guy. Like,
The guy won't go for it. He won't fall for it. We won't fall for it. Like Welcher did yesterday. Welcher bought into everything that was thrown at him by Alexa yesterday.
Right.
From when they introduced themselves, he was ready for a battle. This kid is so smart, and he just doesn't even need any notes or laptop because he's not
How many times does he have to refer to? Like,
yeah, I'm not lying. I took your client's data, looked at it, found the mistakes, and here to present it. That's all I'm here to do. I'm not an accident reconstructionist.
that's peer review. That's absolutely correct, Mike. Right on the money. Peer review. And that's part of getting credits to continue. It's continuing education. You got to review other people's stuff and make sure that they're right. You're self-policing itself. It's community. Trust me, if there was a bad engineer out there, you don't think that they'd be under the tutelage of another better engineer to oversee some of his stuff?
Like
that's how things work.
A bad chief of police, you want him gone, right?
Listen, I used to go in and work with my friends. You shut down the power of a building. We'd go into where all the big circuit breakers are, the big ones. We have to pump them up and then hit the thing and bang. Those have to come apart and get greased so that they work. So they go in, they pull the fuse from the street to the switchgear. I don't have to know how the switchgear works.
Right.
I do have to know that when you pump that up and you hit that button, them vanes got to go right and hit contact every single one. And each one has to be cleaned. You have to make sure it works. Open it, clean it. You can get your hand cut off if it's in the middle. It's dangerous. This is big stuff. Like
it's snap to it.
It slams shut and it turns power on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to know how that all works. I just needed to know what specifically I needed to do. And it was the best job I could. I loved it. And it was at night. Nobody was around because you couldn't. You had to pull power of the building. Had to have a detail there. Because, no power. So everything's run from electricity. You get that smell because there's no air circulation, stale air. But again, these people oversee people who oversee people. There's different checks and balances. This guy is
See,
the guy that gives these checks and balances, Mike. He's like the
Let's-
Mendoza with the freaking First Amendment. People look at him to write the law.
Right. I think your comparison with the peer review is perfect. That's all he did against Ollie Welch's report. He just took it like it was a peer review, and then resubmitted it and said, "This is what I found," and double check me. Here you go.
And Hank's job is to, you know what I'm saying?
It's trying to punch holes in
something that that was you.
Well,
he can't. Those are he's trying to argue the corrections that are the right ones.
Let's call Hank. Call Hank another engineer. They're all three of them engineers.
Right.
Report. Oh no, I like Welch's report, and he's going to say, "Well, no, I like my report, and I'll tell you why." And then Hank. So it's going to come down to numbers, and the numbers don't lie. People do.
And I got two sets of numbers here: 123138, 123209. I should have one number because when that happened, it's time and space set. What it doesn't. How you look at it, they're not. They're fighting over that.
Yeah, or in how you got there.
Exactly, and it's irrelevant. Then they can't even get the basics right.
This guy writes fucking reports. He has peer reviews. He teaches the course. So Welcher would go to this guy for fucking education, or Burgess.
No. They would have to sit through his lectures,
right,
to get credit. Right. Like, how do you can't argue with that, Hank?
How's Hank Brennan have the knowledge to actually question this guy? And we're gonna let it happen because he's gonna do like a peer review with this guy, and this guy is just sitting there answering his questions, but his questions can be misleading.
Release you for the luncheon break. I took so long here to make sure that we could give you a nice full hour lunch break. So
just needed.
1 hour.
An hour. She's gonna need a double today, Mike.
Oh, it's Friday, so.
Oh, triple. Oh my goodness.
But that was a good point. Like the peer review.
It's kind of how I see it.
Yeah. And Hank, Hank's not in the position to peer review anybody. He's biased against the prosecution's report. He wants that to work and settle in. But this guy's like, no, this is what we do, and this is a good, healthy argument. But let me tell you where you're wrong.
And again, this is where I say, you need to respect Hank Brennan. Look at the battle this guy's up against, right? And not just that, but look at what he's doing. He's trying to discredit like everything, including
his job,
the engineering community, telling them that they're all wrong.
Right. I think he's trying to get him to slip up. And he won't.
Maybe just lose his temper or something. I can see it.
The kid's demeanor. He's like he just doesn't have it. He doesn't have it in him. I'm here to help you and teach. Like he's almost like an empath. Like he's like, no, I'm not here to hurt anybody. He asked me to do it. I'm not going to lie for anybody. I'm not going to put my career on the line for anybody. They hired me for all the money. This is what I do. But I am loyal and I'm unbiased. If the data is the data, I'm going to tell you what it is. If you don't like what I have, then you don't have to hire me.
Mike, this is something. And again, we have the best freaking viewers, I got to say. We have the best viewers.
What are we, Tom? We're so blessed.
I'm almost crying thinking of the difference. Are you ready?
What?
This guy hasn't looked at a note. He's a genius. Yesterday, the clown had 4 computers, binders, pictures, notes, videos, a smartwatch, and he still didn't know anything.
That's right.
Can I look at my notes? 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 This guy is talent.
Well, he's not lying.
I hope everyone else can see exactly what that said right there. What I just read. Right. I hope everyone can see that part right there. This guy, he's on it. And the other guy yesterday, papers everywhere, laptop. I need this. Well, it could be. Well, yes.
Yep. It was horrible. It was horrible. Welcome back.
Big difference from today to yesterday, wasn't it? Give us a
Big
date, can make.
difference. Yeah, big difference, guy. I've been listening the whole time. I apologize for
No, it's okay. No,
being
no,
elsewhere.
no.
Thanks for letting me hang with you today.
Just so this guy is
You're
just
welcome.
banging off answers to questions and explaining himself and doing the right thing. And yesterday, this guy had notebooks and pages and reports and everything all over the place, and he
Yeah.
still didn't have an answer.
This,
Yet
this
this guy is
This is very typical, where you have, and I study and experience juries. When you have an expert who makes concessions, like I was talking about before, when you have an expert who says, yeah, this is what I considered. I'm not saying one method is better than another, but this is how you do it. You compare apples to apples. That's where juries tend to find experts more credible. They also judge demeanor, temperament. When you have someone like Welcher who's staring at a laptop or being kind of overly pithy with the person asking questions of him, or
right.
looking at his iWatch, that does not read well with a jury. Nobody likes a know-it-all. I don't. I can be a know-it-all sometimes, but it doesn't really
Not like
convey.
that. Yeah, it's
No.
different. Right.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm listening to the cross, and just to kind of circle back to what I was saying before, this is how Hank is going to cross-examine. I actually think he's pretty good at cross-examining, and that would track with his years of being a defense attorney on criminal matters. When you're a defense attorney, it's your job to poke holes. So he's trying to poke holes. He's just not landing anything. And in fact, he spent, in my opinion, an exorbitant amount of time emphasizing it. I don't think he meant to do this, but emphasizing DeSogra's training, education, and credentials. Why would you recap that? Why would you tell a jury, so you obtained your Bachelor of Science and you have a master's and you've done this and you have continuing education and all of these things? They heard it once. Hank, did you really want them to hear it again? Because your expert, meaning Shannon Burgess,
Mm-hmm.
lies on his own CV and takes 17 years to procure a degree.
Right. The drastic change. Did jury see this? Do you think? Did the jury see how big this is? Yes.
Yes, and I say that not just speaking in generalities, but I laid eyes on this jury for a day.
Yeah.
They're
They're in
young.
tune.
They're young. I think yesterday there was some, I think it was during your stream, there was questions or maybe in the chat about, are these people are in their 40s? They're most of them are younger than 40.
Okay.
These are young people who you know, the newer generations, and I see it with young attorneys and I see it with
Yep.
young physicians, like they kind of make up their own minds, they beat to their own drum, they draw conclusions about people's personalities and temperaments very, very quickly. It's just part of the new generations out there, and I think it's all tied to having iPhones and Galaxy products
Yeah.
and all.
Sure. And they've had them their whole life since they're used to it. They're new to us. They're
Right.
not to them. So
Right.
their mindset's completely different.
Yeah,
And-
think of like how many times you're just scrolling through Instagram or Facebook, and you just scroll, and everything is in the form of a reel or a little meme or a little bite. So
Just
people,
enough.
right, the attention spans are very short. I also think that I will compliment Alan, because this is the very difficult subject to tackle with any juror, but these are complex topics. He was quick and effective with DeSogra. Think about it. Think about how much time was spent by Brennan and then thereafter with Alessi on Welcher and with Burgess. These two
Right.
witnesses. I mean, you're talking 3 days on the stand. I think it was 3, maybe 2.5 for Burgess.
Yep.
That's ridiculous. The attention span of the jury is short. So
For very little. So much time to get so little out. But is that just a stall tactic? Is
I
that are they burning time, you think?
I don't think they're burning time. I think what Hank is doing, I think not Burgess. I think that Welcher is the Commonwealth's case. That's why they ended with him. I wouldn't have ended with him, but they put so much time and investment into him and his revised opinions and Burgess's revised opinions, because all of it rests upon what these two chumps have to say. And what they have to say is, we're going to tailor our new opinions based upon the testimony that's come out in this trial that is working completely against us. So if I were to kind of call balls and strikes thus far, because there'll be more cross of Mr. DeSogra, right now, Hank hasn't landed any single punch. All of the questions that your audience who watches this now or on replay will probably say, "Ooh, this does, I'm getting anxious. This doesn't sound good." This is very, very common. This is what cross-examination is meant to achieve. You kind of try to undermine a little bit and, ask questions of that witness like, "Well, you didn't consider this, and you don't know what Welcher was thinking, do you?" No, experts don't talk to each other.
Right.
They don't share information.
They work for different companies.
They do. In this
Yes.
case, there was a unique scenario where I guess they had to do, was it the chip off or whatever it
Yes.
was, where whatever event that they've been talking about, where Burgess was doing his chip off and DeSogra was there and they were not communicating meaningfully.
Right.
That's actually unusual that two experts would be there at the same time, interacting at all. Normally, they don't ever see one another. The closest I've ever had experts be together was where, one was sitting in the courtroom listening to the other's testimony. So I would say, I've been told by people that I have a little bit of a calming effect on, anxiety as it develops. And in this case, I'm not worried right now. There's nothing that Hank is asking DeSogra that in any way makes me feel like, "Ooh, okay, that didn't land how I wanted it to." If I were to give DeSogra any criticism, and I'm saying this because he's younger, right? So if he graduated in 2011 and then got his master's in 2013, I think he could, moving forward, improve his, and I'm guilty of it too, but I think he could improve his eye movements when he's asked a question. He'll do this. He'll say,
look up.
"Oh, I don't know." I do it too, so I can't really speak from a position of non-hypocrisy. And also, I think he needs to be a little bit softly combative in terms of when a question is posed to him. He could be a little bit stronger in his level of exuded confidence because,
Right. His
he's,
slap back a little bit more in a little less technical terms, that he's kind of
yeah,
like, "Where we going with this? Like, I can give you
yeah,
this answer." Yeah.
yeah, just a little bit. But you
Yeah.
know what? He's testified once. I did get some questions sent to me, and I saw a few in your chat. Well, he's only testified once at trial. Does that make him an expert? Absolutely. Many times experts do reports. They never see the inside of a courtroom.
And I
Many,
think once the confidence he's going to get
of
after
course.
he leaves here, come on. Give this guy a couple more times up at bat. I think we'll see someone really polished.
Right.
This is, you don't go to school for this, do you? This is just, here you
Nope.
go.
Yep.
Just don't do this, don't do that. Everyone gives you advice
And some
right?
people are really knowledgeable and really could be considered experts, but they don't have the courtroom panache. They don't have
Right.
that, like,
Like the
that
lady,
draw.
there was another lady that they did earlier with this serum, I think. Same way. Very
Yeah.
smart. Can't articulate it correctly out to the public. Something
Yeah.
like that.
You got to be able to sell it. And
Yeah.
I do think overall DeSogra is selling it, and it's
Yep.
when
I'm buying it.
it's the data. I mean, by no means is he trying to,
Doesn't have to. This stuff sells itself.
yeah, he's not like a soothsayer, but here you listen to Hank and suddenly for a moment, everyone kind of pauses and says, "Wait a minute, is Hank making a good point?" No, he's not. But it takes a trained eye to be able to see that. And I see it, and I'm putting my subjectivity aside when I say that. Also, let's not forget, Jackson has an opportunity for rebuttal. Now, in theory, rebuttal is supposed to be limited to the scope of cross-examination. So
So just what they bring up is all you can cross them on. Okay.
that's the general rule. However, Bev has allowed Hank in his rebuttals thus far to go far beyond the scope of cross. So let's see if she's going to continue her trend of being unfair and biased as it relates to the defense here. But we have Alan who will come in and clean things up and land the last punch as it relates to DeSogra. But right now, I would say overall, this is a net win. We're going to put that in the column for Karen, and it was a good way to start this trial, other than the fact that I'm sure the jury gets it by now. So anything that continues on at this point concerning Dr. DeSogra and the text stream data and the event data recording and all of that, we're now approaching, in my mind, from my experience, the level of, okay, we're done here. So I did hear that Lucky and read that Lucky Laughran is in the building.
And I'll bring that up. Is that not a great way to end a Friday, by having the guy with the best view of the entire thing?
It is, but I will tell you all, I'm just a little worried, being that I now understand what Hank's style is going to be in front of a jury during cross. I hope that Lucky stands his ground.
Yep.
Here's my personal observation of Lucky from trial 1.0. Lucky is steadfast in what he knows. He's almost machine-like in terms of what he is going to say, what he will concede, and what he won't concede. In fact, it's kind of unemotional. It's, I was driving down the street at these times, or I struck a basketball pole, and yes, I didn't want to get in trouble for it. Like,
Right.
he's just very, I don't know, monotonous, but I mean that in a neutral way, not in a negative way.
No, yeah.
And I'm worried mildly that Hank's going to beat him up. So if the defense team is as strong and skilled as I know they are, the defense team should have, and it probably will be Yannetti, because Yannetti asked him the questions in 1.0, if memory serves. I hope the defense team prepped Lucky, because even though Lucky is, more of a neutral third-party witness, the defense team could and should have access to him to prep him. By the way, let's not forget, folks, that the Commonwealth, technically, if they had put Lucky on their witness list, which they didn't, and they certainly didn't for 1.0, they've had equal access to Lucky. So
Correct.
and they chose for, I think it was the better part of a year or year and a half, they chose not to even interview him. And the only reason they interviewed him was because Karen's defense team was clamoring that, hey, there's a plow driver out there, a plow truck driver who knows shit. How about you take a look at it, instead of just putting your blinders up and ignoring it. So the Commonwealth has chosen to hide. What are we at now? They've hidden Proctor, they've hidden Higgins, they've hidden and many people in addition to who I'm listing, but key important people. We've got Proctor, lead investigator, hidden. Higgins, major third-party culprit alleged, hidden. Who was one of the last people to see John O'Keefe alive.
Happen to have a romantic maybe triangle something thing going on, maybe not happy. I don't know. That's odd. Why they would never think of a incident to involve a love triangle. I mean, that's not the oldest thing in the book. Come on.
And that's where my theory is. Like, I know people say, oh, Colin, I think Colin had something to do with it. And I know that Brian Albert has much history and was the homeowner and has fighting history, etc. But my instincts have always gone to Higgins, because he does check all the boxes in terms of motive, means, and opportunity.
I will tell you, they both absolutely have the means, only for the fact they have specialized training above and beyond, because they're detectives, because of this, and because of what they've learned, that their special training kind of puts them in a different class. Because if something if it could have gotten away with, this had to be thought, like, obviously you'll see it on the fly with all the little errors that were made, but it's a bold step when something like that happens. When something like that happens, everything changes. To go for everything after that it's either good or evil. Every decision after that is, every single one, it's a decision between good and bad.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I mean, if we circle back to Lucky, Brennan is probably going to try to beat him up a bit. And that is something that, concerns me a little bit, but they've prepped him. I know the defense team has prepped Lucky. There are certain witnesses and certain personalities and temperaments where they're just resistant to prepping. So
Right.
I think Lucky probably falls into that category, but the fact that he's so just kind of laser focused, a bit monotonous in terms of what his substance of his testimony is going to be, and he's not going to deviate from that.
Nope.
Brennan is more of a bully than Lally was a bully. And Lally gave him a very robust cross-examination in trial 1.0. What would be smart for Brennan, if he's watching during lunch, is that Brennan should understand that if you are cross-examining someone who is just an honest blue collar, as I would describe Lucky,
Absolutely.
fact witness who's come into court and just doing his civic duty by responding to a trial subpoena and giving honest testimony that really doesn't have any shades of gray to it.
Bingo.
It will perceivably backfire if Brennan beats him up, because, you look like a bully and the guy comes across as sympathetic as they come to me. I was shocked when I heard that juror Ronnie, Bowtie Ronnie, was kind of the opinion that they really didn't put much credence. I'm not saying they didn't find him believable, but
They didn't give it the weight it needed. Right.
In terms of Lucky, because Lucky is probably one of, if not the most important neutral witnesses in this entire case on both sides. What does he care? He actually has an affinity for the Albert family. I mean, he's he's familiar with them. I think there may have been some overlap in school between Lucky and some of
It's a
the
small
Albert.
town. Everybody knows everybody. Sure. But listen, real quick, right? Lucky had those headlights, right? And the headlights are made in a way that they will reflect off certain reflective tape that they put on signs, that they put on hydrants, that they put on them little flags.
Right.
The headlights are made specifically to pick up reflective material. Yes?
Yeah, they will pick up reflective material whether John was wearing it or even the snow itself, which I wouldn't call reflective, but
What about the 1,000 pieces of taillight that are strewn across this crime scene of what? Where's all the reflective? I mean, Lucky would have saw that. He would have saw the taillight, broken taillight for that matter, reflecting off the snow. If that was the case, by the time he went by, it wouldn't have been covered all up completely. There still would have been pieces that would have been reflecting back at him, and there was a hydrant for him to look at. So that would have caught his eye. He would have went back to the broken shards that still would have been reflective, especially on his plow looking down.
oh yeah,
You would have seen him.
he was elevated, which is a good point. I'm picking up on that now from your hand gesture. He was elevated. So not only was he driving up the road with full range of visual observation, but he was elevated. He had the powerful headlights. This was after much snow or more snow had fallen. This is when there were no cars on the road except the alleged Ford Edge that he saw. He was familiar with the home. He knew the residents. He knew that the vehicle, I'm using vehicle to substitute for Ford Edge. He knew the vehicle was there. He recognized that it was there, but at the same time, what did he say? God forbid any animals. He's scanning his range of visual expands because he doesn't want to hit any animals.
Have you seen what deer do? deer will run next to you, then all of a sudden they'll come right in front of you. So
Yes.
he's conscious of even that.
He
Like
is.
like
And
he's very conscious around him.
yeah, and doesn't it just make you all query, like, why wouldn't the Commonwealth have just questioned him? We've talked about this. I think we've talked about it previously. I know I have on other streams. Like, you have to, as Buchanan said, trust but verify. Like, there was no verification here. They knew that there was a plowing of the road. They knew there was a plow truck driver. They knew, I believe they came to Lucky by asking, was it not Jutris? Somebody who, maybe it was Jutris.
I think Aiden may have
Yeah.
found Lucky and started that ball rolling.
Yes, somebody, but originally what the Commonwealth did, if my memory serves correctly, was once it became clear that I believe it was Aiden was kind of putting the heat on them or on the public, that there was someone with knowledge who's that kind of neutral third party who was at the scene during the relevant time period. And by relevant time period, I mean the time period
Yeah,
when
Trotta.
when John was lying there and dying. During that relevant time period, this neutral third party, Lucky Loughran, was there. And once Aiden kind of put the attention on it, my understanding was that the Commonwealth, through the police, which don't get me started on their ineptitude, kind of said, let's talk to the person, I don't remember his name, who runs the Trotta, thanks, Cop's daughter, the person who runs the Department of Public Works, whatever
Mhm.
that, like that,
Yep.
the equivalent of that up there.
DPW. Yep.
PW. So, and I believe I heard or read somewhere that the Commonwealth or the police kind of put, I think it might have been Proctor, put something in a report at some point in time
At the beginning.
that said, like, nope, there was no plowing of the street, or we
They actually, this is another thing. They said that Proctor said he spoke to Trotta, and Trotta told him there was a company called By the Yard that plowed that street. By the Yard. Now, how does a company that's not even incorporated, does not exist yet, get a contract to plow the city of Canton, where they need an insurance and liability certificate in case they do damage, and they have to be covered for it? But regardless, they said By the Yard didn't exist, and then it came out that Matt McCabe's relative owns it. Happens to be that now.
It's so incestuous.
Every
up there.
single thing has a asterisk next to it.
Yeah, like the company that Fanning and Crawford founded,
Yep.
that suspiciously, well,
All video from the DA's office goes through them. All audio and video, and that's what they do at the DA's office. They just must manage their workflow to their company.
Yeah, they outsource, as we would say, they outsource it to their own
themselves.
And where does that lend itself to any level of objectivity? And also, didn't that Fanning Crawford company suspiciously close days after the incident? It was
days
like
after. That's right. But I think they still did the data work on the case. If that's, how can that be? If they closed a couple days after.
Yeah,
yet,
I agree.
How does this happen? How does this company do this data thing?
But I of course, like I think of that stuff, which this is making me think no matter what, I know people kind of say, who's the defense going to call? I think they absolutely must call Crawford. I think they must call Fanning, even though inherent in anyone who the defense calls and who I think they must call is the fact that Brennan gets to come in and cross, which means ask anything.
Right.
And we always want to be concerned about Brennan crossing witnesses whom he should have called himself, because they're technically Commonwealth witnesses.
Well, here's another asterisk. Not no more, because Crawford quit. She quit the DA's office. Yeah, she quit. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how she would do on cross, and whether or not Brennan could even prep her if she no longer is employed by the state or the town.
Exactly.
County, however that works.
And how does her answers as a citizen now, like, could she take the fifth?
No, I mean, if she's not facing or actively facing criminal charges, if she's not facing criminal charges or active ones, she can't plead the fifth.
If
Like
she's the one that inverted the video of the Sally Port?
well, it would really need to be very clear and made clear to her ahead of her testimony that this is 100% where the questioning is going to go. That's a very nebulous area to go with a witness. Like you need to kind of make it pretty abundantly clear ahead of time that you're going to take that witness into the danger zone where they could potentially perjure themselves and or face criminal charges. I mean, could she plead the fifth? Technically, yes. I don't think she will, because I don't think anyone has said to her outright, "You're facing this potential charge and proceed at your own risk." I also don't think, if I'm now I'm going back to this trial 2.0, that it has been really hammered to this jury yet that there was an inverted video. I know there was the discussion of it during Buchanan's testimony, and it was, lightly touched upon for a few minutes. But I think that would be very helpful for the defense to go back there through whatever witnesses during the defense case in chief. But people like Crawford, Fanning, Proctor, Higgins, Brian Albert, I'm still on the fence about Nicole Albert because, even though I guess they should call her, she was a homeowner, she didn't come outside, she can tell her bullshit story about what she did with Chloe or /
Right.
Cora.
Yep.
Also the phone call that she allegedly didn't receive or didn't answer from Jen McCabe at 5:07.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's got to call. I think they do have to call Nicole Albert, but we always have to just keep in mind they have a dog in the fight. So when Brennan is given the opportunity to lead them around, it's a risk. It is a risk. So I hear a lot of people kind of chattering saying, well, what if they don't call Proctor? Well, oh my God, they have to. There are risks to doing it. There are,
Right.
and
It may be better. The 4 new witnesses are the people that were on the text chain that he sent the text to about.
yes.
So it's going to be, they can probably get more out of those people
Yes.
than they could out of putting Proctor there, because they all can paint a picture of this guy being bad guy. And
Yes.
so, and what's Hank going to do? Soften up that text? He
And
can't.
if I want to say, I think I saw, and maybe your chat can correct me, but I want to say I saw some type of motion that was filed to exclude inadmissible hearsay from the jury's eyes in terms of these 4 witnesses. So that's a great point, Tommy. Even if the defense doesn't call Proctor, and by not calling him, which I am of the opinion they should,
Right.
let him tell a jury consistent with his prior testimony that, he did the best investigation and, explain why he got fired related to the bias that he exhibited in this case. Let him tell a jury that. But even if the defense weighs the pros and cons, makes a calculated decision not to call him for all of the risks that I've kind of discussed, having those other 4 witnesses come in is an opportunity for, as you said, the defense to get what they need out of those text messages without calling Proctor. They then preserve the strength of an argument to the jury where they say, like, hey, did you notice they never even called the lead investigator? And technically, even if Karen's team calls Proctor as a witness in their defense case in chief, they can still make that argument during closing arguments. Say, did you notice we had to call Proctor? We had to be the ones to tell you what he had to say or what he did or didn't do. But all in all, I don't even know how we've gotten this far because
Exactly. Here we are again.
yeah, it's like you have the lead investigator who independently and uniquely touched evidence in this case.
All of it. All of it.
Well, he touched all of it, but if you look at like some of the I forget what they're called, but chain of custody forms. There's maybe a different name for it up in on your planet.
Yeah.
But there's times where Proctor is the one who procured the evidence and labeled the chain of custody forms. Those are things Buchanan never could or should be able to vouch for. So technically that merits a dismissal of the charges as well. So I kind of, there's so many reasons why we shouldn't be here. But as far as Lucky being in the building, I'm all for it. Yeah. Mike, you didn't eat your full lunch. What's going
I
on
didn't eat
here?
lunch at all. I
What
didn't
are
eat
you
lunch at all.
doing? Oh,
I went to the hot tub.
you went in the hot tub?
What the
Yeah.
frig, man?
Look at that. You know, Tommy's injured. I love hot tubs. I got the hair pinned up. I'm ready to go. And you went in your hot tub?
The hair
Yeah.
up is the key.
It is. Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to lie to you. You asked me. My dog's outside in the backyard. It's fenced in, and then I
Chilling.
just jump in the hot tub.
He's got a saltwater hot tub. He's got one of the,
Yeah.
the better ones.
Well, Mike,
Yeah.
I speak on behalf of the entire audiences of Tommy's channel and Seeking Justice and everyone who's watching on Twitter and on YouTube that we're very happy you put your clothing back on before rejoining us. Thank you. Hey, if you guys want more subs,
You may run across him at the beach. I'm just saying. You may bump into this guy in the weirdest places. I don't even know how to say it.
How'd you know I was naked outside? First of all,
I'm watching you. And
Didn't even have to put a poll up on that one, Mikey.
I'm going to be back in a very short amount of time. I'm going to be back in Norfolk County and say that, you know, I might have to stop by.
Well, just be careful when you're in the premises of Canton. Things happen over there. Just careful,
I wonder if I know that firsthand.
Yeah, that's kind of.
You kind of do.
But hey, the good news is, Nan, did you hear they're gonna try and go out of state for police?
Yes, police chief.
They're gonna do a nation audit, a nation search for a brand new police chief.
Yeah.
Well,
that's a start.
That's a start.
Yeah.
That's a start. Oh, all right.
Search for interim police chief underway.
Yep.
Yeah. Interestingly, I'm wondering if there's certain written protocols for that, like how they choose a police chief.
Yeah, the article's pretty good. They go nationwide.
Yeah, but in terms of the process that the town invokes itself, like
yes, so Duty, who was the ex-fire chief, right, is now one of the town administrators, is in the process of handling it, along with the chief financial officer, not Scanlon, but I forget his name, but Trish Boyden, one of the newer select board members, is thoroughly involved with this. We have training for mental health going to happen for the law enforcement. Body cameras have already been purchased. They're going to redo the cameras all through the Canton PD, including inside the elevator. Don't know what that means. Is there a hidden? Remember when Higgins disappeared behind a stairwell for a second?
Yeah.
In the video, Tom, I
didn't see that part. So he's going in the elevator to what?
Is that where the elevator? I don't know. I'm just saying. So that's going to happen.
Dead spot for cameras.
And they're going to put a fence lock at the end of the bays so the cars can't get in and out without keying through the back parking lot.
They have to secure the parking lot. That
All right.
done years ago.
You know what I'm hearing though? This all sounds to me like reactive measures being employed following the police audit that was done by five stones, like
five guys.
Whatever. Doesn't it seem reactive?
Yeah, totally.
That's probably something I would recommend that the Canton Select Board consider moving forward. That, you know, the taxpayers of Canton, in my opinion, should be more interested, you know, put aside for a moment the fact that they should be outraged, but now they should be very futuristically interested in having a very proactive approach to policing in their community, making sure that they're not just putting band-aids on axe wounds or fixing what was criticized, but actually making sure that the police investigative measures and supplies and all of their technology is in
that's
line
right.
with state of the art.
They're actually getting new evidence bags and CSI equipment. Just so you know, I don't know if we had it before,
How
but we're
about
getting it now.
how about some body cams? Wouldn't that
Yes.
have been nice?
Yep, we got body cams.
Are they getting new cameras, or at least
Yes,
having?
they,
Okay.
they got cameras, body cams, the flocks on the back of the cars, Tommy, that read
Yeah.
license plates.
Yep.
Every car's gonna have those.
Oh, great.
Cameras
Oh.
inside the Canton PD, outside the Canton PD.
Is each police car being equipped with packs of red Solo cups and Stop and Shop bags? That's
There
what
you
I
go.
want to know.
Standard equipment when they come from the factory. They're already pre-programmed.
Absolutely. And leaf blowers.
But even Nan, right? That whole thing, that whole situation, the audit, another asterisk. Here we go, right? Where do you fit that in? You add this into the mix. Add Aiden getting those bogus charges thrown him into the mix.
Yep.
Them using this girl to file false report just to get him into jail to shut him up. I mean, another asterisk. Where does it stop?
I just got a new idea for a t-shirt. I think we need a Canton is a pain in the asterisk type of
There we go.
that would be a good I
That
think
is actually pretty good.
yeah, we'll have a
That's
little
good.
fundraiser. I think
Yeah,
that would
I like that.
probably
Mods.
it would probably survive any buffer zone challenges because doesn't have to do with Karen Reed or anything like that. So
No.
yeah, Canton is a pain in the asterisk.
There you go. Because everything, there's an asterisk to every piece of.
Oh god, yeah.
You know what doesn't have an asterisk?
Karen Reed's story.
Karen
Hasn't
Reed's
changed
story.
one bit.
Wait, Mike looks jacked. What's going on here?
Well, just gonna. So here's some of the things they're gonna be doing. They're gonna go. Officers will either have or will soon undergo training on mental health, crime scene preservation, sexual assaults, sudden death, and internal affairs in the coming fiscal year. Officers will also receive the use of force and court testimony. Okay, I don't know what that means. The building, we were body cameras for officers, evidence collection kits, crime scene processing, preservation equipment, automated license plate recognition devices. So yeah, upgrades to the infrastructure, radio communications. So they're spending some money.
They're going to spend some money, but if I recall, wasn't there supposed to be money spent on like a new school up there, and that
We're
never
doing
happened?
that. No, we're spending money on the school, not doing the pickleball.
Okay. By the way, I'm
Pickleball.
getting into pickleball. So if you guys think I'm
it's a good exercise.
jacked, I'm going to do it. I'm going to
Do it.
do it. I have a pickleball opportunity that has been
I'm
presented.
sure you do. Sure you do. It's a good place to meet people.
I got the muscles. I'm
You
ready
do.
to go.
Yeah, no, hey, I'm not saying that.
No, I know. It's so funny to me how the town is just so hyper. It's been so hyper focused to be years behind in technology and training.
Oh, God.
And the fact that there's going to be money spent on mental health training for police officers, are you fucking kidding me? Like, that is directly out of the 5 stones or 5 jerks audit.
Yep.
Their mental health. How about the Canton residents' mental health? How about Karen's mental health? And she's obviously not a constituent of of Canton, but we've got
By
people
proxy, though.
by proxy.
What about the O'Keefe's? Don't you think they should name the school or the gym after O'Keefe?
I mean,
O'Keefe Stadium or something?
yeah, after John, not after. Yeah.
After John, me and Mike were talking about that a while ago, trying to even get the gym, even the gym nominated to be the John O'Keefe Memorial Gym.
Right.
You know?
I mean, I know Mike has a history playing basketball with John.
Yep.
Like, that would be great.
Wouldn't it?
And I'm happy to help in any way to kind of build up momentum for that or to create buzz.
Yeah.
Which, for what it's worth, putting someone's name on a building or some structure, we all know that it doesn't make it all go away, but it just allows him to live on in perpetuity because
Yes.
It's respect.
so
It's respect.
Yeah, and it really bothers me when the antis kind of say this is about justice for John, and you're
It
no
is.
shit, but you don't get to justice unless you
Karen.
vindicate Karen. You
He's
just
right.
don't. And he'll
Yeah.
never, as I know you've both said, he'll never
Yeah.
get full justice because of this.
Nope.
Yeah, so frustrating.
It
But
is. It sucks. But
Yeah,
here we are. We can't go backwards. We
right.
go forward.
Exactly,
Keep
Mike.
going and
Yep.
just take no prisoners and just keep
Yeah.
going. Because I can't
So,
change the past. I can only change the future.
I agree. And
Yeah.
you know, the more I think about it, I just feel so
It sucks.
badly for
Yeah.
the residents up there. And I saw some of the images that have come out from Aiden. Like, don't let me keep you guys from your lunch planning. But I know you wanted to show a microdots video or Twitter or
It's
whatever.
not going. No. That's not going anywhere. Don't
Whatever
worry.
you
We'll
wanna-
give
if
you a
you- if
sidebar
you-
or a break or something. We can do it. We're
If you
not
want
worried.
to if you want to go, you just
No.
say,
Yeah, anytime you
I'm
need a
in.
dip, you let us know.
Yeah.
I'm having fun. I'm
Yeah, all right,
still,
cool.
you know, I'm getting my shit done. You know what the beauty is to your audience? When you're your own boss, you do whatever the
No.
fuck you want when you fucking want to. I pay
Uh-huh.
myself, and I'm
Yeah.
having fun with my sports
Sports center.
center.
So when I was doing computers, right? People say, "Oh, you have all this free time." Right? They didn't know the time that I wasn't there spending on stuff at the shop at night. Hours at the shop. 3, 4
Yeah.
o'clock in the morning, then back up at 8 to go to a meeting. It's like, yeah,
That's not billable.
not billable, right?
Tommy, I just sent you a video from Aiden with Karen outside. Sorry, Dan, I didn't mean to cut you
No,
off.
it's okay. And by the way, I saw a comment there, and I know I one of your watchers. I agree with you, LCB, that mental health for the police is crucial for everyone's safety, etc.
shit, yeah.
But at the same time, and we can agree to disagree. At the same time, that type of opinion, meaning mine, that mental health training is not appropriate right now. That's my opinion. And we'll respectfully agree to disagree. But I will say right now that the issue of their mental health training, it just doesn't land well with me right now. Because right now we've got the community having been overly scrutinized, facing frivolous criminal charges, being castigated for their views by police who have just yielded this completely overreaching sword. In my opinion, their mental health, which is important, is probably should be less prominent on the list right now. And given the deficiencies in the policing in that community and the investigative measures, I think that mental health training to be a line item on some type of new budget that's going to be applied to the police there, that should be a lower line item than making sure that they are trained and skilled and supplied with state-of-the-art training and supplies to make sure that police investigations are properly handled real time so that this, meaning Karen's and John O'Keefe's debacle never happens again. But anyway, I love that you put that comment there because it really could spur good discussion.
Yeah.
So let's watch this for real quick. This is 30 seconds of Karen walking out of court to speak to the people out front.
This was the morning break. Yep.
Here we go.
So beautiful.
And still people I can see standoffish, kind of, it seems.
Well, the people are nervous, Tommy.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
This is Mr. Reed. This is Karen. That's so cool that she did that.
Yep.
Oh, there's Nathan.
And tell me that's out of control. This is unfettered. Where's the chaos? Where is it?
No one's got a sign.
Oh, there's Chief.
Watch this again. This is no chaos. These are just people.
But you know, and this is going to grow in the coming days.
Oh, yeah.
Man, you just nailed it. Once they see this, so we just got to show up in regular clothes. Okay, we'll be there.
This needs to be out there. This right here.
It's out there on Twitter right now. You guys
Good.
want to retweet it? Go ahead.
Good boy. Wow.
But yeah, like
There's Hardman right there.
What a jerk.
And see where she is? She came across the street from the
See, but
courthouse.
This is This is the lady in the back row next to the ADA on Karen's side that's sitting against the back row. I don't know who she is.
Who are you
Mrs.
pointing
Reed,
to?
To the lady in green on the crosswalk.
Oh, I
right
don't
here,
know
right?
her. Okay.
No.
I don't know her either. Yeah.
Mr. Reed,
Yeah.
Mrs. Reed, as usual,
Oh
talking
shit!
to
I didn't even see
everybody right
Mrs.
there.
Reed. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my god. This
Nathan's right
Nathan.
there,
Yeah.
right? They're just regular,
How
awesome people, dude. They really are.
bad does Hardman hate this right now?
These
Oh,
are, all these people are like steadfast
regular,
supporters. They've been there from day one. This lady's
right?
there more than she's not. I mean, these
Yeah.
people are supporters, and Karen's hugging some lady, right? Just
Yeah.
But
Miss
also,
Cindy.
but
Go ahead.
also, as far as Hardman's concerned, I have to say, like, the fact is, the gentleman, and I'm not going to call him that. The guy, he doesn't even understand what he was policing in that buffer zone. He injured you, Tommy. He doesn't even know, and he
Right.
didn't know before the newest ruling came down, and he probably doesn't even know right now what he can and cannot police there. So he's probably sitting there shitting in his pants going, I better do the right thing, and scanning the crowd and the bedlam to see if there's
Right.
any type of perceivable infraction. But I would also say, in viewing that video, as I was mentioning, and I know Mike did too, like that number of people will grow as people feel very acclimated and comfortable. But
Yes.
isn't it beautiful that the Reeds, and I'm not even just talking about Karen,
Family.
the
The
Reeds
family.
get human touch.
Yes.
Look at how many people just
They
kind of went
need
up to
that.
them.
Wait,
They do.
And they are the nicest, most genuine people that to ever walk up to you, or you
Right.
walk up to them. They're just, you can't get enough of them. You really can't.
They need that. Maybe, and I don't even know if they know they need it, but every human being needs to
Yeah.
feel the support
Yes.
that what they're fighting for is not their own battle. And the fact that, and I've been honored enough to have seen how far away that you've all had to stand.
Sucks.
It all of you, it's like, oh my God, you guys are lucky if she and their family were able to see you as they were kind of driving in. Now they get that human connection, and they don't have to be credentialed by the press. It's a beautiful thing. I'm looking forward to doing that myself in the coming weeks.
Oh, are you dropping a little hint?
Maybe 2 hints. I told you, Mama's the boss. Mama decides what Mama does.
I said it before, and I hate to even say it again, but it's so true. I hate that they picked on the Reeds, but I'm so glad they picked on the Reeds, because you couldn't find another family that could go through this and still be this strong and not stand up and say, this is bullshit. I would have lost it long time ago.
Tom and I always talked about, imagine waking up, being the Reeds or even Karen, and having a murder charge over your head that won't go away. And now you're being isolated by the state, the government, saying you can't help her out in any kind of physical, emotional way, which is power. You give her power when she walks that courtroom, when you have people behind her cheering her on. It's like finishing a marathon, right? You get another mile to go, people are screaming at you. You can do this. Same kind of enthusiasm. You can go into this. It brings her back up. But I tell you, she's still a rock star.
Yeah.
Before this stuff was shut down, which I think was obviously done on purpose to try to take that emotional connection away from her, to get one narrative with a certain amount of people with microphones and cameras. WBZ, the regular news stations around, they control what they want. Tom's not allowed to be there. Justice Served is not allowed to be there. Whatever. So they hands off. They don't see this right now. We're getting Aiden, who's a kind of press pass that took the picture of that.
Right.
That goes a long way with a lot of people, in my opinion. They can see, well, I'm not going to be like 7 policemen standing in a row looking at us, seeing what we're doing. You have Karen come out of the courtroom. What have you seen that? It's like, would you see Diddy come out of the courtroom and give people hugs? You're never going to see that happen.
No.
Right? Karen's factually innocent, and people know it.
I agree.
And the court fucking knows it.
And can you imagine being in her shoes, or having a child or a family member in her shoes, and not being able to conjure up the goodwill and support of the community to kind of stand. And I make a big point of this, not stand behind you, but stand beside you.
Right.
And, I think that this will help. What we just saw filmed by Turtle Boy, this is going to help provide what I call psychic income to
There you
the
go.
beats.
Yep.
It's something that's immeasurable, and it will help, fuel and quell their mental health. Like I almost brought to tears watching it, and I'm so excited that I know it's going to grow that amount of people. And guess what? Who's not fucking standing out there? The blue people, the antis.
They're
you know?
nowhere to be found. I'm glad you brought that up. There has been nobody there. If they all care about John so much, where are they?
If
Stand
Yeah,
next
they
to
are.
us.
if Karen comes out at the end of the day, every day from now on, and walks across what she just did, then takes a right, and then takes another right across the street again,
Yep.
she'll have so many people cheering her on.
Yeah,
And just
almost like
just come across again, then take a right, and make another right. She'll be right where her car is. Do it. Fucking
do it.
do it.
I just got a great idea, which I'll talk to you guys offline about, but it's going to go along the lines of that. If I'm going to send you a little message. I have a great idea to help stay within the confines of the newest order and
Right.
to build her spirit kind of using that
Yeah.
anticipated
Yeah.
route. I think it's a good one.
Okay.
So, and the antis, like seriously, like they're happy to just pick on anybody. That they're nasty trolls, but yet none of them puts their things aside and comes down and peacefully
And we-
protests or
They're allowed
peacefully
to.
supports.
They're right.
Yeah, it's
No
kind of
one's
like what I
yelling
was.
at- no one-
Oh,
No
go
one's
ahead,
yelling at
Mike.
the O'Keefes. No one's yelling at the O'Keefes when they're coming out and going in. We
Right.
respect that. No one's yelling at Brennan. No one's yelling at Lally. The only one getting yelled at is John DePietro. Which
I know somebody posted in your chat, and unless he's referring to a prior instance, it sounds like Aiden was streaming behind DePetro again.
Probably just to mess with them. I wouldn't doubt it. That's Aiden does stuff like that. And you just gotta look at. It's just funny. It's so funny.
Aiden,
Listen,
it's so funny.
Turtle.
Like, it's so funny. And I met Aiden once, 1.5 times. And when I met him in person, he's like the nicest person, one of the nicest people I ever met. And then I
Yeah.
know this other side of him.
Oh,
And
Yeah.
I'm like, damn it. Look at him pushing it. But you know
Yeah.
what? DePetro pushes my buttons too.
Oh my
You
God.
follow his tweets, right? You guys follow. He writes the complete opposite of what's happening inside the courtroom.
Oh, I'm blocked. So
Oh,
unless-
Oh, Jesus
You gotta
Christ.
see this. This is priceless.
Oh, you
Show
have
me.
it?
Right here. Turtle Boy, Facebook Live with the pizza right behind him was hilarious. Look at this. Right? As he's streaming, but wait a minute.
Oh my
Oh my God.
Listen,
love
Turtle.
Whoa. This is good info. One juror.
I honestly think that Brendan has lost the jurors.
Oh yeah, right here.
Oh, wait. Hold on. I need to read that. One juror has her head in her hands. Looks like she has had enough of this bullshit. She freaking took notes. Not sure. Okay. Yeah. I also
You
think
saw
some of
the
that
juror. You saw the jury. What's your take on them? Can you expand on that at all?
yeah. So it's more racially mixed. Or I can't
Okay.
say more. I never saw the first jury. It is racially mixed. It is predominantly young, meaning in my
30 plus?
estimation 30
To
30
40s.
35 and under is what I would describe it
35
as.
and under. Wow.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's now everyone grain of salt because Nan's vision.
Old. I am old as fuck.
I'm having a big birthday this year, guys. So maybe maybe
You're
we'll
gonna be 30 years old, Mike.
40. Nope, 40.
nope.
I know which one then.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
but
sucks.
I made so many new friends up there. Maybe I'll just kind of
Maybe
rent
we'll
out a
surprise you.
restaurant and buy a bunch of drinks for people to celebrate my big birthday coming up.
Oh, I would love that.
That would be fun, right? I think that would be
Yeah.
fun.
That would be great.
So the jury is also I can't remember if it's more men than women. I don't
I thought it was
remember.
even. I thought it was even 6-6 and
my
nothing else
memory
so.
my memory is serving to, if I'm accurate, it's even. There
Mhm.
are several fastidious note takers, and then there's a few people who stare at the people taking the notes, like
Okay.
the cheaters, like they're looking at the notes the whole
To see
time.
if they, right.
One
So
in
they're
particular.
sizing each other up already on the jury.
They are. And thank you, Sam Poop. It's in December, which I always go back to the fact that I was born in the
You get
same
robbed.
same
You get robbed.
year, the same year and same birth month as John O'Keefe, yet I'm fucking elderly, according to the trolls. But
Figure that
anyway,
out.
I'm also the same age
Oh, that's
as
priceless.
the Glarer. Like the Glarer and I are just months apart, but nobody's calling him elderly. So whatever. I
He's
digress.
old. I'll do it for you. He's
He's
old
all
as
right.
fuck. Okay, he's old as fuck. The glare is old as fuck. There you go, Dan.
I will tell your audience, you're only as old as you feel. So if you get
Yes.
yourself up in the
Yes.
morning or you're going to bed at night and you see something about yourself and you're like, I'm hurting here, or I wish I could change this about me, then fucking do it. Because to the extent you
Yes.
can, I get it. Sometimes we have illnesses and injuries that you can't do anything about. But if you know there's changes in your life that you can make, then change them. And sometimes it's not so easy to do that. Like this morning when I woke up, I was like, I'm supposed to meet a new trainer today. I don't want to go. I just want to stay in bed. And I fucking went and I feel great. So if that helps to inspire people, great. If you end up thinking that I'm just preachy, that's great too. But, when we look at things like this, think about Karen. She'll never be the same. Her family will never be the same. Precious years were robbed from all of their lives, but also, in my mind, most notably to her parents' lives, because, Bill Reed and Janet, they're not getting any younger. Bill wants to go golf,
Right.
I
He
love
should.
to golf with him. And he's sitting there and he's sitting there every day, and
Every day.
he and she
Every day.
he and Janet, like, supporting their daughter,
Yep.
and Nathan is supporting his sister.
Right.
They're there, and shouldn't they all just be loving and enjoying each other as a family and properly, if need be, or the emotion calls for it, mourning the loss of John O'Keefe, or making sure that Karen's okay. Karen will never, ever be the same here. Whether or not she sues, which she will, whether or not she sues everybody under the sun or not, tell me that she's not. I mean, she's from my take on her, she's a rolling stone. A rolling stone gathers no moss. So
Right.
she'll be just fine in terms of the final analysis, but she'll never be the same. And your corrupt county of Norfolk and Canton, you guys did it to her. They all did it to her.
And again, they picked the wrong person, but thank God they picked the right person, because she's shown all of us that, we got a long way to go. And I don't know how she keeps it together.
Nan, if you could, would you put on your free pass list Mr. Bob Alessi?
Oh, wait a minute. Are you talking about a hall pass?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yes. A hall pass. Would you do it?
Yeah.
Leslie's
Come on
yes,
now.
she's a yes.
I posted a picture of him with me on Facebook this morning.
I wanted to hear the
dude,
words come out of your mouth.
Oh, let me say this very clearly. Like, every single male on the defense team is part of it's my elevator list. If I'm ever stuck in an elevator.
No. Going down, Mr. Alessi?
That guy, listen, for his age,
I'm going down. I don't know.
He's not only physically in sharp, he's mentally sharper than he is physically. That dude's got it going on. He's ripped.
Let me put a disclaimer up. Like, I'm totally fucking kidding. That's
You're
my
blushing. You're fucking blushing.
Well, no, that's good. Look, let the trolls see it, because normally they say that I'm a nana or I'm the crypt keeper and I have no blood flow. And the only reason I have red lips is because I actually am pale as a ghost. But yes, I'm blushing and I'm kidding.
Blood flow and Nan go together.
Oh,
Well,
yeah, get my blood pumping.
Men get blood rushing other places, just so you know.
Blood flow
Well, hey,
and Nan
what
go
is Nan?
together.
What is Nan short for? What's your real first name?
Nancy.
Nancy.
Okay.
However,
Nancy.
so my father was Scottish, and my parents kind of said, we want to give her more of a Scottish name, but we want to Americanize it. So I was raised Nancy Claire. And but no one ever called me that. I was always Nan. And
Okay.
Not even when you got in trouble?
oh, I got in trouble all the time.
Did they use your
Was it
second name, like the whole name when you knew you were in
Nancy
trouble?
Claire, get in this house.
I would get
Yeah.
I would get Nanny. I would get Nanny a lot.
Yeah.
Every now and then I would get Nancy Claire. But all in all, it's just Nan. Like, and to the haters out there, I am registered as an attorney in New Jersey as Nan Gallagher. I'm not hiding. I'm not.
Nice.
But there are states where I have to register as Nancy. But yeah, that's me.
That's just technicality on each state, different lawyers.
If you guys want to piss me off, though, call me Nancy. I don't really answer.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
No, we don't want that.
Hey, we're not going to have Nancy Gallagher on the show tonight.
But you know what's
Attorney Gallagher.
But you know what's funny? Coincidentally, so I rose up in the ranks as Nan, got licensed as an attorney as Nan, and then once I started practicing, about less than a month after I started practicing law, it came to my attention that there is an attorney in New Jersey named Nancy Gallagher, almost like Jerry Callow in My Cousin Vinny. But there's a Nancy Gallagher who does like automobile injury work. And I was getting all of her mail. And I'm like, why is mail coming to me? I'm Nan Gallagher. So it made me extra happy that I practice under my more shortened name, because I wanted to stop. I wanted to be differentiated from her. And every now and then I still get her mail or she gets mine. But we know if it involves doctors, it's mine. If it involves cars, it's hers. Yeah. So where are we at? What do we think we're at with the timer? I don't know when they went on break.
It went on break at 12:47, I do believe.
You think it's over an hour now for their lunch?
Absolutely. Definitely over an hour.
Oh, all
1:58.
right.
Yep.
Well, I haven't, I don't know if
Billy Moore. That's a great question. I'm glad you brought that up. They sent text messages to each other, and in it, they said, just say the guy never came in. Well, if that's the case, why would you not just say the guy never showed up? Why do you have to say he never came in the house? He just never showed up, because if you were in the house and he didn't show up and he didn't walk in, he didn't show up, he never showed up. You don't say he never came in.
He's on the list as well. So the Matt McCabe, he's a must call. I believe Betterow agrees with me on that. Chris Albert, probably. Yeah, I'd have to think it through, but he's got to be on the list.
So did you talk strategy with anybody? Did you guys get into that at all? Do you know something maybe you could share with us that we might not expect? Or I don't want to get you kind of like bullshit,
I know some strategy that I'm not.
Is there some fireworks coming? Can you say that? Some fireworks? Okay.
By coming, I don't necessarily, I'm not limited to today. There's not
a big load of people.
There's going to be a spreading of the load, and it's going to launch itself into outer space. Let's just say with
David, you're good, girl. You're good.
I might have to clip this one later.
It's someone else.
Don't let your family members watch this one.
Oh man, my family. Oh, by the way, my son who filmed that little video of me.
Yep.
He told me this morning. Well, two things. One, he gave me a baseball card yesterday. I think it's in my upstairs office. I have two offices in my mansion, Mike. But he gave me a baseball card this morning was it yesterday? And he said, "This is for you." And it was a Mets card of Darren Reed. Darren Reed. There must have been a famous Met named Darren Reed. Darren Reed. He's like, "This is for you. It's
Oh,
for
that's nice.
for Karen Reed." I was like, "Oh, thank you, buddy." But also, my son has told me he's going to be starting wants to start a little video series of interviewing me on the Karen Reed case. So
That's
that actually
awesome. Oh, that's awesome.
those will not be what do you call it? Like
Public?
spontaneous. Those are
right.
not going to be spontaneous like the other one was. These will be little planned vignettes.
Will it
So,
be you in around the house, like in your closet, maybe in some
yeah.
other rooms and stuff?
Like, sorry, I caught you getting out of the shower, Mom.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what was,
Yeah.
I didn't want to say those words, but yeah. But
Hey, Mike.
a lot of clickbait on that one. I'm just saying. Air it on our channel, please.
If you saw some of the messages and mail I get, yeah, there were.
I can only imagine.
I don't even want to imagine. No,
It's just unbelievable.
we got some of the best people and some of the.
Sorry to interrupt you guys. Somebody opened an OnlyFans account for me.
Oh my God, no!
I saw it.
Was it good?
It's actually pretty good, man. Yeah.
Thank you.
You know.
Yeah. Well, I think I know my calling if they end up getting disbarred. If the trolls have their way, I'll open an OnlyFans page and I'll make money that way.
Oh, you
check this out real quick. This is Volume. I feel battle tested this time. Karen Reed spoke with Matt Johnson and Mr. Crowder supporters. Oh, what happened there? Hold on.
I put my glasses on and I was smacked in the
Stop
face.
that.
Oh my God, you're all flustered over there.
I am. I'm a little.
Where are we?
I had to
Lost it.
put my hair up.
So the Kevin Deaver is the old dispatch person from.
Okay, so explain the significance of that to me. Do you understand?
So she's the one that told Lieutenant Gallagher it was 32 Fairview Road, not 34 Fairview Road, over the radio. Then she was relieved by Sean Good when he got back from 34 Fairview. I mean, he relieved her that night from dispatch.
On the desk. She was at the desk. He walked in, kicked her out.
At 12:30ish that night, whatever it was.
Okay.
And now she left the Canton PD and went into Boston PD.
Okay. So if I'm reading the tea leaves, is it the fact that she would have been provided the wrong address, meaning an attempt to conceal the identity of the residence of Brian Albert, and B, Good or Goody, whatever you guys call him, there's some type of implication that she was relieved from dispatch so as to have someone sitting there who could monitor calls coming in about.
Bingo.
Yes.
Bingo.
Yes. Yep. And it's that premeditated and calculated that makes it sick. So,
well, it's premeditated. I don't know if I would use the word premeditated, Tommy. I would say it is definitely evidence of planning after the event, premeditation.
Yeah.
So it is showing, or it is certainly evidence that could show an intent to conceal, supportive of accessories after the fact.
It has to be. If they can act like that, but just on the fly, then I don't know what to say.
Yeah. Plus, you couple that with, by the way, hey, Britt happens. I saw her in your chat. Thanks for popping by.
Yeah,
hi, Britt.
So listen, I leave Canton PD right away. That's the other question I have. Why did you have to leave Canton PD as soon as she could? Because she knew what was going down. Because
better yet, there's a relationship between Boston and Canton. Don't forget, Nan.
Yes. My point being is that she actually sent them to Deputy Chief Kelleher's house, who then called her and said, "You have the wrong address."
This is good. And the fact that Brennan is kind of fighting it in some motion filed, that shows he's trying to hide something.
We're over the hotspot.
Bingo.
6 of Mr. DeSorga's amended PowerPoint presentation.
I'm going to step away for just a couple minutes and I'll be back. I'm listening.
Yep.
All right, go.
I'm
Thanks.
gonna mute too.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
Sir, I want to ask you about your opinions, and inevitably, some of the slides that you've presented to this jury regarding adjusting the clock in a time period of 3 seconds. You have given an opinion that there's a difference that you see in the reports between when the defendant's Lexus is powered on and the infotainment system begins, correct?
Yes.
There's a 3-second difference on the exemplar vehicle between when the power is turned on and then the screen lights up, the ignition, the infotainment system.
The 3 seconds I'm referring to is the timestamp in the data from the SD card. So I'm referring to the timestamp in the SD card. It seems that that's coupled to the screen, but I just want to make it clear I'm referencing the data from the SD card.
The data from the SD card correlates directly to the infotainment system itself,
The date does, yes.
because the SD card is, with the other chips, part of the board that makes up the infotainment system.
Yes.
That infotainment system powers the screen that goes on after a user presses the button to start the vehicle.
Yes.
So the time that the infotainment system is registering is when the infotainment system goes on, not the power on event.
Correct.
So that 3 seconds that was tested with the exemplar vehicle between pressing the button to turn the car on and the time the infotainment system turns on, the infotainment system clock does not accommodate that 3 seconds.
Correct.
So when we're talking about time on infotainment system, we're talking about after the 3 seconds when the screen comes on.
Yes.
Okay. Now you've made some slides and you've made some assumptions suggesting that that 3 seconds should be added to your analysis. And I want to ask you about your analysis regarding the 3 seconds. If we could turn to page 7, please. If you could zoom in on the left side. Sir, you told us that you didn't do any testing or data vetting yourself. You simply relied on reading and reviewing Mr. Burgess's report and Mr. Welcher's report.
Correct.
And really, the information you're reviewing is Mr. Burgess's report. There's only a few references in Mr. Welcher's report where he cites Mr. Burgess's findings, correct?
Most of it is from Mr. Burgess's reports.
There's really nothing in any of Dr. Welcher's reports that you are considering that is not in Mr. Burgess's report.
The .154 alignment methodology, I think exclusively is in Dr. Welcher's and is not present in Mr. Burgess's.
Did you read both of Mr. Burgess's reports?
Yes.
You're not aware that Mr. Burgess talks about that timestamp in his reports?
He mentions it in the second report to say that he doesn't think, basically he doesn't think Dr. Welcher should have aligned it on that.
That is exactly not what he said. Where in the report, where in his report does he say that Dr. Welcher should not have relied on 154? Where does it say that in his report? I have it here. If you can give me the page, we will take a look at it.
I don't know the page, and I'm paraphrasing. By no means am I conveying that as I'm directly quoting it, but I remember that as something I read in there.
Well, I was careful in your affidavit not to paraphrase you, right?
Sustained.
So,
What a
when you just
dick.
made that assumption or that suggestion characterizing Dr. Welcher's state of mind or thought process, is there anywhere in the report you can cite or show me where Dr. Welcher said that?
No.
Okay. When you read Mr. Burgess's report and you learned that he and others obtained an exemplar vehicle and did this testing, you have no other independent information to suggest that the power on, power off event and 3 second delay is inaccurate, do you?
I just want to make sure I heard you. Did you say accurate or inaccurate?
Inaccurate. I'm sorry, the fan's on. I'm trying to
I know
shout.
that's the only reason I couldn't hear that. So can you state it one more time?
I'll rephrase it. When you reviewed Mr. Burgess's report and reviewed the information about his exemplar testing regarding the 3-second difference between turning on the car and the infotainment system going on, you have no other information that you looked at or studied that changes that analysis, do you?
No.
Now, when you are suggesting, could we shrink that and zoom on the right side, please? When you are suggesting that 3 seconds should be added to the time because of that 3-second gap, do you think maybe you made a mistake in considering it that way?
No.
The time that you're adding 3 seconds to is the infotainment time, the infotainment clock, correct?
Yes.
The infotainment clock begins when the infotainment system goes on. We just spoke about that, correct?
Right?
Which is 3 seconds after the power on event.
Correct.
So you're essentially double dipping. You're adding 3 seconds that has already been separated because it isn't reflected on the infotainment system. Isn't that true?
That's incorrect.
You believe that that 3 seconds between the power on and the infotainment system going on should be accommodated extra on top of it.
It's not that it's extra. It's because when we're talking about times here, we're pulling a time from the infotainment and we're marrying that with a key-on timer from the vehicle control history. Those are separate systems. So if the vehicle control history had its own time, then what you're saying would be correct. We wouldn't account for any delays because then it's already baked into those numbers. But this is a very unique analysis. This is not something I've ever even seen, this type of analysis here where we're comparing a timestamp from an infotainment SD card to a VCH total time.
I love it.
And so the only way to reconcile
No
those two is we have to align them. And the 3 seconds is the alignment between those because the VCH key on timer is going to start as soon as the vehicle is turned on. And that's the 3 seconds.
You've never seen...
Look at her. Look at her.
I've never seen the approach taken here in this analysis by Aperture. That's what I meant by this. I'll clarify. I have not seen a timestamp from a key-on event in a Lexus infotainment used in addition to the key-on timer from that same Lexus.
You know Mr. Burgess actually looked at the data, not just the timestamp. He looked at the data. You understand that, don't you?
Sure.
You did not, did you?
Which data?
The data for the timestamp on the text stream data.
There is no timestamp on the text stream data, is my point. It's a derived value from the key on time, and then added to that is the elapsed time from the text stream. So they're separate.
Did you look at the data to make that determination that you're claiming right now? Did you actually look at the data?
No, he looked at his report.
Yes. Yeah.
You looked at the raw data?
I looked at, yes, the raw text stream data.
The raw text stream data from infotainment, did you look at it?
I just don't want to mince it. The text stream data is an independent system from the infotainment, and you said from, so they're not.
Did you look at the infotainment raw data?
I did.
Okay. And did you find a timestamp on the infotainment raw data?
Yes.
Now, when you added 3 seconds, you were trying to, in addition to the infotainment data, you were adding on the 3-second delay that now you're saying might not even be accurate. Is that fair to say?
I don't think I've ever said it's not accurate. I said that in the exemplar testing, they documented this behavior of a 3-second delay. And that needs to be accounted for if you're going to correct the timestamps. However, the caveat I put on that was only with one exemplar vehicle. So it could be that this behavior, the 3 seconds, is unique to the exemplar and would not apply to other similar vehicles. And so that's why I did either nothing or the 3, because there's nothing to support something in between.
So you disagree that the clock stamp on the infotainment module begins the run? You believe that there's potentially 3 seconds before when the ignition goes on that should be added to that time?
I know from testing other Toyota systems that the key on timer happens almost at the identical time that the vehicle is turned on. That timer starts running basically immediately.
But on this case, you don't know anything firsthand because you didn't do the testing yourself.
I don't know if it would specifically apply to this Lexus. I know that from other Toyota testing, but
And
not
you're
this specific Lexus.
I'm sorry. Finish.
No, I'm clarifying. I do know that from other Toyota and VCH systems that key on timer is basically simultaneous with the key on. I have not tested it on this, and I don't believe that it was tested by Aperture when they had it either. They didn't document the accuracy of the run timer in their exemplar, so we don't know.
Well, you don't know that they didn't document that.
To be fair, if they did, it was not in their reports.
Right. So in this case, you said cars are different, and that's why you're hesitant to accept the fact that there's a 3-second delay. It's a yes or no question.
I'm saying we don't know. Had Aperture done testing with a separate vehicle, then we could establish, is the 3 seconds the same, or is it unique? We don't know. The answer is we don't know.
And so when you are determining that 3-second variance, you don't have any assurance in your own mind whether or not this car, Ms. Reed's Lexus, has a 3-second variance. That's what you're trying to say.
That's correct, and that's why I run my calculations with and without it.
And the way you would determine that is to actually do testing or look at the data.
More testing, I think, is the only way that would be able to be determined.
Now, let's turn to slide 9. As part of your charts, could you enlarge to the left, please? As part of your charts, you took this chalk from Attorney Burgess's report, and you made some assumptions about this, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I applied the numbers in his third column to the times, so, I mean, that's the extent of the analysis.
When you looked at the first 5 columns, 1:14, 13 a.m., 4:38, 16 a.m., 4:42:06 a.m., 4:45, 12 a.m., and 5:04, 28 a.m. You said on direct examination, oh boy.
We're coming for you, Brennan.
You said on direct examination that was matching infotainment to iPhone.
That's what it says on the chart, so
Okay.
that's probably what I said. I don't
Well,
remember specifically, but that's what the
Is
chart
that-
says.
Is that your opinion, that those first 5 columns are matching infotainment to iPhone?
iPhone.
The chart says infotainment call timestamp in column 1. It says O'Keefe iPhone call timestamps in column 2, and then it says offset. So I'm taking that at face value.
You're basing your later charts on the predicate that these numbers, the first 5 columns, are infotainment compared to
That's what-
O'Keefe's iPhone, aren't
That's what Burgess
Based on the
said.
chart, yes.
Exactly.
they? You didn't do
Exactly.
any study on your own to determine the genesis of that information, did you?
I'm aware of the fact that these calls, the 5 you mentioned, were placed when the vehicle was in a keyed off state. I'm aware of that.
What I asked you specifically is, on those 5 columns, did you do any research or study to determine whether or not it was infotainment matches to John O'Keefe's iPhone or some other phone matches to John O'Keefe's iPhone? Did you do any independent study about that?
No.
Because in your ultimate conclusions... and
He's
all
got to
the
move
arguments
on.
you've given
The jury's
before,
lost. They're checking out.
It
Oh, yeah.
relies on the conclusion that the first 5 columns are a comparison between infotainment clock and John O'Keefe's iPhone. Isn't that fair to say?
That's exactly how the chart presents it, and that's how I present it.
Did you know
How would he?
that at 1:14:13 a.m. the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
Did you know at 4:38:16 a.m. that the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
And did you know for 442.06, 445.12, 504.28, did you know that her Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
Do you know that when you make phone calls, oh, by the way, do you know on those different times, the first 5 times, where that information is generated from?
Which column?
Left column, 114.13, all the way down to 504.28. Those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 calls. Do you know where that information came from?
It came from the SD card from the infotainment.
Do you know where the genesis, the beginning, the source of that information? That matters, right? The source?
It would.
It would. Do you know where it came from?
Lexus.
The assumption, the assumption is if the vehicle has a timestamp and the phone wasn't connected, it would have been synchronized after the fact. But that wasn't tested. And Aperture didn't do any of that testing in their work to look at the behavior of a timestamp in the infotainment when a phone is synchronized after the fact.
Blaming Aperture is not going to get you out of answering the question. Did you know?
Sustained. Sure.
See that, Mike?
Yeah.
Remember we were talking about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
I think he's trying to put a good show on for the O'Keefes. Honestly, he's showboating a little bit. I don't know. He's going nowhere. He's spinning his fucking wheels, in my opinion.
All he's doing is, in my opinion, he's emphasizing the wrong points, and I don't think he realizes he's doing it.
Okay.
These were Burgess's numbers. This was Burgess's chart and his evaluation.
She's gonna tell him to hurry up, like she does us.
Do you know the genesis, the source of those 4 numbers?
Aperture report.
Definitively no.
Your entire premise for your slides and values and ranges depends on knowing the genesis of those numbers, doesn't it?
I relied on Mr. Burgess's explanation that those times were synchronized after the fact.
Did you know that those are all phone calls from the defendant's phone to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
You did know that.
I know that they're phone calls
From who?
Sorry, can you maybe just state it more clearly? Because I'm not sure. I don't want to fumble through an answer if I don't understand the question. So,
Do you know where those calls came from?
a phone.
Whose?
Miss Reed's phone.
Now, I know you're not an expert on mobile devices, but did you know when it's not a contemporaneous synchronization, when you plug your phone in, it's going to register on the infotainment system, but come from the phone? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know when someone plugs their phone in after they turn the car back on, how it synchronizes on the infotainment system?
I don't know if adjustments are made to those times during a synchronization or not. I think that's something that could be tested, and to my knowledge, was not tested.
If you don't know, then your conclusions and all your opinions to this jury is based on an assumption that you don't even know the predicate for. Isn't that fair to say?
My conclusions are based on all of the data that Mr. Burgess laid out. So he laid these out and went so far as to calculate the offsets himself. So there's something implied in his table by virtue of him calculating these that maybe he would decide to align them. And so, again, to provide the clarity on all the possible alignments, I included them.
But that's not what I asked. If you're making an improper assumption about the predicate, about these calls and the source of them, and you're wrong, that would change your entire analysis and conclusions and charts that we see in your later charts, wouldn't it?
Sure, if there was testing that showed that that is an invalid method on this specific Lexus and SD card, then of the 30 possibilities, some of them would end up being eliminated.
Did you know that
Did you know?
when an iPhone is plugged into a car, downloads the information from the iPhone onto the infotainment system? Do you know that?
I don't know how the clocks are synchronized when you plug an iPhone into a car.
Or if you don't know, how can you make conclusions based on a part of it you don't even know what it is?
The conclusions are based on the data in Mr. Burgess's report.
I know you're not an expert on mobile devices.
So I'm going to strike that. Go ahead and ask your question.
If you have two different devices, a Lexus clock, the entertainment system, and an iPhone, you would agree that it's not unexpected to be variances, correct?
Correct.
When you're comparing two iPhones, do you have an opinion, do you agree that you would expect the variance to be very small, iPhone to iPhone?
I don't know.
Have you ever studied that before?
Two iPhones?
Yes.
No.
So as you sit there today, you don't have any expertise, any education, any knowledge about how closely two iPhones would sync with each other?
No.
You see in the first 5 columns, the numbers are small, 22121.
Yes.
Would you agree iPhone to iPhone using the same source of time is generally going to be within 1 or 2 seconds of each other? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have any opinion about whether iPhones to iPhones will generally be within 1 to 2 seconds of each other? Objection.
You can ask if there's an opinion. Do you have an opinion on that?
No.
Next question.
If the first 5 calls
What is he getting at?
iPhone rather than infotainment to iPhone, you agree with all of your assumptions and conclusions are inaccurate?
They're not iPhone to iPhone in the sense that column 1 came from the infotainment. The values were read from the SD card. So there's an assumption baked into it. But you're saying that when a phone is synchronized, the infotainment assumes the times of the phone, but we don't know whether the infotainment would adjust those times to its own clock or not.
You're speculating now, aren't you?
We don't know. It wasn't tested. I don't know is the
You
answer.
don't know.
I don't know.
You don't know.
I do not.
Okay. Don't say
Reasonable
you don't know.
doubt.
You don't know.
Sustained.
So this is iPhone to iPhone. Then your assumption on the first 5, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1. If they're iPhone to iPhone and you're wrong about the fact it's infotainment to iPhone, your assumptions and conclusions are inaccurate, aren't they? Objection.
I'll allow this.
If the title of the first column had iPhone in it as well, then I would not have used it in my analysis.
Good
That's not
answer.
the question. I appreciate that. My question is, if those first 5 calls were iPhone time to iPhone time, and you mistakenly analyze them as infotainment time to iPhone time, then the rest of your assumptions and charts would be inaccurate, wouldn't they? Objection.
Sustained.
Keep trying, Brennan. You look like an idiot.
Where's he going?
At 5:21:36, do you know whether or not the defendant's Lexus was on?
I don't recall if that one was an on or an off point. I don't want to guess. I don't recall.
And so if you don't know if that was on or off, were you able to do an analysis whether this was phone to phone or infotainment to phone?
No.
5:30:31, do you know if the defendant's car was on?
That one I know the vehicle was on.
That's one timestamp on the infotainment system, 5:30:31, correct?
Correct.
And then in the O'Keefe iPhone call timestamps, there are 2 different numbers, 5:30:15, 5:30:52. Yes?
Yes.
Right. And do you appreciate that that is 2 separate calls, or do you think it's something different?
I'm going to paraphrase, again, Mr. Birch's report as I recall it, in that he stated during the testing they did with the exemplar, calls placed in close succession would not necessarily both be logged in the infotainment. So as I understand this chart, what he's trying to say here is there were 2 calls placed, there were 2 call logs in Mr. O'Keefe's phone, but only 1 timestamp in the infotainment, and he couldn't determine which it corresponded to because of that observed behavior from testing.
I'm asking if you know.
I don't.
Did you ever look at phone records for the defendant or for Mr. O'Keefe to make a determination whether these are two separate calls or not? Did you ever do that?
No.
He wasn't asked
If
to.
these are two separate calls, can you explain to us why there is one timestamp?
Again, as I stated, that was behavior that was observed. The exact behavior was observed during the exemplar testing by Aperture. I don't know why that happens. Why does the infotainment not log every call? I don't. But I know that it was documented that that is a feature of this system.
This information was not taken from the exemplar vehicle, was it?
This table, no.
This information was taken from the infotainment system of the defendant's car, isn't that true?
Yes.
And the phone calls were taken from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, isn't that true?
Yes.
And so, you know why there would be two phone calls and only one timestamp?
Beyond the testing, the exemplar testing that showed an exemplar vehicle did that, no, I don't know why it happens.
Do you know that the infotainment system doesn't always capture all of the phone calls and the phone data in the download? Did you know that?
Yes.
Well, if you know that, can you conclude that even though there's two calls and only one timestamp, that's because how the infotainment system works?
I think that's the most logical assumption, that that's how it works.
So when you look at 530.15, bottom middle, and 530.52, it is impossible to tell which one relates to the 530.31 infotainment on the left. Compare. It's impossible, right?
Yes.
So there's two possibilities.
Yes.
One is that you have a difference, a disparity of 16 seconds.
Yes.
And the other one, going the opposite way, is a disparity of 21 seconds.
Correct.
And so when you add those disparities, you have 27 seconds disparity.
37. 37.
I'll allow that.
37.
Second disparity when you compare the two.
I'm not sure I understand the math.
530.31 is 16 seconds different than 530.15 on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Yes?
Yes.
530.31 is 21 seconds different than the 530.15 phone call. Yes?
Yes.
And the difference is cut each way, one's minus, one's plus.
Correct.
So when you add those disparities, you get 27 seconds, don't you? Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No.
Okay. What do you get?
You're saying
37 seconds. Change, guy.
maybe- so I can be clear what you're asking. If we have a negative 16 and we have a positive 21, how many seconds are in between there?
Exactly.
Yay,
37?
Tommy!
I failed general math.
Woohoo!
Did you know that the defense car was turned on at 5:07 a.m.? Does that ring a bell?
I don't have any of those keyons committed to memory.
Where's he going, Nan?
Between
I don't know.
5:30, the offset is different between
What-
them,
yeah,
which
what
shows
does that
that
mean?
variances change. They move.
That seems reasonable, yes.
When I said it seems reasonable, do you have the experience and the knowledge to agree with me that variances move?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Brennan loves his variances.
If those first 5 calls were iPhone to iPhone rather than infotainment to iPhone,
But
would
they
you
weren't.
agree they should not have been considered in your analysis?
They went through the car.
Yes, with the caveat that because this is a novel analysis with this SD card and this infotainment, that it was demonstrated that that's the behavior. My opinions on things like that are based on testing and research
Yep.
and literature.
Gotta find out where
So
stuff
when we have a
goes.
brand new system with new data, we want to see some testing to prove it works the way we think it works.
Yep.
But under the assumption, then yes,
You would agree?
yes.
If we turn to 10, please.
I like this guy.
Yeah, I like him. He's worth all the money.
Yeah. he's got a good future in trial court
Given,
in his in his line.
zoom in a little, please, on the
career.
left.
Remember they wanted to bring the guy that from the FBI up here from Quantico, Virginia, and the judge is like, "Oh no, no, no,
Given
no."
that these
Remember that?
data points
Yeah.
No,
come
no,
at 5 in the morning, or 1, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, and 5:30. Did you consider whether they would be less reliable than comparing to the triggering event, the 3-point turn at 12:23 the night before? Did you consider that?
Yes.
When you said you reviewed and you're critiquing reports, did you read Mr. Burgess's report on May 8, 2025?
Yes.
Did you read in his report where he explains that this is a less reliable method to, it's a less reliable method because of the time distance between the actual event we're interested in, 1162 at 12:30.
He didn't do it.
1:43 to 48.
He just reviewed it.
Then the 3-point turn.
Yes.
Okay. When he explains that the method of using 5:21 and 5:30 on January 29, 2022, he explains about how the information is stored in the infotainment system when it's powered back on, doesn't he?
I'm not sure.
Well, do you remember when you were reviewing his report that he explains the available call log correlation is restricted to a time frame between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m. on January 29, 2022, when the vehicle was powered on. All other calls stored in the infotainment module occurred while the vehicle was powered off, indicating those entries were synced from Miss Reed's iPhone upon reconnecting to the system on the morning of January 29th. You considered that when you decided or formulated your critique, didn't you?
Yes.
This further indicated that the associated timestamps for those calls originated from Miss Reed's iPhone. Did you read that?
Yes.
Relative to those first 5 columns, correct?
Yes.
This behavior was previously documented in the initial report, which is the January 30th report. Yes?
Yes.
Well, you shrugged. I mean, I don't want you just to agree with me. Do you remember it was in the January 30th report?
I don't remember how he phrased it specifically. But I think there was somewhere around there where he noted that some calls were placed while the vehicle was off. I think that's basically what it said in the first one. I don't remember specifically.
Okay. Do you agree generally, or can I give you the report? You can look and remind yourself. I want to get your best memory on this.
Sure.
What would you like me to do?
If you'd like me to look at it, I'll look at it.
Sure. Do you have a copy, or would you like me to bring it
Do
to
you
you?
have the reports with you, sir? Okay.
Do you have an extra copy for him, Mr. Brennan?
Mine is marked.
You're not supposed to bring me reports, by the way.
Clean copy from the
Okay.
So that's not like ill preparedness.
The first time this guy's looking at a report. Yes.
I mean,
Yeah,
he's
today. Yeah.
yeah, today. I mean, his memory has been quite good.
I don't think we can ask for better, right?
I don't have a clean copy. I don't want to show you something that has my writing on it. Not
Well,
that
then
I
don't
can't
ask him
read
the
it, but
question.
It's protocol. Okay. In discussing why this is not an effective way of matching the time, did you consider in his May 8, 2025 report, when he's talking about this method, when he says, as a result, this method yields a single reference point for
Yes.
potential alignment?
Yes. The
And when
call
he
logs
talks-
are discrete points.
I'm sorry?
The call logs are discrete points for alignment. Is that?
As a result, this method yields a single reference point, is referring to the 5:30-31.
That was a funny comment that
I
you
don't
just had
know.
on your screen.
It sounds
I know,
like it,
right?
I don't know.
From the 5:21 a.m. to the 5:30 a.m. window, a clock speed of approximately -8 and -16 plus 21 seconds were observed between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock. Did you consider that?
Yes.
this offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other time frames stated in the initial report. Objection.
I'm going to allow it unless, do you have, I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Do you have anything you're trying to say here?
Where's he going with this, man? I'm like, so like, all he did was break down that report. I get like that was submitted by court by his Aperture, and now he's trying to make the guy into a phone expert. Like he's not, right? Am I right?
I mean,
he just did the review of Aperture's report, so he
Right.
can't answer for Aperture.
Right.
yeah, I mean, first of all, let me let everyone understand. I don't fully understand all of the data. So to
Right,
the
correct.
extent that I can comment on what I think Brennan's trying to do, Brennan is trying to show that DeSogra is flawed in his analysis because he did not consider certain things like, and I don't know the significance of it, that certain calls were made from the iPhone and not through the infotainment system. And that big picture is they're trying to make DeSogra look like, well, you didn't consider this, so therefore your analysis based on assumptions is incorrect. This is going to go over the jury's head as it's going over mine and yours and your chat, I'm sure. But with all of that said, I keep circling back to the fact that this expert, DeSogra, specifically, and I would have told him to do the same thing too, he drew his conclusions and opinions and assumptions, which are completely reasonable and happens all the time. This is a time when assuming is a good thing. He drew all of those conclusions, assertions, and assumptions based on Burgess's conclusions in Burgess's report. And we all know Burgess is an expert in only one thing, which is prolonging the amount of time it takes to try to procure a Bachelor of Science degree. So it's an argument ad absurdum.
Yes, it's a mute point here. Like,
and heads up, this is just day one.
So going back to my question, so you read Mr. Burgess' report, the same report that you're critiquing, and you were aware of this information, weren't you?
Yes.
And so you were aware that Mr. Burgess in his May 8th report was identifying that the section in green was the only contemporaneous information for analysis. Did you know that?
Is that how he states it specifically?
I can read it again. I just read it to you.
If you don't mind.
Okay.
So let's give him a copy.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's give him a copy. Does he have the clean copy?
If you're going to question a witness, especially an expert, and try to show that they're an idiot or flawed in their analysis and not bring a clean copy and have it readily on hand, that's bad lawyering.
Page 3.
They must have run and printed one.
Isn't
What
that
I read
rude?
to you was where it says clock
Yeah.
sync
Rude.
method 1. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this is, if you look at the second paragraph,
he knows what's going on here too.
I read that to you word for word. Do you see that?
Yes.
The 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m. are the only two data points when that car was on January 29, 2022. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And if you look at the last paragraph, do you agree or disagree? As a result, this method yields a single reference point for potential alignment. Do you agree with that?
No.
Okay. Because you still are under the mistaken belief that
Sustained.
you still have the opinion that the first 5 rows are an infotainment to iPhone analysis.
It's presented as that way in his initial report, which is what my initial analysis was based on. And in the supplemental report, there's no further testing to say one way or the other. He just has a new opinion. So I stand by the initial analysis that I had.
There you go.
Those points should be included with all of the other points.
But that's not my question. My question is, you are taking the position those first 5 calls are an infotainment to iPhone analysis.
They could be, and so I include them. I'm not saying they definitively are or not, which is why I never say there is one way to do it. That's why I say there's a whole host of ways to do it.
So you're now saying that you're not assuming that's an infotainment to iPhone analysis. Are you now saying that?
No. No.
It's stated that way, and I think it could be that way,
There you go.
but it might be iPhone to iPhone too, if those times are just copied over.
And if it was iPhone to iPhone, your analysis would be wrong.
Certain lines would go away. So if you want to call the whole analysis wrong because of that, it might be your characterization.
Okay.
It would change the total number of possibilities.
Good answer.
So if we put up chart 12, page 12, please. If you were wrong about the infotainment to iPhone analysis and those first 5 should not be considered, which part of your chart would now be wrong?
None of it.
What do we have? 12 lines on the chart?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, we have 12 lines on the chart. If we decided to eliminate the lines that are based on the calls when the vehicle was off, we would be left with 4 lines on the chart.
And if we turn to 14, please. And if you could enlarge, well, I don't think you can enlarge it. If your analysis about infotainment to iPhone was wrong, you would agree those first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns should not be there, should they?
No, the positive 16 stays, the negative 21 stays, 1, 2, 8, and 20 would go away. So we'd lose 4 lines from this chart.
And the negative 16 line, that comes from information at 5:30 a.m. the next morning.
Correct.
And you would agree that that distance is not as accurate as queuing it from the 3-point turn event 11:62:1.
The 3-point turn is closer in time than the call at 5:32.
And thus more reliable, wouldn't you say?
Generally.
And the negative 21, that was from 5:30 and some seconds the next morning. Same idea. Not as reliable as the 3-point turn information.
There's greater uncertainty the farther in time we get.
So when we turn to the 3-point turn information, you mentioned in Dr. Welcher's report that it was noted that the timestamp 154 was the end of the 3-point turn event, correct?
That's how he states it.
And then more information was provided when Mr. Burgess then broke down that 154 timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And when he broke down the 154 timestamp, he actually wrote a report about it, didn't he?
Yes?
He didn't just have it in his head, he put it on paper for all to see, yes?
Yes.
And in that report, not only does he break down the data, he also shows the visual of the actual data on a map, doesn't he?
He does.
Okay. Exhibit 192A. Okay. Let's start with 192B, please.
What's that?
If you could open that up so we could see it a little better. When you look at the data he actually broke down, do you agree that instead of at the end of the 3-point turn event as timestamp 154, that actually is at the beginning of the 3-point turn? Do you agree with that?
I don't know if the points are numbered on here, so I can't tell which point he's referencing as 154.
Do you see the green circle?
Yes.
Do you see the black line?
Yes.
Does that orient you to the direction the car was traveling?
That appears to be what he's trying to convey with this chart.
And then the yellow is facing a different direction, towards Fairview, correct?
It is.
And do you see the green square rectangle?
Yes.
You think that correlates to the green circle?
That seems to be what this graph implies.
And it notes that,
So ask it differently, Mr. Ward.
There's no connection.
does
There's no,
that heading note the
there's,
start of the 3-point
a
turn
legend.
of
Needs to be a
Keith's
legend, right, Nan?
12:23:59?
Yeah.
no legend.
I'm going to allow it.
Of course
Jesus.
she is.
That's what Mr. Burgess states in the report.
And do you have any information to suggest that's not spot on accurate?
No, I didn't do an independent analysis of the 3-point turn maneuver.
And then the heading of the change, end of 3-point turn to O'Keefe's home, 12:24:07. You have any information to suggest that's not spot on accurate?
I did not analyze the 3-point turn maneuver.
And so when you look at that and break down 154, did you determine or make an analysis that 154 that was generally accepted, because there is variances between items, when you break it down with more specificity, 154 is actually earlier than the 3-point turn conclusion. Did you consider that?
I'm going to allow that, yeah.
Of course you are.
I'm not sure I understand the question, if you don't mind.
You mentioned Dr. Welch's report said it relied on 154 as a timestamp for the end of the 3-point turn.
Yes.
Based on Mr. Burgess's May 8th report and based on the data, which you don't contest, you now agree that 154 was not the end of that 3-point turn. It was at the beginning.
Based on how Mr. Burgess presents it, I didn't do an independent analysis. So I'm not on one side with Mr. Burgess or one side with Dr. Welcher. They present independent methods.
Are you suggesting in any way it's inaccurate? Are you suggesting it is in any way inaccurate?
I'm going to allow that.
Of course you are.
I don't have any opinions as to the individual accuracy of the methods selected by either Mr. Burgess or Dr. Welcher.
Do you have any information you'd like to add or weigh in on to dispute the accuracy of those times?
Sustained.
And let's turn to the previous exhibit so we can actually see the data that's broken down. If you could open that. The
Keep it together.
154 timestamp, if you go to the left, please. Do you see that right above the green line?
Yes.
12:23:58. You see that?
Yes.
And then the green goes to the orange, and that's an 8-second difference, isn't it?
Yes.
And when you looked at this, you considered that this was a more detailed study of that timestamp by Mr. Burgess, right?
More detailed is, yes, that's correct.
And do you know why he did a more detailed analysis of this? Why it wasn't in the original PowerPoint?
No, I don't.
Well, you said that variances are generally accepted in the community, right?
Yes.
But then you wrote a report suggesting numbers and additions, and you submitted that report as part of the basis of your testimony, right?
I only submitted a PowerPoint. I have no report.
PowerPoint. And after you submitted the PowerPoint, isn't it fair to say Mr. Burgess then analyzed this data to be more specific after you introduced your PowerPoint?
Yes.
So can you guess why he went through a more detailed analysis?
Objection.
Sustained.
Man,
I wish I was there.
no shit.
In the final exhibit?
What's Alan do to
Go
bring him
To
back?
the data.
You know,
You said that Mr. Burgess had an 8-second range, 21 to 29 seconds, remember?
Yes.
And you were suggesting that somehow there was some uncertainty. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Were you guessing about his state of mind, whether he was certain or not? Do you know why he gave an 8-second range? Objection.
So ask it differently, Mr. Ward.
Okay. You suggested the reason why there's an 8-second range is that Mr. Burgess was uncertain. Remember saying that to this jury?
Not in those exact words, but that's what uncertainty is. Uncertainty is a range. If we don't know a specific value, we put a range around it. That's uncertainty. That's a.
This data from the green, would you agree it indicates the beginning of the three-point turn, and then the orange is at the end when the car is already in
Keep it together, dude.
2 miles per hour projection?
I'm going to allow it. Do you agree with that?
I see speed values there. I see some headings. I can't convert GPS in my head, so I don't know.
You could have analyzed this data yourself, right? Before you came in and gave an opinion.
I could have.
But you didn't.
I did not.
Do you have any reason to test the accuracy of this data that's been broken down? Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No.
And so by giving the range of 8 seconds,
Wow, she's giving them everything.
you talked about looking at
Yeah.
values to be fair, wide range, right? Even though this analysis depends on the end of the three-point turn, would you agree it's kind of forgiving to give that 8-second range to give the benefit of the doubt by starting at the beginning of the three-point turn all the way to the end of it rather than just giving the end point?
As to that form, ask it differently, Mr. Brewer.
Does the 8-second range that is provided by Mr. Burgess coincide with the data in the 8-second range between the green and the orange?
That's where he comes up with the 8-second range, correct.
And so if Aperture's position is the matching times at the end of the event, by going back to the beginning, isn't that even more forgiving than the 8 scientific projection?
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah, I would call it a conservative approach to use a range of values.
The opposite of cherry picking, right?
Sure.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of forensic data certainty about whether text stream data provides data reflecting whether a collision actually occurred?
No.
In your opinion, to a reasonable degree of forensic certainty, is the text stream data would not reflect the collision, correct?
That's not what I said. I don't have an opinion.
And you know that there can be collisions or touching between vehicle, and it's not going to appear on the text stream data. You know that, right?
It's possible.
It's possible. Did you know that the defendant's vehicle at 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022 bumped into a different car?
Yes.
Do you see that reflected on the text stream data?
I'm thinking back to when I reviewed the raw text stream data, and I don't remember seeing an event from that.
I can't really hear
I don't
you.
remember seeing an event from that time in the text stream data.
Well, you don't remember seeing it. It's not there, is it?
I don't think it is. I don't remember
'Cause it
seeing
was a
it. I
bump.
don't think there's one.
You're not.
I was going to finish and say I don't have all of the events committed to memory. There's
You're-
19 of them.
I'm sorry.
There's 19 events. I don't have them all committed to memory.
You're not testifying or offering an opinion that there was no collision with this car that night, are you?
Asked
No.
and answered.
Because if you were implying that or suggesting that or insinuating that, that would be misleading, wouldn't it?
It's not.
Sustained.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Let's go, AJ. Just go back to the basics.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. You were asked a number of questions.
There he goes. He's good. All right.
by
AJ,
Mr.
set me up.
Mr. Brennan, concerning your expertise. I'm just going to grab a pen.
Get your pen, AJ. Anybody got a pack of number 2 pencils?
Yeah.
Highlighters.
Felt tip pen.
Fucking rulers.
Anything.
Let's go, Ned.
Protractor.
Let's go.
Specifically, you were asked about your expertise regarding mobile data devices. Mobile devices and their data, correct?
Yes.
And were you being truthful when you indicated that you were not an expert in
Yes.
that field? Were you being truthful when you indicated that you have a certain expertise in EDR data?
Yes.
Were you being truthful when you indicated that you did review Mr. Burgess's data and Mr. Welcher's data as reflected in their reports and PowerPoints?
Yes.
Were you being truthful about your credentials
Yes.
Have you ever lied about your credentials?
No.
Oh, I
You
know
hold
where
a
he's going.
bachelor's degree
Yes.
and you hold a master's
I know where he's
degree.
going.
I do.
You ever lied to anybody about that?
No.
This is so good.
I think AG was waiting for this.
Mr.
Yeah, he's-
Sogra, what is the only reason you amended your PowerPoint presentation from its
of
original
that fuck up.
version to the one that you most recently amended it to?
To include the additional analysis and data points from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report, the
So-
May 8th report.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go
The
ahead.
May 8th report.
So you amended yours because he amended his.
Correct.
Okay.
You were
I'm
asked
getting
just a
turned
second
on.
ago about all the tech stream events that you noted
Welcome to
on
the team, girl.
Ms. Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a specific tech stream event at or around 5:07 in the morning, and whether you had something like that committed to memory, correct?
Yes.
And you said, I don't have them all committed to memory, right?
I don't.
What did you say after that? Because there's how many?
It was 19 events prior to 1162-2, 19 other events.
How about after 1162?
There were a number after 1162-2. I don't have the exact count in my head.
How about after 1162, just on January 29th, going into January 30th?
There were other events.
How many?
I don't recall the exact number.
Does 11 sound right?
That
Yes.
It sounds plausible. I recall seeing in the chart. I recall seeing a number of events after.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a chart?
It would.
Refresh it, AJ.
He's done very little looking at stuff, this guy.
I
I'm
know.
impressed.
He's smart, dude.
He's got this stuff down.
He's
And
got the
that's
hair.
fine.
He's got the
That's
skin.
the
He's got
tie.
the vein.
Love me
You
a
get the-
tie.
There,
The winds
I
are
see
not
the tie
going.
game is on.
I
I
would
get.
have to really
I like the
use my
tie.
finger to count them all.
Okay, more than
Teeth are good.
He's
The
good.
winds are not. I mean,
Total
Jesus Christ,
after
the guy's got it all.
1162-2.
The color
Gotta see
jacket.
shoes,
Look
though,
at that.
dude. I
Look
gotta
at that
see his
color
shoes and
jacket.
belts.
Aren't date stamps on these because this chart is the raw text stream data, which doesn't have timestamps.
safe to say they're mid, correct?
Yes.
May I approach? Yes. And again, this goes back to a question that you were asked by Mr. Brennan. I want to follow up on. In no
laptop.
instance were any
Right,
of
Brian.
those related to a collision, to your knowledge, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were any
Bullshit.
of those that you reviewed in any time, at any time, the lifetime of the vehicle, related to a collision?
None of them were triggered by a collision.
Thank you. I want to ask you a hypothetical, if I could,
Please.
based on questioning by Mr. Brennan surrounding
Call pass.
the
Yep.
12/32/09 lock event. Do you remember him asking you about those questions, about that event?
Yes.
12/32/09 lock event.
Your analysis was based on the time span. Let me rephrase that. Was your analysis based on Mr. Burgess's and Mr. Welcher's analyses
There you go. I like that
together
wording.
of a span of time between the 1162-2 text stream event or trigger event and the lock event at 12/32/09?
Objection.
So the question is
That came from Hank.
Hold
that
on.
what he's considering?
What's up? How?
In other words, was he basing his opinion or analysis on
So no-
that
no
time
collision.
frame, at least in part?
So I'll let that question stand.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. If you were told that there was another interaction phone event on John O'Keefe's phone at 12/32/16 in the form of steps taken, 36 steps over the course of 83 feet, would that change your analysis or opinion in any way?
Objection.
I'll allow that in that form.
Yes.
Great.
In what way?
If the phone event moves from 1232.09 to 1232.16, then of the 30 possibilities I had in the chart, all of them would become positive. That would mean that that interaction occurs after the end of the vehicle event every single
Yes.
time. Instead
Yep.
of
That's
it was
it.
25 for 30.
Game
in the
over.
Original
There's your
analysis.
clip
The
that.
hypothetical would change it to 30 for 30.
All of them, all 30 of them would occur at a point in time with, let me rephrase that.
Wow,
All of
this
them
is huge.
would reflect a scenario in which the phone interaction took place after the trigger event.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Wow, there it goes.
Wow, that's it.
Boom.
If you were told, let me give you another hypothetical, if you were told that there was a Doppler state event on the phone, pocket state event on the phone at 12:33:14,
Whoa.
would that impact your opinion in any way?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why, Bev? That's a fair question.
You were asked
Whoa.
several questions about what you believed Mr. Burgess may have gotten wrong in terms of his original report and one of his original analyses dealing with bits and bytes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did Mr. Burgess,
Hold on.
of course,
You need to, we have to turn the fans off.
and I'm not speaking loud enough?
Right.
I'm sorry. I'll raise my voice. I just don't want to scream over people, but I
Drop
will
the
raise my
hammer.
voice.
Let's try this
Don't
for a
turn-
few minutes.
May I start again?
That question, yes.
Thank you. You were asked about whether or not you believed that Mr. Burgess was incorrect in terms of certain analyses he undertook or reflected in his original report back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
As it relates to the bits and bytes, did you find that Mr. Burgess was incorrect or correct about his analysis concerning the size of the data set collected based on bits versus bytes?
He was incorrect.
Explain that to the jurors very briefly.
These are just different units. A bit is a different size than a byte. And so if a size for something is listed in bits, for example, and you look at the data and assume it's in bytes, you will assume it's the wrong size.
Which Mr. Burgess did based on your review of his report, correct?
Correct.
I want to change gears and ask a different question or series of questions about the text stream data versus the infotainment system data, specifically the timestamps associated therewith. Is there a timestamp associated with text stream data?
In this case, no.
Okay. Is there a timestamp associated with infotainment system data?
Yes.
All right. The infotainment system data, well, let me see if I can ask it a different way. Where did the 3-second delay come from? Your analysis of Mr. Burgess's review of the text stream data or his review of the infotainment system data?
The 3 seconds came, well, fundamentally it came from the exemplar testing where he identified, and he was actually, well, Aperture collectively in that testing identified a difference between when the button was pushed and the time that showed up in the infotainment. But they didn't actually look at, as far as I know, or at least it wasn't provided if they did, how that specifically related to the key on timer itself. But they showed that the button is pushed, there's a 3-second delay, and then the time gets logged.
When that button is pushed for the infotainment system, I'm going to rephrase again, so I'm as clear as I can be. When that button is pushed for the on event, the key on event, is that like a stopwatch? Click, a stopwatch starts running? Timer?
Yes.
In the VCH system, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Separate and apart from the VCH system, is there an infotainment system that also has a timer or a clock on it?
As a clock,
Are those two things independent of one another?
completely independent.
Yes.
What were you doing with regard to the 3-second delay as it relates to the key-on event and the infotainment system event to marry those two things together?
Right. I'm making the adjustment, or proposing that adjustment can be made, because the key on timer is going to start generally as soon as the vehicle powers on. But the infotainment, when you go and download the data, it will say, hey, I think I powered on at this time, and it turns out that time is actually 3 seconds off. So if you're going to then apply the infotainment time anywhere else to VCH data, you've got to realign the two, and that's where the 3 seconds comes from. These are independent data sources.
Did Mr. Burgess, to your review of his, insofar as your review of his analysis, his report is concerned, did he align the two vis-a-vis the 3-second delay?
No, he did not.
Thank you.
It's no good data.
With
The
court
data's no
permission,
good.
may we have slide 10 of the PowerPoint of,
Okay.
and that is, we've talked a lot about PowerPoints of Mr. DeSogra's PowerPoint. Can you highlight the table on the left, Mr. Wolk? Thank you. Did you create this table?
No.
Was this table, I don't know if you call it cut and paste or if there's some better engineering term for it, was it basically pulled from Mr. Burgess's report?
It was. It was
Did you type-
it was a screenshot.
Thank you, screenshot. Did you type a single word on this?
I did not. I added a green box.
Put a green box around it.
Yes,
You didn't type anything on this, did you?
I did not.
You were asked a ton of questions just a few minutes ago about whether or not the column on the left and the center column were reflective of an infotainment timestamp versus an iPhone to iPhone timestamp, correct?
That's right.
Mr. Brennan asked you a bunch of questions about that left column being an iPhone timestamp, at least the top 5 rows of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
This is a slap down of Hank Brennan right now.
Read the name that Mr. Burgess labeled that column.
Top left-hand column.
Infotainment call timestamps.
So what, as an expert, what did you presume he, as an expert, was presuming? Objection.
Sustained.
What did you presume that meant to you, just to you?
Call timestamps from the infotainment.
So if anything is wrong with your analysis, would it be based on Mr. Burgess being wrong in his analysis?
Yes.
Sustained.
Yes. Fucking right it would. Oh. He loves it. This guy loves it. He's like, finally, you asked me the right question. Thank
Yeah,
you,
just a moment, Your Honor.
AJ.
Sure. Do you need the light?
You asked me the right question.
I don't. And we can pull that down.
Can you put up Brian's last post? It was just like a moment ago. LTL.
I'm
What
trying
was
to
your
pull it up right now.
Doc?
Analysis
The clip doc?
No.
predicated on. What was it based on? The foundation of it. As
If you can,
explained
if not,
analysis
it's okay.
to Ms. Deary during the course of the day.
The testing by Aperture and the collective reports and PowerPoint presentations by Aperture. That would be
Oh, nice.
an initial report by Mr. Burgess,
Okay,
an
thank
initial
you.
PowerPoint by Dr. Welcher,
Trying
a
to look
supplemental
for it.
report by
There
Mr.
it
Burgess.
is.
Did you change?
Well, this is from Mary Jo, but I think
Mary Jo.
that's what I
That's it,
saw.
yeah.
Okay.
Did you change any of their analyses?
No.
Did you explain their analyses?
Yes.
Sustained. Ask it to.
Sure. What were you trying to do in terms of your presentation, in your PowerPoint, and your presentation to the student?
There were a number of different methodologies presented across all of those reports and PowerPoints, and sort of all in different places. So my goal was to bring all of them into one place so we could look at the totality of the data.
You were asked whether the genesis of your analysis relies on knowing the source of the calls, correct? You remember being asked that by Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
The actual genesis of your entire opinion is based on Mr. Burgess's and Mr. Welcher's analyses, correct?
Yes.
That's correct.
You were also asked why you believed Mr. Burgess did a quote-unquote more detailed report in May versus January of 2025. Do you remember being asked that just a few minutes ago?
Yes.
Say it again.
When you presented your analysis, your math, based on Mr. Burgess's January 2025 report, how many of the scenarios indicated, based on his data and his analysis, that the lock event occurred after the texting?
All of them.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right.
Wow.
She's going to send them home.
Yep. Come back tomorrow.
317, you think so?
I do.
So, Mr. DeSorga, this
Why does he get a
demonstrates the
redirect?
danger
A recross.
or
Yeah,
the
he does.
difficulty.
Hold on. Start the
It's
question
cross-examination.
differently. Start-
Oh,
Go ahead.
sit down, Mr.
This
Brennan.
demonstrates the difficulty in giving opinions when you don't actually study the data itself. Isn't that fair to say?
You should talk.
What are you referring to with this?
Well, you're giving opinions, but you can't verify any of the data because you're not relying on your study of the data, are you?
I'm relying on expert reports.
You're criticizing somebody's
Expert.
report, but you yourself can't defend data that you haven't actually analyzed and broken down yourself.
I don't think that's true.
When you're looking at, turn 10, please. When you're looking at someone's report, you're guessing as to what they thought or presumed if you haven't spoken to them. Fair?
I would say I'm reading the words that are in front of me and interpreting them for what they say.
In English.
Someone plugs their iPhone into a car after it turns on, and the car reads data that's on the iPhone. That data then resides on the infotainment system, correct?
There's a transfer of data. Yes.
And so unless you actually do the study yourself, you had no way of knowing if that information, although on the iPhone, on the infotainment system, you had no idea whether it was from an iPhone or from the infotainment. Fair?
That's right. I don't think that's.
And so when you
No.
don't actually do the work yourself, and you just presume or you guess,
You didn't
you
guess.
could get it wrong, couldn't you?
If I had guessed, yes, but I didn't guess. I used the data in the reports and I referenced the testing that Aperture did. So I did not make a guess.
1 through 5, and you telling me right now, to a reasonable degree of data certainty, that that information is based on the infotainment clock. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know.
You don't know. But if you actually did the analysis yourself rather than just Monday morning quarterbacking somebody's report,
So I'm going to strike it, ask it differently,
if
Mr.
you
Brennan.
actually did the analysis yourself, you wouldn't have to make a presumption that it'd be wrong, correct?
I don't think the analysis was possible in this case because the testing wasn't done in this case.
You don't know if the testing was done or not. You didn't do the testing.
So I
Objection,
need to
yeah.
hear the question.
You don't know if the testing was done or not, do you?
I know it's in the reports. The testing wasn't in the reports.
Did you read Jessica Hyde's report?
No,
Did you read Ian Whitman's report?
no,
You don't know if that testing was done, do you?
I don't.
I'm going to let that stand.
Why,
I do
Bev?
not, sir.
And so if you're wrong, your assumptions and product are then wrong.
Part of my conclusions would change. I wouldn't agree that I'm wholesale wrong.
Well, as a scientist, if they're not accurate, that would be wrong, wouldn't it?
That might be a nuanced answer.
I'm sorry?
I said that might be a nuanced answer. Frankly, I'm not sure how to give you a good answer to that
If you
question.
have the wrong data when you're doing your analysis, then the final analysis is going to be wrong if you have using the wrong data. It's that simple.
Yes.
Right? You don't have to be a scientist to figure that out.
Yes. That's,
Okay. If we could have Mr. Welcher's 33.
Hank's a fucking dick.
He's the king of gaslighting.
Yeah,
If you could
She
open
shouldn't
up,
let
please.
these questions in.
right.
You were asked about whether the window is within the time frame of 12/32/09, the last user interaction with the phone. When you look at this data, could you go to the top, please? You see on vehicle speed, the car is moving. You see that? Could you enlarge that a little bit, please? The beginning of that data capture, the car's already moving, correct?
I see vehicle speeds, right, in those first couple of lines, yes.
Yes?
Yes, I see
Yes.
vehicle speed.
If you go to the bottom, at the end, the car is still moving, yes?
I see vehicle speeds there as well.
2361. That would indicate, in your experience with text stream data, the car is still moving, yes?
At the end of the record, there is a vehicle speed, the car is moving. That would be my assumption.
Okay. And so, when you're making your conclusions that something's with or without, you're simply talking about the time of the 10 seconds of data, yes?
Yeah, everything that I've done has been referencing the end of event 1162-2, which is exactly how it's been referenced in all of the other reports.
That 10-second window, yes?
Not even the window, just the end. Everything in the Aperture reports talks about the end of event 1162-2. So that's what I used across everything.
And when you say end of event, you're referring just to data, not the actual real-life event.
Yeah, absolutely, the end of the recording.
Okay. And so, after that window, 12/32/04 to 12/32/12, you were asked a question about what might have happened 4 seconds later, 12/32/16. Remember you were asked about that?
Yes.
Did you know at 12/32/16 that John O'Keefe's cell phone moved for the last time? Did you know that?
No.
And between 12:32
Huh?
12, which is in the 10-second window, and 12/32/16, do you know what John O'Keefe was doing in that 4-second period?
No.
Do you know if he was walking?
No.
Do you know if he was crawling?
No.
Do you know if he was falling?
No.
You don't know.
I do not know.
Okay.
Ooh. Okay, AJ.
I didn't review the phone data, so I don't know.
Did you review anything to indicate that steps were taken over the course of 43 feet?
Objection.
So that's sustained.
You were asked just a second ago. What about the data? What if it's wrong? Then you'd be wrong, correct?
Generally, yes.
Garbage in, garbage out. Basic scientific postulate, correct?
There you
Generally,
go.
yes.
You're relying on whose data?
Mr. Burgess's data and Dr. Welcher's data.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. DeSoger, you are all set, sir. So you can step down.
Solid day for the
Counsel for a
Commonwealth.
minute.
Good day for us. This
Sir,
was
feel free to
really,
stand
really
up.
good.
And noteworthy is the fact that Alan just completely asked leading questions in his
Milked them.
multiple redirects, which frankly Bev did not have to let him do. So
Oh.
Really?
yeah, I mean he's supposed to ask open-ended questions, but he was saying, and who's and you were relying upon their data, correct? Like that's all for cross. So this was good.
Yeah.
She's gonna let everyone go. There's no way they're gonna let Lucky start. I'd
No.
be shocked.
No,
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right.
Lucky will probably be till noon, and then they'll probably do somebody else that they can get in for half a day.
Yep.
What Monday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is good. I
Today
like
was a good
watching
day.
trials with you guys.
Yeah, this was
Yeah.
fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, I had a good one. Every
We
now
stayed
and then
with
I'm
it,
gonna-
and
did, yeah.
we didn't get lost too much in it. I mean, we haven't even got to the tech stuff, like the IT
Shit,
stuff.
well, shit went sideways with that chat.
Yeah, I'm
That
sure.
happens.
They saw a
We-
whole new side of the nanners today.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
no problems,
I know.
the issues we
I
have
had,
nowadays, right, Mike?
I gotta say, I had a great time. This is awesome. We
Yeah.
got this
I
panel.
love
Even
this.
with Brian was awesome too.
Yeah.
You know,
Brian added,
Good.
definitely added to the situation. It's good to hear from him.
That was a happy surprise.
Yep.
Mm.
And
I'd like to,
I can't understand all of the data. Like, if I'm getting lost and you
Right.
guys are getting lost a little bit, like the jury,
yeah, they're
Gone.
checking out. Yeah, they're not even hearing this.
and many times, just so your audience is so they appreciate it. Sometimes lawyers on both sides of a dispute, especially in criminal matters, but also in civil ones, sometimes parties want to score the last point. Like they just want to have the last word.
And it's Friday.
It's Friday, and sometimes that can annoy a jury. So thank God it's Friday, because I think the jury is probably not only completely gassed, but they probably are annoyed.
It's been a long
We're ahead
day.
of schedule. We're ahead of schedule.
Decide whether I'm going to let you go home now or not, and I'm going to let you go home. So that 5 minutes that just took means that you get to go home, because we know we'll be longer, and we don't want to do this to you, okay? So, we'll break for the day. I have to give you those same cautions.
We're going to crack open our White Claws.
With anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation.
And be careful with
into
your social
this
media.
case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Additional caution, please be very careful. Continue to be careful with your social media use. We will see you Monday. Monday will be a full day. And we'll start right around 9 on Monday morning. So we'll see you then. Have a great week.
Sounds good. Sounds real good, Bev. 9 a.m. Monday morning. We'll be here.
Are we gonna have an argument at the end of this?
Possibly, it's probably
yeah.
worth hanging on momentarily. There were some things filed.
Yes.
Really?
There were
Yes.
some things filed today. Let's see. I don't see the docket, but people were sending me shit.
That sucks.
My name's not. I have to be. My name's not.
I'll be back in 5 minutes for the voir dire.
Oh, it's a voir dire. Who are they gonna voir dire?
Bonus.
My name's not none of that stuff, right? I hate even asking that question. No.
I'm sorry, I was distracted.
My name's not in any of that stuff in the filings.
Oh yeah, there's a motion to hold Tommy as a
in contempt.
Yeah, they want to put you into custody for just being a badass.
They're saying you had a camel toe.
The buffer zone, right? Well,
yeah.
How do we get more people down there Monday? How do we do that?
You have to go. You got to go down there.
Yeah, but how do we get more people? I'll go, but we need to bring more people down there. It's okay to be down there.
Organically, Aiden will do what he does, which is he talks to people in terms of his YouTube presentations, and he'll encourage people to go. I'm going to make it a point for myself on social media to encourage people to go. And
I will too.
To keep showing
I will
up.
definitely too. Yep.
You know, it doesn't mean every day, and it doesn't mean, get yourselves in trouble with work or family obligations, but every now and then people just need to show the fuck up.
Even a half a day helps, really. Like even first thing in the morning when she shows up to see that support, to head start in, kind of sets the tone for the day,
It does, and I can tell all, for what it's worth, and even if it fits more conveniently in people's schedules, I would say the lunch break is not an optimal time, because Karen and her team have 1 hour to get in and out of the courthouse. And it's really less than an hour because by the time they pack up, leave, get out to their cars and go have their lunch and come back, that's not an optimal time based on my observations to kind of make a point of being there. You should be there if you can, but morning or afternoon, it would seem to work best.
Well, morning. I like the morning stuff. Really, it's a different crowd, different vibe, real nice.
And weather sometimes plays a role as well, But I think the bottom line is whenever anyone feels inspired to show up, show up. And also, showing up sometimes doesn't mean being in person. Sometimes it means like I always say, tell 5 people, go on social media, spread the word, share things, just be present in the movement. Talk back to some trolls. You know,
Yeah,
I have fun doing that. Mike saw what
course.
I did.
of course.
Mike
So,
watches me for comedic value.
so Nan, they're
I
saying
watch everything.
12/32/09 is when the incident happened, and anything between 09 and 16 is after the fact.
Yes, and hold on. Let's see. I took my notes. So 12 okay. 12/31/38 is the trigger event. 12/32/09 was the lock event, meaning when the phone was, I guess, locked for the last time.
Yes.
And then anything that, and maybe I didn't appreciate the next value on that timetable, but anything that would have happened thereafter is after.
Right.
Meaning if there was any action with the phone, movement, steps, or otherwise, it was after the phone was locked for the last time. So, I mean, I think I'm saying that correctly. You know, show grace. I'm a blonde, but
It just makes sense, though, doesn't it?
it does. But beyond the data, and you'll all see it because I kind of know what's going to happen. There's going to be medical. Well, there has been some, and there's going to be more medical testimony in the future that talks about the fact that there's no way there could have been anything going on with his phone because he would have been incapacitated. There's just no way. The medical science alone, plus the data, are all pointing to the fact that Karen could not have hit him and someone else had to be at the hands of the mischief here. And I don't mean to downplay it by calling it mischief. So, you know, even if you can't say, well, it couldn't have been Karen. It had to have been one of the, I'm just going to say McAlberts or part of their crew. This is reasonable doubt. Like, this is the kind of shit that when they teach us this in law school and we see it in the comments in state statutes, this is a reasonable belief that there could have been another probable cause other than that of the defendant. And for Karen to be convicted under Massachusetts statutes, there has to be a, quote, moral certainty. I mean, how many times in your life have you been morally certain of something? You got to be real sure. It's kind of like in My Cousin Vinny, and I don't mean to make light of it, but, you know, when Vincent LaGuardia Gambino asks Mona Lisa Vito, like, are you sure? And she says, yeah. How sure? I'm positive. So she was positive. Like, you got to be positive. If
Yes.
you're gonna convict someone in your Commonwealth, they've got to be positive, or at least persuaded beyond that reasonable doubt. And these types of little discrepancies down to the second, as Barry Lewis was kind of recapitulating in your chat, these are the things that matter. So I hope
Yes.
there's someone in the jury room who appreciates the nuance here, and it will be definitely reemphasized throughout the testimony in the defense case in chief, and then also in the closing arguments. But just a warning to your viewers: the Commonwealth is going to have a rebuttal case, and I believe, although I could be wrong, that part of the rebuttal case is the Commonwealth calling Crosby the dog bite guy, and I believe there was an avenue that Judge Bev saved for what's his name, for Brennan to possibly recall Welcher if he needs to kind of dispute anything coming out of ARCA. Now, that was limited when she issued that ruling, if I understood her correctly. What Welcher shouldn't be allowed to do on rebuttal, if I'm correct, is that he shouldn't be able to come back in and then re-argue his points against de Sogra
But can they give ARCA the same report they gave this guy?
Yep. Yep. So ARCA, if I were them, first of all, I'm predicting you're gonna see, as I think Nick Rocco told Brian, LTL, like you're gonna see a much more a fiery, more robust presentation from ARCA because they're no longer impartial. They've been retained by Karen and her team. So, what was great and fire the first time around in trial 1.0 is going to be even better for 2.0. But they're also going to keep their opinions very limited. It's the science, pardon the dog barking, but it's the science and the data. You can't dispute it. By the way, Mike, before I forget, my renovations to my mansion
On the wings.
the moat and everything that I'm building around my mansion, it's almost done. It's like almost
Nice.
fully done.
Don't
Yeah,
give him any ideas. He'll have friggin' jacuzzis up his moats.
that's true. That's true. I might have to get one of those.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
This
Oh,
is
yeah.
a disaster. Listen,
Will it be on your will it be on your OnlyNans or?
Oh, it might.
All
It
right.
might. You might need
So-
to look me up. By the way, are you watching The Fan? Just want to.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I get the fan here. And I can hear it in my ear too.
You got OnlyNan on. I mean, sorry.
I would say that so far, this being the first day, that this is not going good for the Commonwealth. They still have not proven to me that Karen Reed did anything. Anything. They're fighting about time here. All that time is after she drove away and left him at the house. So that time's all not relevant because it doesn't involve Karen Reed because she was at least a mile, maybe 2 miles away when that time happened right there in order to make it home at the time drifted, corrected 3-second time of friggin' One Meadows.
It's so fascinating to me when people ask me about this case, and I kind of say, these are the reasons I feel passionately about it. But
You
it's
are
so
unmuted.
amazing to me how seconds really matter. Oh, Mike, precious.
I don't know, huh?
Nice dogs. He's got good
Seconds
dogs.
really matter in this case, and it's
They
crazy.
do. Yes. All right. You guys hear that?
Yeah. Can't see it though.
Promise by the evidence you give the court in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
How come they won't show us? There we
There you
go.
go.
Thank you.
Who is that?
Reno?
No.
Yeah. Who
Is
is it?
Sure. Is she right outside the door?
I don't think so.
Looks like a Mike.
Sure. Do you mind?
It does, but
You can stay right there, and it'll just be a few minutes,
get
okay?
me in.
Miss Gianetti, when do you need this witness back? Monday?
Good. It's a hottie. Yo.
I'm waiting to give my seal of approval.
Oh yeah.
If that's Guarino, he's not getting it.
He's hard no. Yeah, he'd be a hard no. We wouldn't let you do that one.
No.
The,
I have-
the abuse just failed.
Ew.
What?
Is it Guarino? Someone put it's
I don't think-
Guarino.
I don't think it is.
So I'm going to need her at a microphone. Do you have one on council table there? So the podium, or one of those back where Eugenia is. Thank you.
What is
What
going
is
on?
going on?
Peg
No,
leg's
there's a
gone.
microphone a little closer. We're just follow the.
Listen, Turtle. Where's Baghdad Bob's there?
Who's the she? I'm going to need her at a
Hi,
mic.
good afternoon.
Right.
Hello.
Could you tell me your name, please?
Kelly Dever.
And
Oh,
Ms.
shit.
Dever,
Kelly's
you've been
here.
summoned here. I think I saw you earlier. You've been here all day.
Yes.
All right, so we're not going to reach you today, unfortunately, but you were summoned to be here.
Yes.
All right, so that summons is still good until we reach you, so you're going to have to come back Monday morning, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you agree to do so?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll see you Monday morning. Be here before 9, okay?
Will do.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
That's dispatch.
Go ahead, Mr. Lessie. Oh, geez, Yannetti.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Bev already cracked into the White Claws. She's mistaking.
It's a big compliment.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Jonathan Diamandis, Diamandis.
You've also been here all day.
Yes.
Sorry for making you wait.
No problem.
Do you know former State Trooper Michael Proctor?
I do.
Oh, it's
How
one of
do
his friends.
you know him?
I've known him since middle school, probably the 6th grade.
Oh,
Grew up with him essentially?
Grew up with him, been friends for 30 years.
Oh, it's
If
Friday.
you just keep your voice up.
Sure, yeah.
I'm sure other people can hear you, but this
so
old guy.
can we turn off the fans and the air conditioning?
Oh, God. Bev.
We're just going to do that, sir, so that we can get through this a little bit.
Absolutely, sure.
Much better, thank you. So you say you've known him since middle school, elementary school?
Yes,
Graduate high school with him?
yes,
And are you friends after
Then
high
he's
school
in?
as well?
yes,
Do you
No.
have his
Oh, wow.
cell
Friends
phone
with
number
Proctor.
in your phone?
I do.
So he's
Have you
ruled out by
texted with him over the
association.
years?
I have.
In fact, were you on
Just want to
a
be clear.
group text chain with him that lasted a number
You're a
of
dog,
years?
by the way.
Yes.
I would like to show you a document, sir, and I'm going to ask you to read it to yourself, familiarize yourself with it, and then when you're done, look up at me, okay?
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm wondering while he's going to read that, just to recap, this guy's not on my elevator list. He's friends with Proctor. I have limits. He's a hard no. Absolutely not.
Hard
Now-
stop.
Yeah, period, end of sentence. This guy's a chump. But more importantly, from a legal perspective, I have no idea why this is a voir dire of a friend of Proctor. I'm intrigued, and I'm
He
here for
received
it.
the text messages about Karen from Proctor. She's a whack job. She's at Fall River accident. He was on the other end.
Right.
So if you don't have to call Proctor, they can use his testimony, maybe.
To get
Yeah.
Proctor's string of
Right?
texts.
I'm asking you, Dan, what you
Yes.
thought. I don't.
The answer to that is yes, but there's really no reason why the
idea.
court needs to flesh that out unless he's going to deny being on this text chain.
But so they have his phone
Well,
number. This is
unless-
the motion that was filed on Monday or Tuesday with his friends on it. I don't know. It was like
Yes.
I think that was in response to somebody not being available to attend
yeah.
court.
Proctor was in the wind allegedly, or wouldn't.
Is he too busy cleaning bathrooms?
He's somewhere
know.
not within reach of technology or something. Wherever
Interesting.
Manning went, something, I don't know.
Well, you got to love it. This guy's like pretending to read the fact that he's part of a text chain where they completely objectified a woman and called her a whack job, you know what?
Right.
And
That he still has in his phone,
hmm
right? Unless he
Yeah.
deleted it, but it
Here's
should
the
still
thing,
be in
guys,
his phone.
What other cases does he have in his phone about Gallagher?
All of
or,
them.
Excuse me, Walsh.
Yep.
Or the girl from
And
Dover.
I don't know if they'll let him get into that during testimony, not voir dire, but like what other cases, because that might be irrelevant. However,
To my point, though, another attorney in another case could call this gentleman.
oh yeah,
Okay.
and I would
Okay.
this gentleman is striking me as having a military or a police background by his hairstyle.
Police
Yeah, it
background.
I'm profiling.
Yep. You're right. I think he was a former police officer. Right in the money, Nan.
Yeah.
He's like, damn, did I really say that? Shit.
So, and while he's fake reading, let's also see we have that Deaver woman.
Yep.
That we were talking about earlier. She's gonna come back Monday morning,
Oof.
and
This is gonna be fire.
yeah,
It's gonna be fire. Now she no longer lives in Canton, works in Canton. She's in the city.
She went to
Good or
Boston.
bad, I don't know.
Because Boston and Canton have a close relationship, state police connection there.
It's a blue line.
well, you know what? The defense came to play. They are not fucking around, folks.
Dan, completely agree.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
Agree. Yep.
The-
You can't be reading all that quick.
This is why I've never thought that this, the defense case in chief is going to take a week and a half to 2 weeks. I think it's going to be longer.
I agree. I think it
hope
goes to
so.
July 1st. I think it goes right up to the July 1st deadline, or in and around there. The whole month of June. We'll go there.
Sir, have you reviewed that entire document?
Yes,
Does that look familiar to you?
yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It looks to be a text chain with a group of my friends that I grew up with.
Okay. And
A
so
loser.
would
I wonder what
all
else it would
of
be.
your friends have been people that you went to high school with?
Not all the same high school, but the same time. some of us went to different schools.
And you were friends during that era?
Yes.
And you've remained friends for how many years since then?
I mean, we've been friends for 30 plus years, probably.
Do you know precisely when that text chain started?
I do not know when the text chain started.
Months, years?
Years.
Oh,
Definitely
shit.
years.
And that's a
Wow.
portion, in other words, there's
Wow.
a start time and an end time
Years.
to that. But the text chain started before the start time that's listed on that document?
That's correct.
Now, I'd like to ask you about 5 different categories of information that allow you to identify the text chain. First of all, directing your attention to page 1. That is an unredacted version of this. Do you see your phone number on page 1?
I do.
And is that accurate in terms of your phone number?
It is.
Do you have a passcode on your phone?
On my phone, yes, I do.
All right, and have you had that for years?
Yes.
So as of January of 2022, you would have had a passcode to get into your phone, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the typing of text messages, you didn't appear to be too active on this thread, is that correct?
Not from what I see here.
Did you see one entry that you actually did text?
Yes, one.
Okay, and I think these page numbers, they're all numbered. Could you direct us to the page where you actually chimed in? And if I suggested to you, it might be 4 from the end.
I hope he said something awful and we can embarrass this asshole.
Man.
Sorry. Inside
And
thoughts.
you don't have to read the actual text.
Outside
So I
voice,
just wanna-
inside thought.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to locate it. Yes, I see it.
Okay, and the time of that, date and time of that text as it's reflected on this document?
February 2nd, 2022, 12:38 p.m.
Okay, and what you
I
type,
have a different copy.
oh, I'm sorry, it's, for the record, it's on page,
What's the
Oh.
bottom page number? So we have the last 2 digits. 4.
and for the record, reading what is typed there, does that sound consistent with something you might chime in a text message, a text chain of this sort?
I mean, it could be. I have no memory of actually typing it, but
Sure.
that's not something, I mean, it could have been something that I would say. Yeah.
At the very last line of that text,
Smiling.
do you mention somebody's nickname?
Yes.
And what nickname is that?
Chip,
And whom do you know as Chip?
Michael Proctor.
I call him
Now,
Dick.
going back to the first page, there are a number of other phone numbers there. Have you checked your phone prior to taking the stand today to match those phone numbers with other friends of yours?
Yes.
And if you could, and hopefully you remember them all, can you list by first name only your friends who are included in this text chain?
Sure.
So, yeah. So let's not, if he recognizes, I don't want to put names out.
Oh, I don't either, Judge. That's why I was saying first names. But if that's sufficient that he recognizes.
Why don't you refer to the last 2 digits in the phone?
Sure.
Is that acceptable, Mr. Brennan?
It is.
Okay.
Okay. You see, I'll list the last 2 digits of the phone numbers that don't have a name associated with them. Okay?
Okay.
If I may just have a moment.
Yes.
I hope
Is that
you're
a-
embarrassed.
His other nickname is Bear, by the way, too.
Of course, of course.
Bear?
Yeah, Bear. Or Chip,
Okay,
yeah.
starting with the phone number that ends in 51. After you checked your contacts, is that a friend of yours?
Yes, it is.
Who was on the text chain?
Correct.
With regard to the phone number that ends in 68, same question. Is that a friend of yours who was on the text chain?
Correct.
And with regard to 45, which is the next one, again, a friend of yours who was on the text chain?
That's me.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is you,
Yeah.
of course. With regard to 9-5, is that a friend of yours who was on the text chain?
Yes, it is.
And with regard to 9-3, same question, friend of yours on the text chain?
Yes.
And then there are 3 numbers there, one that ends in 11, one that ends in 46, and one that ends in 82. Do you see that those particular numbers have a
Tully,
nickname associated
Fanning.
with them?
Yes.
And
Those
DeChico.
nicknames, do you recognize them as being also friends of yours who are on the text chain?
I do.
And then finally, there is somebody listed as local user. We'll get back to that one.
Okay.
With regard to the other ones that you've just identified, sir, have you texted back and forth with them on those phone numbers over the years?
Yes.
And also with regard to this particular text thread?
Yes.
All right. Now, I'd also ask you, with regard to the content of these messages and who said what, and particularly focusing on the one that's identified as local user. Having read that text chain, were you able to determine who local user is?
Yes.
And who is that?
Michael Proctor.
And was that by the content of the messages that Michael Proctor typed that you recognized it?
Yes.
And with regard to whether this is a complete, accurate record of what it purports to be, what is your testimony in that regard?
I believe this to be a record of our text chain for this period of time.
Appears to be accurate and complete.
It does.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh. Not gonna lie, Toppy, we put some hours in today, guys. Man, we put some hours in today.
Not
Solid.
flowers.
Solid time.
We grifted hard today, people. We grifted hard today.
Invert grifted.
Here we go.
Chain that you read fairly and accurately represent the circumstances of the conversation that was going
Look at
on?
Bev. Checked out.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Brennan?
Good morning.
Morning. Good afternoon.
Do you have an independent memory of any of the text conversations in the package that you reviewed?
I do not have a memory of this happening.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so sir, I'm going to ask you to, you're all set.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to step down.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Unfortunately, this witness was not reached by the jury today. I would like him recognized as well.
He has counsel here with him, right? Does he have counsel here with him? All right, sir, you'll make sure your client is here when we need him?
I will do so, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
My name is Thomas Campbell. My office is in Boston.
He brought his own lawyer. Man.
Yep.
He's been very cooperative.
Wait, whoa.
So sir, you can leave,
Thank you.
all right? And thank you, Mr. Campbell. We'll see
Okay,
you.
that's his
We'll let you
lawyer.
know
I-
when we need you back. It's probably going to be Monday first thing.
Understood.
Thank you.
By the way, there's nothing wrong with him coming with an attorney. I would have told any one of my
All right.
clients to go with an
Yep.
attorney to court.
Your Honor, my understanding is there's an objection, so I've got to respond to the objection.
I want to hear you as to why this is admissible, why this is admissible.
Because it fucking is.
Uh-oh, he dropped some nuclear bombs when he starts speaking. Listen to what this guy says.
By
Every
the way-
word is calculated, this guy.
She's
Every-
making him work, though. She's making him work for it. You
And
know?
before he starts, this witness just told Brennan, I have no independent recollection of what I texted. So the texts have to come. They have to come in because they have to refresh his recollection.
Why would
Ooh,
Brendan
that's
ask
right.
that question then?
That's
Is that
right.
a stupid question for Brendan to ask?
I missed
So,
what
Your
you
Honor,
said. Oh, shit.
with
I didn't-
regard,
Was that a
I
stu-
assume
was that
we're
a
just
stupid
dealing
question
with
for Brendan to ask?
authenticity at this point?
Was?
Yes.
No, we're dealing with both. You're the proponent of the testimony, so let's deal with both.
It's hearsay.
All right, so
Gotcha.
regarding authenticity, Your Honor, there are several
Watch Pee Wee.
ways that are either independent or connected with each other
Jesus
by
Christ,
which,
it's so white.
or through which, a party can authenticate text messages. The majority of the case law out there are defendants having appealed judges' decisions to admit text messages offered by the Commonwealth, and the majority of the case law that exists affirm judges' allowance of text messages into evidence. The Commonwealth filed a memorandum in opposition to these text messages being admitted, and not one of the cases cited by the Commonwealth apply here or are appropriate. The case of Commonwealth versus Purdy, in that case, the Commonwealth introduced text messages from computers seized at a massage parlor. The defendant objected that there was no evidence that he had authored any of the, these actually were emails, not text messages, any of the emails that were admitted into evidence. Nobody saw him do it. Nobody saw him type it, and nobody discussed any of the emails with him. But the SJC cited a long-standing rule, including Rule of Evidence 901B1, evidence may be authenticated by direct or circumstantial evidence. And the circumstantial evidence is essentially what we covered here in court today: the appearance of the electronic communications, the content, the substance, internal patterns, or other distinctive characteristics. Commonwealth versus Welch, it was a murder case where a boyfriend killed his girlfriend, was charged with killing his girlfriend, was convicted. The Commonwealth sought to introduce text messages between them, and various text messages from the victim's cell phone were admitted into evidence because, for one reason, they referenced the defendant's distinctive nickname. And in this case, we have a text chain with 3 nicknames, all of whom the witness recognized as being his friends. We have more to authenticate this text chain than in any case I have seen, and also more than in any case the Commonwealth has cited. In this case, we have an identification of every phone number pursuant to the last 2 digits. We have an identification of Michael Proctor's message relating to the contents. We have evidence of the witness's cell phone requiring a passcode, meaning that in order for his phone to be active in this chain, he would have had to have unlocked the phone with the passcode. And he testified that what was in the content of the message that he identified as being his is consistent with something that he would have said. And not only that, but he adds a 4th nickname, that being Chip, that being Michael Proctor. The Commonwealth, with regard to Commonwealth versus Welch, which is again cited in their memorandum, this opposition, Your Honor, they state what appear to be rock solid black and white legal principles, but when you scratch below the surface and you actually read the case stands for nothing in terms of what they've represented it to be. They stated that in Welch, the court must find that each and every communication was authored by the individual member of the group. That's just plain false. The case doesn't say that at all. It's nowhere in that case. And in fact, the messages were let in, again, because of the circumstances and the content of the messages. Commonwealth versus Raposa, another case that they cite. The defense sought to call a neighbor to testify that he had seen the victim alive after the defendant had confessed to having shot him, another murder case. The problem was that the neighbor denied making the statement, so the defense wanted to call the neighbor for the sole purpose of impeaching him with his prior statement that he supposedly made to the police and use that statement as substantive evidence. So in that case, the defendant wanted to use an out-of-court statement for its truth. It was rank hearsay. That case had nothing to do with text messages or statements used to show state of mind or electronic communications. But somehow it makes its way into the Commonwealth's memorandum. Commonwealth versus Rajiv R., which is the second to last case that they cite, that dealt with a search warrant done at a juvenile's home. The police officer in that case was allowed to testify to what he was seeking, which was the goal of the search warrant, a firearm allegedly in the juvenile's possession. And he was also allowed to testify to what the juvenile's mother did during the execution of the search warrant, which is she directed the police to the juvenile's bedroom. The Commonwealth cited that case to say you can't use hearsay when trying to prove a Bowden defense or present a Bowden defense. That case had nothing to do with Bowden. The evidence was admitted to explain what the police were doing in the home. So it's a situation where, there are times when, the police stop somebody on the street, or the police get a search warrant and then they show up at a home, and rather than just have them magically appear at the home with the warrant, the police are allowed to give some circumstances as to how they got there. Nothing to do with Bowden. It's just giving the jury a fuller picture. Yet it was represented to you by the Commonwealth that, geez, this is a Bowden issue and you can't use hearsay to present a Bowden defense. Commonwealth versus Sullivan, exact same situation. Testimony was admitted about DNA on evidence matching the defendant's DNA from a national database. The Commonwealth cites 3 principles. It's almost like they're setting a standard down that the court is supposed to follow with 3 factors. But again, none of the 3 principles that the Commonwealth cites is found in Sullivan at all. They're not even mentioned in the case. They're simply made up and put in a memo to ask this court to do something that the case does not support. And again, it has nothing to do with Bowden. So now we come to the arguments about the fact that the Commonwealth is claiming that these statements are hearsay. They're not. These statements contain insults of my client. I'll be kind and just mention the word.
So I read them.
Yes, okay. Well, I mean, Your Honor, if you're going to allow this into evidence, I'll stop talking. Otherwise, I have to make my argument.
I understand what you mean by insults.
Okay. So I won't even mention them then. The Commonwealth is essentially arguing that we're offering these text messages to show that the insults were true. That's a silly argument. Obviously, we're not. Hearsay has 3 components. These are all statements out of court. None of them are offered for the truth of the matter asserted. None of them. Even the statement when Michael Proctor says that the homeowner's not going to catch any grief because he's a Boston cop. We don't know if that's true or not true. It's offered to show that Michael Proctor believes it's true. He's the lead investigator in the case. He has input into the case. He can decide who's investigated or not investigated. At least that's our argument. It's all consistent with our defense. It's offered to show his state of mind. Everything that he says is offered to show his state of mind and to show his bias. He, as the lead investigator, his bias in what he does or doesn't do. And in fact, Mr. Brennan said at sidebar earlier when we started this conversation that Bowden deals with what was done or what was not done. We're entitled to explore what was not done and not done, and we're entitled to explore why.
Absolutely. Yep.
We have evidence of why. We have Michael Proctor's words about why he did or didn't interview people separately, why he waited, for instance, a year and a half to interview a plow driver who was out there on January 29th, why he treated some people with kid gloves and other people with brass knuckles. He's stating it in these text messages. She's gonna go down for this. We're gonna pin it on the girl. We're going to make sure that there are some serious charges. She's effed. Those are what he says about, those are the statements he makes about Karen Reed in the infancy of this investigation. And to the contrary, is anything going to happen to Brian Albert? Nope. He's a Boston cop too. These are all statements about Michael Proctor's state of mind. The prosecutor and I have been over the statements. I realize he's objecting to the admission of these statements. I don't think he has a legal argument that passes muster to do that, but should the court allow them in, we're agreed on everything except for 3 entries, which I think we could deal with pretty quickly. And unless the court has questions, I'd rest on that.
No, but I'd appreciate a copy of whatever you've agreed upon.
Okay.
So it's been a long day for staff, so I don't need to.
Oh, come on,
go through each
Bev.
one. Just get me a copy of what you've agreed to.
Okay. So this is the only marked copy. I'm happy to hand it to the court.
And you can take care of it and email it in.
We'll do that. Thank you, Ron.
So,
Okay.
Mr. Brennan, I'd like to hear you on admissibility. I haven't decided admissibility, and I'll hear you on authentication.
You allowed it in last time. So this is a good sign if Brennan agreed to all of them being admissible except 3.
Okay.
On the first issue of authenticity, this witness has no memory of any of the text messages.
Right.
I think it's fair to conclude he's on the text message string. He recognizes the people on it. But there is no authenticity if he doesn't recognize them.
He didn't say he didn't
The person
recognize
that could
them.
best authenticate these text messages is Michael Proctor. This witness does nothing as far as identifying the individual text messages and whether they're reliable, whether there's been any additions, deletions, whether in sum and substance this is part of the conversation. Notably, I think, according to the questioning by Attorney Yannetti, he's made one comment at the end of the string that really has nothing whatsoever to do with the text messages that are at issue. So authenticity, I don't believe this witness reaches that conclusion for them. Regarding admissibility, I do not dispute that in the right context, these text messages are admissible. If there is an investigator in a case that makes derogatory remarks about an accused, I can't say that doesn't go to bias, nor do I reject the idea that it shows an unfairness or a motivation. But really, you need to put that in context, and I think Attorney Yannetti highlighted that. He says that this is not hearsay.
It's hearsay, not
It's
hairsay.
how he thought, or whether it affected a particular part of the investigation.
Yep.
It may have, it may not have. Even if he denies that it affected his investigation, it's still an appropriate question to ask just because that type of negative commentary, inappropriate commentary was made. But to explore the state of mind and put it in context, you need to ask the person that you're accusing of having the bias. Because perhaps it did affect the bias. Perhaps the person was very biased and made decisions based on that animus. Or perhaps the person made negative comments but had nothing whatsoever to do with the investigation. It is surmised to say because these comments were made, a witness was not investigated, or there was some other amorphous, undefined ill that happened. That's the whole reason why the witness who made the comments should be confronted with the comments they made so the jury can fairly assess, is this relevant, is it material, and what is the value of it? I am not opposed to the admission of bias against a witness, especially a police officer.
Here we go.
But it should be against that witness because they need to have the opportunity to admit, deny, define, accept, and explain. By putting these messages in with sidestepping, calling Mr. Proctor, they are trying to gain the advantage of putting information in front of the jury that has no context, suggesting it has a value that has not been defined, and then, as Mr. Yannetti just did, making an argument that because the comment was merely made, that therefore there was a consequence, and specify a consequence where there's no factual basis to conclude. Because he made a derogatory comment, he didn't investigate or speak to a plow driver for a year and a half. That defeats the purpose of defining the value for which this is being omitted. I do have some issue that it's really not under the context of Bowden, because this doesn't have to do with the adequacy of a police investigation. It has to do with bias. And that purely is the state of mind of the person who made the comment. I would not get in the way of confronting the witness about their bias if they were called to the stand. But to put it in this way invites speculation, it invites manipulation, and it invites a party on either side to portray this in a way that is not factually viable. It will be distracting, confusing for the jury, and it could be unfair for either side because it will lead to arguments about what it means without a factual basis. And so my position is, I don't necessarily disagree that it's relevant, but it should come through Michael Proctor. And if the defense wants the value, they should call Michael Proctor.
Okay. Ms. Giannetti, do you want to respond?
I know we're the hour's late, Your Honor. I won't belabor the points. I would state the following very as succinctly as I can, which is, yes, it goes to bias, but it also goes to the adequacy of the evaluation. The two concepts are intertwined. If you're biased or exhibit bias, the defense should be able to argue that the investigation was not adequate. I would note Mr. Brennan is not sitting at defense counsel table in this case. We appreciate the offer to help us with strategy about which witness we should call, but that's solely the province of the defense to determine which witness we want to use to authenticate and admit.
Or who they don't want to
our
use.
Choice. And we should not be deprived of that choice because Mr. Brennan thinks there's a better witness that should have introduced the text messages. There is no rule. There's no best witness rule in this case.
That's right.
I believe my co-counsel has already made that argument in another circumstance. His arguments, Mr. Brennan's arguments, go to the weight, not the admissibility. He is fully entitled to cross-examine this witness about all of the points that he raises. And in conclusion, Your Honor, he complains that we have not called Michael Proctor. I think that's the whole impetus for this objection, so that we will call a witness that they do not have confidence in to call themselves. It's unheard of in a murder case that you don't call the lead investigator, but that's what's happened in this case. We should not be forced to call Michael Proctor so that Mr. Brennan can then cross-examine him and lead him through basically his entire closing argument. He is entitled to call Mr. Proctor in rebuttal. He has every right to call Mr. Proctor again. I would rest on that. Thank you.
Okay. And just the very last thing, there's Commonwealth's motion for reciprocal discovery. Is there any objection to that?
Yes.
Hey, Mike, Yannetti's on the list. He is now.
Well, for today he is, right? right
All
now
weekend
he
long.
is.
All weekend long.
All right, so you're saying two different things. So you don't.
I'm gonna send a
This
tweet out to him.
information
Just let him
doesn't
know.
exist because she has not had communications with you, right?
Written communications do not exist. I'm not saying two different things. Written communications do not exist. They also ask secondarily for all oral communications to be reduced to writing. We have no obligation to do that. We have no intention.
All right, so I'll get a decision out on that before
I can recap
4:30,
that.
And I'm going to do a little more research on the text messages.
What?
Want to be heard, Mr.
I
Brennan?
thought you were standing up, Your Honor. No.
Oh, no, okay. All right, I'll see everybody Monday morning.
Thank you.
So
she's
what?
She's gonna make a ruling before 4:30. I think she said.
Yeah, she's going to make a ruling before 4:30 on the other motion that was filed today, the one involving Ms. Deaver, who appeared in court. That's when you and I were bantering, and your audience might have gotten annoyed with us. I'm not sure, but essentially, the Commonwealth has filed a motion for reciprocal discovery pertaining to Ms. Deaver, that dispatcher, because they want all written and oral communications between the defense team and Ms. Deaver. So the judge is going to issue a ruling before 4:30 today as to whether or not the defense has to hand over any written communications they've exchanged with Ms. Deaver. And AJ just said in no uncertain terms, like, I'm not giving them anything pertaining to oral, phone calls that we've had with Ms. Deaver. So The judge is probably going to issue an order in the next 15 minutes, whether it hits the docket or not, that says any communications that the defense has had with Ms. Deaver have to be handed over. But I feel very comfortable forecasting for you guys and your audience that there's probably nothing significant there, or nothing that the defense is afraid of getting out in the open. So this is good. Yeah. And just to recap, Yannetti is on the list.
Okay.
And it's not
I'll write
just
it
for
down.
today. Not just for today.
You're being messy today, Nan.
I am. I'm a little punchy, guys. A little.
Yeah,
I might.
I would say so.
Yeah, I busted my ass all week trying to get ahead of work, and I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna be on with you guys most of today, and you know, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
No, and listen, I don't know how else to add to that. It's Nan, it's just so much pleasure when you're here with us. It's just it makes the day fun. It's tolerable.
Thank you.
know?
I might have
Really
to add you guys to the list.
Well,
do-
package
come
deal
as a
here.
team.
Package
You
deal.
can't get one without the other.
Those are the
Just so you
rules.
know.
That works.
That's how we
Just
roll.
saying. All right.
Listen, you have a wonderful weekend. Thank you
Bye,
for
guys.
spending your time with us. I know it's valuable and stuff. So
It's my pleasure. If anyone needs anything at all, you know where to find me on X or
Yeah.
my
At,
Facebook
at
page,
Naughty Nan.
there
or
you go.
my OnlyFans fake page that the trolls started for
Yeah,
me.
OnlyFans. All right.
Nice.
Bye, guys. Have a great
Bye,
weekend.
Nan.
All right.
Thank you
Bye.
again.
Bye.
Boom.
Oh, that was good.
Another win for Karen Reed today, man. Put it on the board. Another win.
That guy testified to Sergio, or whatever his name was. He
Yep.
was good. He was
They all
by
were.
all by memory. Like
Just-
off the top. Yeah.
No questions. And it was all correct.
Yeah.
That's telling, guy. That's real telling.
You had Welcher looking at a laptop, picking up another one, looking at the
Documents, binders, papers,
Right,
taxes, reports, didn't know, had to go look at it.
It was just so much more crisper until Brennan got up there and just kind of muddied the waters for me a little bit with his 5 seconds, 18 seconds. I'm like, what does this really matter? It comes down to when John's phone was locked, before
Right.
or after, right?
It's-
The trigger.
All the data that Hank's showing is after, dude. She couldn't, there's no way.
Right.
The phone moved after the time that she's supposed to be hit him, and then
Right.
incapacitated him and cracked his cranium and what? There was a circle about that round in the back of his skull, and it broke all the little pieces along the fracture lines of the brain, how it's made up of different lobes. No, lobes on the inside. What do they call them? Not regions. They call them hemispheres, I think. Different parts of the hemispheres. And it hit so hard it cracked all that.
Yeah.
And that's he ain't touching a phone. He's not manipulating a phone. Not happening at that point. From that point on, phones do not exist in that boy's world. He's not locking the damn thing. I promise you that, Mike.
Yep.
Who
I agree
is?
with that one.
Who is?
Someone inside 34.
There's no other way. There's no other way. Oh, Peppa.
Right.
Thank you so much, Peppa. Man,
right,
we got
buddy.
the best viewers. I don't know how to say thank you to everybody.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you, Brian. You guys see him, Brian, up there. Make sure we say send the thanks from us to him. If you guys are in his chat. Will's going on at 4:30, so send our love. And tomorrow, see if we can get something together in the afternoon, even for
You
a
got
quick
it.
show, an hour.
It's supposed to be rainy and shitty, so yeah, let's do something.
Figure something out. Sweet.
All right, pal. Maybe we get a ruling tonight from Bev, and we can go over it tomorrow.
Wow. We'll figure. We got rulings on rulings, and we got the whole thing, the 20-page thing from Mendoza.
The other thing too, Tom, is like, isn't Deaver? So the defense wants to call her, prosecution doesn't. So whatever isn't it reciprocal
discovery?
Exculpatory, yeah, right. Evidence both ways. It's going to be shit. It's Rule 14, right? Or
correct.
17.
So if she says to the defense that I saw,
yeah,
this one do this,
in the dispatch area. I saw Brian Higgins or whatever it was,
Walk in, grab a phone, and leave. Exactly.
Right. So it seems to me like the prosecution, Michael Proctor, i.e., never even wanted to talk to her. She never existed until until the defense found out that she was on the phones.
Absolutely not. There's no way.
And there's a reason why she left Canton PD and went to Boston.
I'm sure there is. How could you work in an environment like that with people that are just okay with something like that happening? That's what it comes down to. It comes down to them being okay. Let this happen and not step up and saying, "Whoa."
She wasn't playing. She wasn't
But
playing.
she was not playing.
No.
So you got to give her some respect there.
Yeah, I'll tip my cap. We'll have to wait till Monday, but we got a full week next week, people. Maybe Tom will get down to the zone. Who knows?
Maybe hit that Monday morning.
Well, don't see if you feel.
We'll see. I'll plan on it. I mean, again, plan for it. That's all I can do.
Okay. All right.
And listen, everyone that sent out Cash Apps and Venmos, thank you so much. Really, it helped.
Yeah.
A
bunch of $20, $2, $5.
Yeah.
Glock for me. Please pass the pepper. Thanks for the
Pepper's been
membership,
crazy today. Yep.
For the $20. LTL for $2. You guys rock. Tim Smith, thank you for the $2. Oh, yeah, man.
Awesome. You guys are awesome. Talk to you tomorrow, Mikey. Get some rest. All right, man. So listen, guys, tomorrow, right? I have somebody that I guarantee. I have someone scheduled for tomorrow. I guarantee you guys will like him because he's like wicked smart. And he's part of us, So tomorrow's going to be a not miss type of a thing. I'm hoping to get somebody else with this guest. We'll see what happens. I'm looking to get some of you guys out there. I want to hear from some of you guys because you guys are going to teach us something because you guys are, again, a different perspective. You guys see different things. You have different life experiences. Everything changes. And what someone thinks the color red is, you may think is violet or ruby or however. We want to hear that because all that makes us more informed people and makes us make better decisions. And this is nothing but a win for everybody. I'm thinking tomorrow, maybe tomorrow afternoon. In between people, I don't want to step on anyone's stream, so we'll wait till I'll look at see who's going live, and I'll set it up then. So if you want, you got to become a member. Hit the like and subscribe, and you'll get a notification to either this channel or CPU Tom, other channel, Facebook, Twitter. You guys, a lot of people viewing from Twitter. I love it. Love it. Big numbers. All right, guys. That said, I hope everyone has a wonderful night. Yeah. Get all sorts of stuff. Thank you all for being here. Hit the like, subscribe. You know how all that works. And we all had a good time today. So please thank Nan. Thank Brian. Thank Mike. Thank everyone that chatted in. So it was a really good day, and I think a lot of us are better off today from being here. So can't ask for more than that. So with that said, we try again tomorrow. And until then, you all have a good night and get some rest. See you tomorrow.
Cold mornings, cracked pavement, courthouse steps. He's there before sunrise while the world still rests. No cameras needed, no spotlight glare. Just a man with a purpose, always standing there. Facing the crowd, but the fight in his veins. Truth in his hands, pushing through the rain. Karen sees him, she knows what it means when you've got boots on the ground and you fight for your dreams. Boots on the ground, Don't ask for praise, just fight in the good fight in 1,000 ways. When the cameras fade and the voices die, he's still right there, never asking why. He's got a handshake that you can trust, eyes that don't blink when it comes to us. Karen smiles because she knows it's true. She's got a soldier and his name's CPU. Boots on the ground, day after day, standing for truth in the hardest way. No fame, no hoarding, just a promise kept. Tom CPU, you never left. When the courthouse is empty and the crowd's gone home, Tom's still walking, he's never alone. 1,000 steps, 1,000,000 prayers, because justice don't sleep and neither does he care.